going to be a bumpy walk.
Chrissie is hilarious.
Chrissie, have you ever heard of the comedian Basha K. Ali?
No, that sounds like something you yell out before you blow up a plane.
Basha K. Ali!
30 seconds remaining.
But you know what, good to say I doubt it will stand up to something. I have no disrespect for you at all.
I was very confused by the title, Everything Everywhere All at Once, because that's also what we call it when Ash takes off his shirt.
I shouldn't be up here. I should be in school on the other side of the ocean.
Well, well, well. Welcome to Whatever Wednesday. We are just coming off of the heels of a very viral President Trump Tucker Carlson interview on Twitter. I was watching some of it, but I hope the rest of it is available to watch later. But isn't that amazing? Like, here we are in 2023. Most popular presidential candidate is sitting down with the most popular basically television personality, not on any kind of mainstream outlet at all. Like, they're both completely canceled from the mainstream. They did an interview on Twitter. It's probably up to close to 50 million views at this point. It's kind of exciting. It's exciting to see.
I wonder, though, I think Trump's move on it is kind of going to show, like, all right, so they got 50 million views on that. I wonder what the numbers of all the combined viewers from all the channels are going to be for the RNC debate. You know, right. I think it's going to show, like, this is what the people want, 50 million views. And if they get like 1 million, it's kind of like, oh, yeah, he made the right choice.
80 million. I didn't even watch the regular debates. I would so much rather see a long form conversation.
Yeah.
Because you get a better feel for a person. Although Vivek Ramaswamy, am I even saying it right? I like that he's around in case, somebody forgets their password. I like that he's around to do IT for all the other presidential candidates. That's why I imagine he's there. No, he seems like a sweet kid. Apparently, he said a viral comment about climate change being a HOAX. We are on YouTube. So I give him props for that. Drop truth bombs wherever you can. Him, RFK, Trump, obviously. But I'm here for it. I think every candidate should be as messy as possible. I think that's what the American people are craving and deserve.
Well, what they should do is a whatever style table conversation with all of the contenders.
What a segue. They really... Can you imagine? First of all, they would need a second table to have Christie sitting down, but to have everybody just scrunched in for 5 hours, minimum bathroom breaks. Everyone has to wear a bright color, whatever they would wear clubbing, not a suit and tie. They need to look hot. We're here for viral moments. I would prefer that, actually, to see everybody in a room sweating without their choice of beverage. Just being maybe gently condescended to. It would be hard to split up. Yeah, there'd have to be an OnlyFans side of the debate and then a sort of like conservative trad wife, trad husband side. I think who would be on the very conservative side? I don't know if anybody. Maybe Pence.
Oh yeah.
Maybe DeSantis.
He'd be on the two-faced backstabbing side.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pence, DeSantis. Who else would be like the anti-OnlyFans presidential candidate? I think Chris Christie, just because his sheer size. Chris Christie would have to fulfill the Gorlock position, in my opinion. That's okay. I wish I could draw cartoons because I would draw this. Yeah, Carrie Lake.
Is she running?
I don't know. She could be. I'm not the most up-to-date person.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm voting for Trump. I'll say it right now.
Yeah. He can do no wrong. There is nothing he could do that could keep me from voting for him.
Yeah. I mean,
And-
DeSantis lost me. He had me a little bit. Like, I was rooting for him for, like, 2028. I was thinking, like, DeSantis VP. He should have came out and just been supporting Trump. Like, what would have made sense, been VP, then go for president in 2028.
He looks like such a piece of shit right now. He looks like, I think the people have sort of been turned on him for a while. Like, obviously, going into January 6th, there was a lot of talk of like Pence being a sort of traitor, but Trump was very composed on this interview with Tucker, very wise. I feel like he is so smart now. He's learned so much. Like, he knows. I mean, it's obvious that the left is trying to just like fuck him every which way. Like, they want him more than gone, and I think he knows their playbook better. It feels like he's trying to stay a few steps ahead of him. Like, he's not saying or doing things that his enemies can take advantage of and use to make him look bad. Like, indictments aside, and they're clearly on shit that the left is guilty of and more. So they're dirty.
Yeah. Well, too, you also have to look at it as Trump can't run again after this. Like, if he
This
wins,
is
he
his
can't.
last hurrah.
Yeah. He's gonna
After
come
this,
in like
it's book deals in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if ever there was a chance to have someone who's going to get into that position and just be like, you fired, this is it. Like, and that's what we need. Is someone just go. That's what I thought he was going to do the first time, to be honest. I was a little let down. I was expecting it was going to be like Monday you fired videos and just like, everyone just gone. And then it didn't happen. But like, still, like, who are we going to go for? DeSantis? I mean, his first, like, what we're seeing right now is his first time at getting, like, all the skeletons out of the closet, and he is failing horribly at it. It's like, who could pick every wrong choice possible, like, hitting every branch of the ugly tree falling down? It's DeSantis. Like, I've never seen it.
He should have waited to run till he was 48, which would still be plenty young. He really rushed into it, and I think used up a lot of the goodwill that he had built up through how he dealt with Disney and how he managed Florida through the pandemic. So, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyway, we love Trump here on Whatever Wednesday. I'm gonna vote for him as many times as I can. Love him. I'm gonna tell all my dead relatives. My dead mother is gonna be voting for Trump this time. So, yeah.
Maybe my dead dad will. Who knows?
Yeah. Oh my God. Speaking of dead, this has really like fucked with me this week, and it's like you don't even know how to talk about it. It really it made me not even want to stream much this week. And our good friend Crip Daddy passed away last Saturday after his show. I guess he did a headlining show. I don't recall where, but he had like a bit. Crip Daddy likes to drink. Like, I've always known that about him, and it's like, and again, I'm not gonna say like it sounds like what happened is he had a bit to drink and maybe just was too drunk, or I guess his girlfriend was telling me when she tried to give him some pizza to help like sober him up, whatever, he aspirated and then went into a seizure or something. Like, it sounds horrible, and I feel for her so much, because like, imagine being there and like watching this happen to your boyfriend. I can't, I don't know, or anybody really.
No.
So I know that, and you know what, he would be calling us F slurs and saying, make fun of him and don't be pussies about it, and like, I don't know. I really want to rewatch all the episodes I've done with him and cut together some kind of a super cut. And by me, of course, I mean Fealty,
Okay, this weekend, people, I will be going through the Crip Daddy videos, and I'll have a little cry while doing it, and I'll get together all the cool moments.
And here's the thing: it's like you could have said, "Oh, he shouldn't have drank that night, or he shouldn't have drank too much." But then again, it's like how you look at somebody in his situation and you're like, okay, he's already lived way longer than I'm sure most doctors and everybody thought that he would live. And it's a certain point, it's like, do you want to get to 80 years old like that, or do you want to kind of like live your life, have fun, and go out on your own terms? So I just hope that like he wasn't in a lot of pain or anything like that, and I'm glad that he wasn't alone. It's just a fucking weird thing to even talk about because like I wasn't there, and and Frank was saying this too. Like I've met him 3 times maybe, but in terms of like I've had hours and hours of conversation with Crib, like with Donovan, and like we were closer and spoke more deeply on topics that like with people I've known my whole life, with quote closer friends, you know. And it's just so interesting, this whole like internet world, this internet network of friends and collaborators that we found ourselves in, because it's like I really, of course I wasn't like his BFF, but like
No, you guys were close.
we would text and we would send each other racially tinged text messages.
Yeah.
My favorite thing, and I tweeted about this, like after I told him about like my dad had a gay experience or whatever. I think that was news like a year ago or something. Yeah, maybe a year and a half ago. And he offered to like fuck my dad straight again. And he's just so funny. He was so funny all the time. He was funny every day, even in our dumb text conversations that no one would ever see. He's hilarious. And so real and so honest too. Like, you know, he'd be like, "Oh, what do you think of this, you know, famous YouTuber person?" Like, you know what I mean? When you can be real like that with somebody, when you have text with somebody that they could totally blackmail you on, like that's how you know you found a good friend.
No.
You've got so much blackmail on me for sure.
I have nothing.
There's a picture of me with Cecil from Anime Matsuri. Let me tell you, that's blackmail. That photo. I don't know if he'll post it or not. It qualifies as blackmail. I look drunk. I look about 25 years older. I have one eye at half mast. Like I'm struggling to keep the other eye open. And it's us at karaoke in Houston. And it's funny and bad. But anyway, rest in peace, Crip. The last time I checked his GoFundMe, he was like, they were well over 3 times the amount that they wanted to raise.
Nice.
God, I don't know. I've been chatting with his girlfriend, Erin, on Instagram. I don't know what or if any kind of service they're going to have, but
might have to fly out for it.
It's hard. I feel like that is something I would fly out for.
Yeah. I mean, it'll help even though I know you say like, oh, well, you only actually met him the 3 times and stuff, you know, this is a person who was part of your life, and these are energies combining, people combining, and like everyone that's met each other on this YouTube space are kind of people in trenches of a world that's kind of getting really dark, which I think does kind of bring people closer together a lot more, you know, because you're connecting not just on, oh, we have things in common, but we have things in common that make us outcasts from the totality of society pretty much, and we're in it together. Yeah. And like you say, with like the blackmail stuff, no, it's more than that. It's an acceptance of each other, you know, and it's really, it's more than the person you'd hang out with every weekend, you know,
especially in this age of screenshotting and posting and people doing gotchas on who I thought maybe were their own friends, and it just seems like every other day there's a different YouTuber at another different YouTuber's throat, and it's just like it's so easy to fight. It's so easy to pick apart a video and be like, fuck this person, oh, here's how they're wrong. And like, even I know this is so unrelated to the show, even I've begun to see people talk shit about Oliver Anthony, the viral guy who's saying Richmond, north of Richmond.
Oh.
People are going, oh, here's this clip where he's talking about diversity being important. And this proves he voted for Biden and he's woke and he's a lefty. And it's like, man, this is why we can't have nice things. This is why the fucking right, or even the politically homeless, can't even begin to start a foundation of creating culture and art. It's because you're gonna write somebody off after a 30-second clip. The man has said publicly he's politically down the middle, and honestly, like, who the fuck actually cares. You know, that song is powerful that he wrote. It represents a lot of people. I'm sure there's a lot of artists and famous celebrities, quote, on the left or in the mainstream who actually secretly, quietly vote right wing.
Yeah.
So, but they don't get hung up on fucking canceling their own. I mean, if you're in, you're in, I think, in terms of the establishment in Hollywood. So I don't know. The thing is, we keep comparing ourselves to Hollywood and the establishment when it's like we've got to make our own way, and I just don't think the way to do that is to like kick somebody out of the boat after a 30-second clip. It's like, Jesus fuck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll give people a 2-second clip. I voted for Obama the first time he ran.
Oh, me too.
You know, but then I voted for Trump twice. So
there you go.
You know, it's like, you know, you live and you grow over time. You change your mind on things and you learn like, oh, wow, I was a moron. Yeah. You know, like, what can you do? You know, people, if they're going to hold things like that against people, which is also apropos for what we're going to be talking about tonight. I think that's what happened on the show tonight. I think some people made a judgment on someone on the show and nothing was going to be done or said to change said judgment.
So this is a recap from yesterday's episode, Tuesday, the 22nd.
That was a segue.
You're so good at this, Fealty. I don't even need to be here. I didn't even watch the episode. You watched it. You clipped it.
I watched it twice.
I just put makeup on.
No. I'm just here. I'm just here. You know what Drew said to me, though, on Monday? Sorry, this is off topic, but Drew made my night on Monday, and I've been riding high on it ever since. Outside after the show on Monday, which was an awesome show. It really was.
It was fun. We had Scarlett, not Johansson. What is her name?
Scarlett Hampton.
Scarlett Hampton.
Yeah.
We watched a lot of her pornography and commented on it. We asked her a lot of personal questions. But Mike Keegan was on as well. Dave Seitzik, Harms, of course, Frankie McDonald, and
Alex. Alex was on the couch.
Oh yes, our new fanboy Alex,
who likes to. I was teasing him a little bit on the couch because he just he's very comfortable, and
he's too comfortable.
Yeah, he grabs the cookies. And this is 2 weeks in a row now. He's been on the couch and stuff. And like I in a joking way, I said to him, I was like, dude, I was.
Moocher? Is he just a disgusting moocher like a lot of them?
No, he's a very comfortable guy. But like I was saying to him, because like this second week he was going on the couch. I was like, dude, I didn't deign to dream to be on the couch until you told me like, why don't you sit on the couch?
These fans have too much couch confidence. I don't know where they got it from. I don't know. It's because I'm too goddamn friendly. And I'm too, I don't know. I don't really set boundaries. I don't really tell people no. I mean, that's part of the disease of being a woman. But yeah.
No, but that's what works out, though. See, that's why, like, what you do, I mean, look at how many people you've brought together. Think about the Content House and all these things, all these creators that now know each other. You know, and even FNT, like the people you've brought into FNT that you've known, like Gino and like amazing
and Gavin
people.
McGinnis. That worked out well.
That did work out well. That 2 seconds of questionability.
That was a viral episode. That was a viral moment.
That's like, you know, that's even with something I'm going to say about tonight with the Adam 22 thing. I think a lot of people went easy on him because he's a big name, didn't want him to walk off and don't want to risk, you know, upsetting him. Whereas the person who I think they felt was just a bimbo nobody, they went in on to a level unforeseen.
Wow.
But no, Alex, though, like he was sitting on the couch and something he did, really quick story. So he's sitting on the couch, he brings in the cookies for the second week in a row. So of course I tease. Like
these are the cookies that Andrea makes that she brings. So these aren't cookies that he makes or purchases.
No.
He takes them that she brings them on Mondays for the whole studio. So let me guess, he takes them off the table in the lobby.
Wait,
in the
they're
green
only
room.
there on Monday?
She typically brings them in on Mondays, like because she'll bake a huge batch of cookies, and that batch will usually last the week.
Oh gosh, now with Alex there.
What a fucking mooch!
I did not know that. I would have been making fun of him so much more if I knew that. Because if I knew that was for the week, like when I eat the cookies, I eat one, maybe two.
Yeah, she's not coming by with multiple batches in a week. You know?
Wow, that's shock. Because like he grabs the thing of cookies, brings it in second week in a row, puts it on his lap,
What?
opens it up, eats a cookie above it, crumbs falling
Oh my God, he
into the
crawls
cookies.
into the batch of cookies.
Yes.
What if he uses the existing batch of cookies as
his
a plate?
Yes. As
Fealty,
a bib.
why did you not interrupt the entire show to tell me this? I would
That
have
would-
made a huge stink of it. I would have been like, hold the fucking phone, turn off the cameras. We have to deal with this.
I made a stink of it to him. I was like, Alex, put the cookies down.
Dude,
Put
the
the
next time
cookies
he's
down.
there, we are gonna have an intervention. This is
Maybe if it was
beyond
on camera.
unacceptable. His couch confidence compared with his lack of cookie basically scruples. He has no
Oh wait, it gets worse. He ate like half of the container of cookies.
Wow.
Yes. He's a good guy though.
No,
like, he's a good guy.
He's not. You're not. You know, and he could be
He's-
good. No, he's not. He's not a good guy. He's a good guy. Would not take the communal batch of cookies and polish off half of them when they're supposed to be for everyone. This would be
For the whole week.
It's supposed to be for the guys who work at the fucking booth mostly, and the talent. It's not for some dickhole fan who hasn't earned his place yet. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, do you know how long it took Drunk Jimmy to earn his place? Like, to earn respect as, like, okay, you are a fan, but we respect you. You're funny. You add content. You add value. Okay. And he'll come. He'll bring drinks. He's definitely not sitting down eating half the cookies. I'll tell you that
No.
much. It's like, Alex, you gotta fucking prove yourself. You gotta do something funny. You gotta do something. Okay. You
Oh,
can't
and-
just fake.
Jimmy brings his own booze too.
Yes.
You know?
He'll buy a 40 or something. He'll come in with Lucy's usually because he doesn't want to buy from Sullivan's, which is fine. I've seen Spiridon buy a whole pizza, eat half of it, and sit with the pizza box on his lap. He goes, "Oh, I'm saving this for tomorrow. This is lunch tomorrow."
But he did also bring in KFC after your KFC debacle with
after
Olbermann.
my fried chicken joke, he came in and ate the chicken while looking at me while watching the show. He's like, I brought chicken. I'm like, dude, you didn't offer it to anyone. And even if you did, you didn't bring enough.
Yeah, Spiridon push-ups. Yes, I think you could have pushed harder of the
We love
conveyance. Of,
Spiridon.
this is
We
for
love
you.
Spirit. But this
Oh,
is
he's
what
great.
Spiridon does. Spiridon doesn't just fucking launch himself onto the couch week 1, week 2 of being a fan.
And you know he is pretty funny. You
He
know,
is
I mean,
funny. He's
he
definitely
almost fought with Michael Gavinelli.
That
you
was
know.
my favorite moment. If he could fight every time he's on, that would be great. And I give him a lot
I
of
was
shit.
shocked.
I give Spiridon a ton of shit, and he's
Oh,
a
yeah.
good kid. He came to Anime Matsuri, hung out with everybody. It's like, he's a good egg. He's mostly a good egg, and
Oh yeah,
we joke all the time. We're like, "Oh,
he's the greatest
Jewish."
Jewish guy.
We keep
Yeah,
calling him
We
Jewish.
said it
He's like,
same
I'm
time.
not Jewish. I'm like, tell that to your face. So he rolls with the jokes pretty well. And again, he's not trying to sit middle seat on the couch. That's insane to me.
Well, Alex would have sat right side if I didn't get there first. Like he was racing
He
me
has
for the catch.
microphone privileges. What? He's mentally ill.
Well, he took the double mic to the face at the end. Remember?
Oh,
we
yeah.
double mic'd it.
Yeah.
I'm regretting instantly the hand motion I just did. Please, Legion of Memers, just
Please
be
meme it,
gentle.
meme it, ship it, log it.
Please.
Mhm.
But yes, yeah. We'll have. I'll talk.
Thank
with
you for
Alex.
bringing this to my attention, Fealty. This is unacceptable.
Now I
use-
feel like a snitch.
No, you're not a snitch. You're looking out because guess what? Andrea's probably like, wow, it's fucking Tuesday and all the cookies are gone. I guess Chrissie is and her fucking fat ass is eating all of them. You know,
I hope she doesn't think it was me. Oh no.
No, our show's
last
gonna get
week-
blamed for eating all the cookies. You know,
No, last week I was on the elevator with her going down, and I was saying to her like, "Oh, how much I love the cookies! They're so amazing. Every week I look forward to coming and having a cookie." You know, I hope she's not gonna think I'm the cookie bandit.
The
You
Cookie
know?
Monster.
The Cookie Monster, yeah. Oh no. Dang it. I
All
gotta
right,
keep losing weight on this diet.
We're gonna speak to Alex. I can't even allow myself one cookie because I will turn into Alex and I'll be like a fucking crumb snatching monster. So it's like I can't even have one, and I know that about myself. So
yeah.
I just
I broke my diet the other day. It was
oh
bad.
no, what did you
I
have? A
ate.
whole pizza?
I ordered 3 medium pies from Domino's and ate it. Yep. I'm not proud of myself, but it was a moment of weakness.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, the
You know
crypto
what?
market went down.
Tomorrow is a new day.
Yeah.
I'm loosely trying to get back on messy keto. So
I'm
like,
back on it now, at least.
bread is gone. I had like no bread today. So yeah, we're getting there.
Yes,
3. Yes, 3.
But I gave a range though. I didn't just do 3 of the same thing. I did, regular marinara with, ham and beef, extra marinara. Then I did a barbecue sauce with ham and feta, and then I did an Alfredo sauce with ham and a different type of cheese.
Ugh.
It was good.
It was a lot of flavors. There's a lot of flavors going on in there.
And speaking of vices, I'm ready for tonight's show. I have my favorite Dave & Buster's ashtray that I won.
Oh, wow. I didn't know. You won that? You earned it.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, after Monday, Frank was talking about the coin push machine. I won this from the coin push machine.
When did you do the coin push machine?
It was I've had this since maybe like 2005. I was going there with my girlfriend, and
damn.
she's Chinese, so they love gambling and stuff, and she loved the push machines too. And speaking of which, this mug I won with tickets at Lake George.
Oh wow, Lake George. We used to
since...
vacation there when I was a little girl as a family. We would load up the Plymouth Voyager and drive to Lake George and stay in a condo where the door wouldn't shut. It was fun.
Yeah, it was a very rundown area.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was like fucking probably $12 a night.
Yeah, but you know what? My parents were like, money's tough. I can't buy you that toy you want.
No, you're not getting a skip it ever.
Oh yeah, let's skip it. That's right. But yeah, I'm ready for this because I'm gonna need this tonight.
We're ready. Have you been seeing that the Whatever podcast tends to pick one person to sort of make the enemy or the target or the...
Yes, I saw that last night twice.
Is that are you seeing this as a pattern?
The
scapegoat, if you will.
They do kind of do that from time to time. There will be like a person kind of picked out, but there are just like on Sunday. We're not going to be covering the Sunday show tonight because there's literally just so much from the Tuesday show. And Sunday's show had Lauren Chen on it, and Brian literally forgot her name.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, it's Lauren frickin' Chen.
You got to do a little bit of research, especially when you have big personalities on.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
Wowie. Okay.
No. Party faux pas. One second.
I'm pouring a Truly into a cup of ice. So that tells you where I'm at. Oh god, there's definitely bugs floating in this cup of ice. Great. Well, it's all right. It's an outdoorsy thing. That's all right. While Fealty gets himself another cigarette. He said he would quit. Clearly he's lying.
I'm back. Sorry about that. I ran out of fuel.
Ooh, Truly and a cup of ice is a whole different thing, by the way.
Zippo fluid and and a cup of death. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to hang myself with dental
cup
floss.
Of death. Oh my god. I want to know what Crip Daddy was drinking the night he died.
Oh, he goes hard. I bet.
He goes hard.
I wonder
he drinks more than I do. I remember when I was doing a show with him in McHenry, I was impressed and appalled by how much he drank.
I'm so sad I didn't have money to see him.
And the thing was the way he, the angle that he had to be in his chair, that had to be managed closely because if his angle was off and he was, the drinking, the maybe Are you
Yeah.
swallowing? Are you not? You know what I mean? And he never complained he didn't really complain about shit. I'm sure he was in pain. I can't imagine the amount of medication he had to take every day. What a fucking great attitude he always had. And like, I really think God put him on this earth to, I think, show the rest of us that are like able-bodied. It's like, yeah, don't you even think about complaining about anything physically going on. You know what I mean? Like, look at this guy. Look at his attitude. Look at his outlook on life. Like, don't you dare complain about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Crip accomplished more as a comic than like most able-bodied comedians. And you know, he had to have a fucking bus and be driven around. And like, for his album recording, I remember it. They asked me, they were like, should we try to get him on stage? I was like, fuck no. Don't try to get him on stage. First of all, it's going to do nothing. There's no point. This is an audio album. So it's not even like we need a visual of him on stage. Keep him on the ground. Keep him chill, because, you know, that's a heavy chair. People have dropped him in that chair, you know, trying to get him on stage. So I was like, no, don't have him sweat that. Don't, you know what I mean? Like, the men who work at comedy clubs generally are not strong people. And you're asking them to lift a fucking, I don't know, 200-300 pound chair in person. So anyway, he just was dealing with way more than he ever talked about. And just, what a fucking funny dude. What a cool guy.
No. Amazing person.
And now all we have left is Ricky Berwick. Yes. Oh.
I tried retweeting everything. I like that. Like, when I got home Monday night was when I was able to finally like really look at things. And I was like, wow.
Brian had a nicer chair than Crip. Oh my fucking God.
He does. Man, Crip would have been great on that show. He would have been so good on whatever. Like, he would have taken over the show.
I would have, yeah. Oh my God. There's so many shows I had wish he had gone. Like, I would have loved to see him on fucking Timcast. I would have loved to see him on exactly whatever. I would have loved to see him on with like Tucker Carlson or whatever. But that being said, he did many shows that not a lot of people get to do, that a lot of people would kill to get on. So he did, you know, they got him up to Sirius XM. He's done FNT.
Well, didn't he have a show on Compound too for a while?
Yeah, yes. And here's the thing: is like when we found out he died, which was like Monday, Drew, my booth boy, and also I guess he co-hosts a show, I think on it might be Wednesdays. He's like, so do I not have to come in on work on Wednesday? Like, do I not have to come in? But he was like, Drew cried like a little bitch, like right away. Like, as soon as, because I got a text from somebody before we started Wet Spot, and I was like, this can't be real. Like, and I was just like in show mode. I was like, I compartmentalized. I was like, I have to put that away because I don't even think that's real.
Well, you expect the troll. You know?
And then when we were done, but then in the back of my mind, I was like, who lies about that? Like, who makes that up? And then when we were done, like, I came to the control room. Frank was there with Drew. They were looking at the computer, and they were like, Crip died. And I was like, fuck. And like, yeah.
I had a feeling something was up, like the way you guys like were in there talking. So I hung out with the little dude and talked about like Fortnite and Minecraft and stuff and Pokemon Go. You know, finding out what the kids are playing these days. You know, he's playing Fortnite. That's cool. It's a good game.
Yeah. My sister-in-law works for them. I wonder if she can fucking hook me up with anything. Yeah, she works for Epic Games.
Wow. Well, they're owned by China.
I visited the office. I visited her at work once a couple years ago. They have a slide. I slid down the slide from the second floor, obviously, to the first floor. Wow. And it was a metal slide. It not only was the slide itself loud, but I am kind of screaming down the whole way. And I get down to the bottom of the slide. I look over. Everyone's having lunch. Like, it's lunch hour. Everyone's sitting at the thing. Everyone's like with their coffee. And I was like, and then I looked over and I was like, oh, cool. I am a grown woman and not retarded. And I just did this.
But did you slow fall when you got to the bottom?
No, it was a fast fall. It was a fast metal slide. It was something, if it had been outside, it would be 1,000 degrees. Obviously they have it for kids and mostly just for looks. I don't think they expect the adults to slide down this thing. But
It's a 90s style slide. It's going to get rusty and sharp over time, you know.
Yeah, and I would do it again. In fact, I should visit her again.
Yeah, that's wild. Epic Games. I mean, me as a gamer, like, I would go there and be like, looking at the computer screens, like, what's coming up?
It was very cool. I did see several whiteboards with notes on it that I didn't understand, but I was like, all right, something's happening in this room. Okay.
I would have been like,
I didn't even think to do that because I cared so little for video games. Just kind of, I think I'm probably the same. I still barely care for them.
I had,
you know what video game I like that I'll play with Frank's kid is the Stickman game where like the Stickmen like kill each other.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's like
game.
It goes boop 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 boop, and it's just a Stickman, and then you just kill each other. I think up to 3 players can play.
I think it was a battle sim. I don't know. I can't remember. I've played it though. I played pretty much everything.
Someone in the chat will know.
Yeah. I thought I heard someone in the background. But
if you hear if you hear a dance party in the background, it's because they're starting up a teen dance night.
Oh.
I'm on the balcony of this hotel. This is the main building because this is where the Wi-Fi is. And this is where the flies are, and this is where there's an outlet. So as long as no one comes out here to smoke, the worst type of person that comes out here are the old Italian men with their cigars, which is probably what Frank will be when he gets older.
Well, speaking of cigars, I have
it's our wedding cigar.
I was part of me. I was like, I knew I needed to smoke tonight, like, because like. I'll tell people I was shaking when I watched the whatever podcast yesterday. Like it really, like it had an effect on me.
We should probably get to the topic.
We're gonna. Well, you know, speaking of which, we got a super chat from
push-ups
from Spiridon or Spirograph, as he's fondly named.
Quick reminder to talk about the whatever podcast. Oh, is that why you're watching this?
It's about hanging out with us and having a good time. And yes, okay, we'll get into it.
I have to blow my load I've been pent up for a while. We were away. We did Ocean City, Maryland, where I got this sweatshirt from. By the way, Ocean City, Maryland, cool little beach town. Everyone who works there is Eastern European. A lot of language barriers, but like the fun kinds that you're not used to. You're like, oh, you're sort of Russian. Like, that's new and different. That's cool. I don't have to, like, pretend I know Spanish to fucking talk to you people. But yeah, I did that.
Wrong one.
Chaperone the dance. I like Fealty, not in a gay. Good.
I was wishing it was in the gay way, though.
David Lowe, thanks for the super chat. Life is a bit brighter when Chrissy is around. Thank you, David. I think that was supposed to be a Simpcast message. Christy St. Regis. Oh, thank you for becoming a new member.
And speaking of which, that is Christy from the Whatever podcast, of which
we're
going to be talking about. Yeah,
what a perfect segue. Let me just bring this up from Deranged Lunatic. Rest in peace, Crypt Daddy. Thank you so much, Johnny Wary Sex. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. Deranged Lunatic again. Mike Pence would be on the Judas side of the table. Yes, he would.
He can't sit down on chairs because he has no spine.
He has no spine. He has old man hair. We don't like it.
I liked him too at first. I'm so lucky.
I only liked him because he was like with Trump.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, that's why I liked DeSantis at first too, and then I found out, he detests the guy.
He
apparently.
jumped the gun. He should have waited his damn turn.
Yeah, he came early. You know?
He came early. You know what? It happens to the best of them.
All right, here we go. Is it up? Okay, it's up. All right, so we're going to do the same old where we'll watch the intros and hopefully we'll be able to get into... I have so many timestamps. Like, we're going
to be here all night.
It's we'll get through as much as we can to convey what I hope to convey.
How dare you?
I can't hear Greta without hearing your version of Greta.
Good. We've fused together.
And same with Frosk. I still have the Frost GIF on my hard drive of you going, wow.
Oh,
I gotta
wow.
add the wow. Yeah.
Wow.
I gotta add the wow lettering to it, and I want to upload it to Giphy so that like anyone could use it. They just look up Chrissie Mayr and Frost. I gotta do that. All right, so here we go. This is the intro. So we got Adam 22. They say Lena. I'm gonna say Lena because I don't like them after this.
Yeah, I don't like Lena. So Lena the Plug and Adam 22 went viral a month ago because they are porn stars. They're also in an open marriage, and they went viral because Lena fucked a black guy and like famously said, "Oh, it was bigger, it was better. I was sore. I had to recover." But I'm also still married and it's all good. And then he like bought her a car afterwards. Like, hey, congrats on the black dick. Here's a Cadillac. Which is a strange way to have a relationship. But
yeah.
Usually you just get a free trip to the emergency room.
Yeah, but as we'll see from this episode, apparently the big names are not the ones people are going to go after. They're going to pretty much compliment and talk nicely to them while pretty much just bashing one person that everyone just kind of just looks down on from the start, and nothing they're going to say is going to change their minds on it until the point where everyone is going after this person pretty much. So let's do the intros. Here we go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lena the Plug. I'm 32 years old.
Oh, and also I'm going to play it at 1.5 because just there's so much to go through. So if people really hate it, we can go back to 1, but let me know.
No, keep up, people. We got to fucking, I spent 40 minutes talking about my dead friend, okay? We got to make up for lost time.
All right, here we go.
And I'm an OnlyFans creator and a mom.
My name is Adam 22. I am 39 years old, and I am a podcaster and Dick Smith.
Dick Smith?
What's a Dick Smith?
I slang pipe for a living. It's at least one part of my
pipe slanger.
Yeah,
that's
like a
actually
blacksmith,
funny.
But a pipe,
dick,
yes. Okay, makes sense. Nice. Yeah.
Oh, Brian has a cold in this, by the way.
OnlyFans model and content creator.
Brian still, you can tell right away by listening to him. He still has a cold. He's dealing. His face is puffy. He's working through something. And also, the show was canceled a couple weeks ago because he had COVID.
Yeah.
So he's probably not even healed. He's probably just like, fuck, we need to do another show.
Well, if Lila was here, she'd probably be like, and he probably has to. I'm not gonna say what she said, but
oh yeah,
that was so funny.
She's funny.
Oh yeah, I love Lila. All right, here we go.
Hi, I'm Christy. I'm 33 years old. I'm an OnlyFans model and content creator.
I'm Brenna. I'm 34, and I am a publicist.
None of these girls look their age. They all look beautiful.
I'm the secretary to Kiki on the Whatever podcast. I'm a host at a bar and as well as a student at Santa Barbara City College studying business.
She looks
My name is Lila Rose, and I'm 34. I'm a wife and a mom and the founder of Live Action and a podcaster.
My name is Ruslan. I'm 38. I'm a follower of Jesus, husband, father,
YouTuber,
podcaster.
Okay.
My name is Isabella. I am 23 years old. I am a conservative influencer, and I am a fellow at an international strategy.
Imagine having to say I'm a conservative influencer.
It's very true. Very
like,
true.
imagine you're saying, this is what I do. It's not even a job that exists. Like, I can at least say comedian. That people know that is a job. It's not a great job, but.
Well, I mean, what job can I say? Ever since I didn't get the and I couldn't find work, it's like I trade crypto, I make clips, and I just like to be a cool person.
You're in my posse. You're good.
This is true.
You don't need explanation.
I'm very honored to be in it. I really never saw that coming. After not being able to work in New York, I never saw the journey to where I am now. I do have so many surreal moments where I'm sitting there how am I here right now?
You're like, if I didn't clip Marshall snoring at 2 in the morning.
Oh no, that was yeah, it was I was eating breakfast and it was so hilarious. I stopped eating my Cheerios with no milk and started editing. And then that led to me going to the next content house, which was unbelievable.
Yay. And you got the Star Wars room.
Oh, that was wild. I think I spent all of 8 hours in there.
I put my bags down and I didn't go back.
Yeah. Oh, it's so amazing though. All right, here we go. They're going to talk about relationships.
Not a Dick Smith. Okay. So let's go around the table once more. What's your current relationship status? So are you single? Are you in a relationship? talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult. If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's your longest relationship? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm married to Adam as of May. We've been together for 7 years, and that's the longest relationship I've ever been in.
Yeah, 7 years, longest relationship.
All right.
Hi, I'm currently single. I've been single for 5 months now. I'm in the talking stages with a few people, but very single.
Longest relationship?
3 years.
3 years, okay.
I'm single. I think
Same
I've been
as me.
single for 2 weeks. I don't know.
Wait, did she just do
guy asked me to
quotes
be
at
girlfriend after 2
herself?
days.
Did she? What?
She did this. She did this. She quoted towards herself, which I've never seen. I like that. It's rare.
I didn't even
Very
notice.
single.
Longest relationship?
3 years.
3 years, okay.
I'm single. I think I've been single for 2 weeks. I don't know. The guy asked me to be his girlfriend after 2 dates. And then he broke up with me a week later, so there's that. But my longest relationship was 4 years.
Okay.
I'm currently not single. My current relationship is my longest relationship, and it's been 11 months.
I'm married for 5 years, and that's my longest relationship.
Married 15 years together, a total of 19 years. So we're at that phase where we've been together longer than we've been apart.
I am currently seeing someone.
How long have
How
you been with
long,
that person?
Isabella?
About like almost a month.
1 month, okay.
Yeah.
Longest relationship?
Longest relationship was about a year.
About a year, okay. Got it. Got it. A couple
That's
questions
pretty
for everybody.
short.
Lena, how did
Pretty
you get
short.
the,
She's
the
only
nickname
23.
Lena the
Yeah.
Plug?
She's only 23. She's a kid
It's not an
still.
exciting story. I wish I could tell you
True.
this about butt plugs, but at my old job before porn, I was like a really good
Okay, we
employee. My boss called me
can-
the plug.
Oh yeah,
and
no,
that's
this
where
goes
the story
into
came
it.
Okay.
from. Yeah.
The 22, when I was 15, I started a live journal, which some people remember. It was like a very early blogging service, and
I remember it.
That's my name because Adam was taken, and that was the beginning of the end.
Got it. And what's the story with the Lisa Simpson tattoo?
So Lil Peep was a rapper
we
that I was
could
close
skip
with. He died
this.
okay. When
Instagram.
I don't
DM
like
me
that
because she was working for
when you get
social
so
media
many
years.
tattoos, your skin is now blue. Like, what's the point of tattoos then? If you're just gonna slowly morph into a lizard person.
I want tattoos so bad.
I could actually see you with tattoos, Fealty, and I prefer people without them, but maybe it's
I
the
would just
bandana.
I'd get like the upper arms probably and the shoulders.
Would you tattoo a red bandana onto your head so you don't have to just wear one every day?
No, but I did have like I had a thing where when I was first losing the weight, the plan was I was going to lose all the weight, cut off all the hair, shave the head, get rid of the bandana. So that's what's still waiting for that moment.
Vermont says no tats for you. He wants you to be buried in the Jewish cemetery with him.
I was raised Catholic. So I don't know how well that'll work.
Okay.
I did date a Hasidic girl once, but you know.
Ugh, why?
She was nice. She was a
Did she
nice
put
girl.
out?
Yes, she took my virginity.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
One for the Jews.
Outside of a church in the car.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
I like this.
Yeah, I had
We'll have
fun
to-
times back in the day.
I'm going to have you re-explain that on What Spot.
Okay.
September 11th. Get the story ready.
It's in the back of my mind always. It was
Okay,
rough.
good.
All right, here we go. So they're going to talk about how they met, and then they're going to start going into the
How did you meet?
situation.
Instagram.
She DM'd me because she was working for a social media startup, and she
Yeah.
wanted to get me to interview some girls she was representing.
Yeah, they're like, get us outreach on podcasts, and I only knew of one podcast at the time, so I sent him a DM.
Wow.
And he asked me when he was going to buy me a drink, so yeah, that's how I ended up here.
That was my line. I said, "When are you gonna buy me a drink?"
Yeah,
or some
that's what he
shit.
said.
You're gonna take me on a date, something like that.
And you guys have, is it 2 kids or just one?
Just one.
One kid. Okay, is there plans for more or?
Definitely more.
When you do porn and your body is your job, deciding like when to get pregnant is a really big
Your
deal.
body
But
is
if
your
I didn't do what I
job.
do for a living, I probably
Fealty, our bodies are our
She's under
job.
30.
Is it? I mean, I still got weight to lose. I don't know.
You know, my holes aren't getting railed every day, but
Not even your bonus hole?
no,
The munt hole?
no, my month is staying shunt.
The whole of the Munt Club.
Yeah.
You know, September is anal month.
Oh my god, anal, an anomaly. All right. All right.
Adele.
32, so we
The
definitely
truly
gonna crank out at
speaking
least one more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Some of your
undecided.
No, we want more kids for
Okay.
sure. It's just when is the timeline is hard to figure out.
Gotcha. And so you guys shoot adult content. You do content together, but then Adam, do you also shoot with other women or?
Not really. I did one time because she had a stomach virus, but besides that, we only shoot together for the most part. And then she recently did her first scene with another guy, which was kind of the first time that we.
And
branched
here we
out into
go.
that.
Here it
I mean,
is.
that's definitely made the rounds.
It was a bit of a
One
thing.
second.
It was a bit of a thing. And so, actually, you know what? We have a clip from your Instagram, Nick, if you can pull it up, but where you kind of announced that
let's
gonna
watch
work with
porn.
Jason Love.
I'd love to
Are you guys
see
still
it.
close with Jason, or?
I don't know if we're ever really close with him, but
Well,
I mean,
our friendship is
she's
stressed
close
since
with
the
him.
scene just because he kind of was yapping his
She's
mouth
pretty
on some
goddamn
podcasts
close
and stuff,
with him.
kind of talking crazy. So that definitely made it. So when we were
Yeah,
talking
my
about,
mom
we
just
were thinking
called.
about doing like a
Oh,
sort of like game
no.
show type thing, or like an American Idol type tryout thing for us to find the next dude that we're going
She
to
probably
film
heard
adult
you
content
talking
with.
about
And so
tattoos.
we were saying that we're definitely going to have to like.
No, she
really
wanted to tell
me
have
about
Adam
South
come in on all of
Dakota.
our thoughts on what's appropriate and what's not
What's
appropriate,
wrong with
since we
South
are
Dakota?
taking these sort of leaps with.
Oh, they went to go see the presidents on the mountain. That thingy.
Oh, Mount Rushmore.
Mount Rushmore. Yes, yeah. So she was trying to probably fill me in on the day and stuff.
Oh.
She wouldn't care about tattoos.
You
I
wanna
had
call
my
her back?
eyebrow pierced.
You want to call her back and put her on? We can hear about Mount
No, we need to watch this. I'm gonna hit play.
And as I understand it, was it a wedding present from? Is that?
It wasn't the actual wedding present.
Okay.
Before we got married, we had the discussion about if I should shoot with another guy, and Adam had said yes. And then after, when I was going to shoot it, which was shortly after the wedding, Adam made a joke like, "You should say this is your wedding present. Like you gave me all these threesomes,
Sure.
like hundreds of threesomes. Just say that I gave you like your pass or whatever."
Do you guys no longer do threesomes, or?
We do threesomes every week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you don't shoot.
How does he
separately
not
solo
know
with
that?
Other women typically.
Right. I mean, like, it honestly wouldn't really be a big
Is he
deal. I think
pretending
do
that
but
he
I don't know.
doesn't know his guests, or does
I don't
he
think
ask
so.
these obvious questions to lead the guests into explaining what they do? You know, for a person who has not heard of them at all. I don't know. He didn't seem to know at all what Anna or Brittany did. He didn't understand. I don't know. I feel like he knew what Sean did, maybe because he was the biggest YouTube account, but. It is
Or maybe
hard
because he's MGTOW and he
Right,
likes guys
right.
more than girls.
Right. But it's hard to tell if he actually does not research his guests or this is how he sets them up to explain themselves.
No, I don't think he does, because like on Sunday, like I said, like a super chat came in and mentioned Lauren, and he goes, "Who's Lauren?"
Oh no.
Like this is like one of the biggest
Wear a
personalities.
fucking
like-
name tag. Have your guests wear name tags. I mean, I would have a hard time keeping, 7 people's names straight.
Well, he should write it in his notes. He loves his little
Right.
notepad.
He should make a little table drawing and write names all around it.
Yeah, I mean, he writes your age and your body count. You
Oh
pick
yeah,
a name.
he writes your age and then circles it 5 times. That's what I imagine his notes are. It's just everyone's age and then frowny faces.
I think we need someone to go on the show and take a picture of his notes so we could see what it looks like. It could be whatever note gate.
You're right. You're right. Just Meek has noticed that he has a different cup than everyone else. Isn't that interesting? Look at his cup. His cup is taller than everyone else's cup. His cup
He also
is
has popcorn.
Yeah, it's a cup hierarchy. He's allowed snacks. His chair is more comfortable. Interesting observation.
Yeah, he's MGTOW. Tell you. Here we go.
My business.
Do we have the clip?
I was wondering which one.
Oh yeah, they
first one?
struggle with the Nick. As someone
You know
who
what
does video stuff, let me just say something to Nick really quick. Okay, Nick. I'm not trying to bash
Nick
you,
is his Jamie,
but-
right?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much. Nick, when you go home, you guys stream twice a week, man. I do clips for a show that does like 10 streams a week sometimes, and I bang out the clips within a day or two. And I could do layouts, I could do all of this. I got brought into, he's compensating.
He's overcompensating.
Yes.
Oh,
he
fuck.
is.
You guys are funny. You're funnier than us, all of you.
He has cup envy. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You're
right,
He needs
you're
to have the
right.
bigger cup, But like
Mhm.
literally, I went to Content House, and 3 weeks leading up to Content House, I practiced StreamYards, OBS, went over everything. Even though I streamed
Aw,
with
you
OBS.
did? You
Yeah,
woke
I
up,
streamed-
did push-ups.
I
you
did.
Turned on your StreamYard.
No, I
You
did.
practiced doing shots and then logging onto your computer.
I didn't do that. No, but I did. I was losing so much weight. I was so much lighter back then. I was maybe probably 40 pounds smaller. But like no, like
You'll get back
literally.
there.
Oh yeah, I will. Hopefully before the next Content House.
It's what
now,
they
like-
say in Weight Watchers: easy on, easy off. If you gain weight quickly, you'll lose it quickly.
Yeah, it's more like one day of bad eating is like 3 days of dieting. So yeah, good luck. That one Domino's night the other night was like, yeah, 3 days of fun.
It's ancient history. Just get off bread.
I hope. But like Nick, though, practice. If you happen to see this, I doubt you will. I don't know, but practice. You stream 2 days a week in your free time. Pop open OBS, practice, man. You should be able to pull up layouts. He messes up later in the stream too, and come on, man. This is a stream that's making thousands of dollars a stream. I think you could pull up a layout. Like,
imagine the money they're making.
Oh gosh, off of Christie alone on this episode was well over $1,000. Just saying.
Christie's the blonde one in the back there, or the brunette in the back?
Blonde.
Okay, I like her.
Oh, me too. I think Chrissie is awesome. Like, she changed my mind on some relationship stuff.
Oh wow.
We'll get into it. Like, legit. Like, me as a person, I have a degree in philosophy. I appreciate good arguments, and she has a really good one.
Wow, you have a degree in philosophy. That qualifies you to be a barista. Did you know that?
Yes, it does. And you know what the philosophy department told me? They're like, you could work for multi-billion-dollar corporations writing their ethics.
Oh,
I was
my
like,
God.
really?
And
Wow,
also,
yeah.
here's how you make a flower out of foam.
Yeah, and that was after I was in the musical conservatory in college, but they had a waiting list for guitar for 4 years, and I was like, I don't got the money to wait on that. And I was like, what else do I like? And I'm talking to philosophy people. They're like, yeah, no, there's plenty of jobs after college. And I graduated and was like, oh, fudge.
Oh, fudge.
I messed up. I totally messed up. Like, and then 2008 happened right after that.
Oh,
and it was,
no.
I couldn't get a job at Lowe's. Lowe's turned me down. Like, I was like, I messed up. I would be like, do you want a side of 2x4s with that order? All right, here we go.
Lena's, excuse me. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna.
Hold on. You gotta unmute it.
Okay. I got scared for a split second.
Guess what I'm shooting with today?
It's
finally happening. Wow, I did not know you were gonna do that.
You can pause it. So that's the guy who you did this scene with.
You haven't seen it?
I have not seen it.
Damn, Brian.
I have not
Get you
seen
a free sub.
What's that?
Get you a free subscription to my
It's
page.
called research, Brian.
See, he doesn't know anything about these people. It's like you're gonna have like
He
a
should have
nearly
already
billionaire on.
jerked off to that at least twice. Okay, it's called research. We watch the porn of all of our adult film star guests on Wet Spot. Okay,
I don't.
It's
I mean,
tough work,
I
but
watch it while we're on the show.
we sort of we force you to look at it. The live studio audience we subject you to it.
I mean, I don't mind. Like, it is always like, wow, I can, like, because, like, you know what I'll say about all the porn? Like, I've never met porn people before until your show. And honestly, all the ones I've met are kind of like the warmest, most, like, welcoming people
too.
Yeah. Like, to me, I never knew. Like, I thought maybe they're going to be, like, crazy or something because they're doing, like,
some of
porn
them definitely are. I'll tell you the ones that are crazy later, but yeah.
I'll flirt with all of them. I flirted with the one on Monday.
That was funny.
Yeah, it's fun. Flirting is fun. All right, here we go.
There you have it. There you have it. I'm out of the loop. I'm a boomer, pretty much. So, how did you guys distribute it? Was it through your own?
My OnlyFans page, yeah.
And to unlock it, did you just need a sub, or did you also have to pay like an additional?
It was $20 in the messages, which for a first of any sort is like kind of on the cheaper side. I hear of some girls charging like 50, 100, 150. But
okay. So in addition to
$20 to watch her get railed by a black dude. Yeah, I would say you undercharged.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they're thinking about doing it again, so
yeah, $20. $20, and anyone can screen record that, screen cap it. It exists in the internet forever. Your kids will definitely see it. I don't know. I just feel like that's too. I mean, I'm just so happy I never did any of that stuff.
Well, I think they say how many people downloaded it, and it was like 30-something thousand. So 30-something thousand times by 20.
I'm not Asian. I don't know what that is.
Well, times by 10, it would be 360,000. So 600, 720,000.
Okay, so they made like $750,000 on this.
Yeah, after taxes, you're looking at maybe like 600, 570 something.
Wow.
No, $500,000.
I wonder how much the black guy got paid.
I wonder if there was like a royalty fee for his appearance. That would have been a good payday. Because, I mean, they're probably still selling, too,
Wow.
Unless people do it the smart way and find it online. hit play.
There was a price to unlock. It was 2020. Okay. Do you guys know how many downloads it got?
Well,
are you able to track that on?
I don't think so. Not per video like that. Well, you can see like how many people bought it. But
do you guys know the numbers on how many?
It's in the many 7 digits in income.
Really?
But
Wow.
But as far as like
more.
I would love to know, like, the actually know how many
Excuse
people
me.
use it.
She's made over $1 million on this.
Yeah, well, 7 digits. Yeah.
Holy shit.
So $20
What the hell
was
do I
good.
know? It's what the hell? Take one black dick for $1 million. It's a good deal, I guess. You could probably
I'll
live
do
off
it.
that if you budget and you use your coupons right.
Yeah, I'm not gay, and I'll give it a go for a cool meal.
Yeah, sure. Take one BD, and you're in a wheelchair for a week, but then you got $1 million.
Yeah, it'll pay for my mental scarring after.
You know what?
It,
I have to show this comment from Viking because I really believe that like there's just no way he's totally fucking cool with it. He is not as cool as he is purporting himself to be. When they've done all their other content is him and another girl, threesome, girls. And the one guy that she bangs, and it's a black dude. There's no way. And she publicly went and said, yeah, he's bigger, way bigger. I like his dick more. And I'm sore. And I need to recover.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way this guy is not a little bit dead inside after that. Like, damn, you now know, and you've heard your wife say, yeah, this guy was better. How does that not... how do you recover from that? You can't. You don't.
Look, I can't even recover if the first time a girl sees it, if her reaction's kind of like...
It's like, oh, that's it?
Yeah, like that would destroy me. Like, So I don't know how guys do that. But then again, Adam, like he'll say later, he's been with 300 girls.
Why wouldn't she say, yours was better, baby? Like, do you make less money if you just, you know what I mean? That's your husband. Why not just say, yours was better? Yeah, he was black, but yours is better. Yeah, why do you have to be like, oh, I fucking tore a vertebrae. Oh, my colon's fucking, I got a 14-inch tear in it, like the manatee, you know? I just don't know why she couldn't spare him and the whole public and internet some of the details.
The only lie a guy likes is the lie that makes him feel like he's awesome. You know? That's all guys ask. Like, at least let us feel like we're awesome. You know, is that too much to ask? Like, you know, tell us it's huge. Even though we know you're lying, you know?
Yeah.
Golly.
I mean, she told the other guy it was huge.
Yeah, he gets the praise. But then again, Adam, he'll say he slept with over like 300 girls.
Maybe they're not even really married. Maybe it's a sham wedding. Maybe it's a sham relationship. Maybe they're literally just business partners and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, they're making tons of money, you know, and Adam does mention, like, when they got married, she had more money than he had, like, you know, so yeah, we'll see. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I'm sure it got leaked.
Oh, yeah.
Everywhere. Was it re-uploaded on various websites?
Yeah, I had like 3 different DMCA teams on it, like in different time zones.
So did you guys get any backlash?
Oh yeah. We had definitely never got like the conservative community backlash before, but then also like obviously I'm in the hip hop world podcast wise and everything, so there's definitely an element of stigma from that, and you know it's obviously all like some of it's super serious, was like people who really think this is like the worst thing.
Guys, I'm in the hip hop world, which means I have black friends. I'm in the hip hop world. What does that mean? Do you make music? Are you a musician?
He actually he is a producer. Like like I watched a documentary of like his whole journey. Like he apparently stole his podcast from like his business partner.
Whoa.
Like, his history is like messed up. This is not a good guy. In my opinion, you know, but yeah, he's about the money. He's morally devoid from all the sex he's had over the years.
Fealty, I promised my dad that I would never get involved with the hip hop world.
And I met him. I know what he looks like now too. It's
you met him?
Yeah, at the wedding. Well, no, I didn't meet I met your brother and sister. I talked with them a little bit.
I thought you said you've met Adam 22. Yes, of course. You've met my gay dad. Yes, you met everyone.
Well, I didn't actually meet your dad. Like, I met your brother and sister, but it was at the moment you and your dad were looking at the things and having
looking
a
at my
moment.
mom's photo, sobbing, like right at the entranceway of cocktail hour. It's me and my dad sobbing, looking at their wedding photo, be like, oh, Mom, would I love this? Yeah. Oh, we couldn't have been less approachable.
Yeah, at that moment, I saw it, and I was like, this isn't the time for me to go over there.
Why did they have to put the pictures by the fucking entranceway? Why did they stick them in the back?
That was while I was also like 3 drinks in at that point, because I literally got online for the drinks.
That's fine. At least you didn't arrive fucking hammered like Anthony and Gavin did. They missed the whole ceremony because they're just drinking in the cab. They fucking took their sweet ass time in the airport. It's fine.
Well, I did get to see Gavin run like a little girl the next morning to try and catch the van as it was leaving. He was holding his 2 bags like this, running like...
You should have videoed it.
I wish. Me and Marshall saw it happen. It was hilarious. But all right, I'll hit play. But yeah, I just want to say, you, your brother and sister, same person. Look exactly the same.
God, don't say that, because they're worse versions of me. They're like they're less actualized versions of me.
No, you all look like, if there was like 20 people and you were all like separated in the group and you're like, who's related here? Everyone would point at you.
They were like, we were all made in a 3D printer, except it was on fire when they came out. I mean, I'm the youngest, so that doesn't really work, but whatever.
I'm the youngest too, of 2.
Youngest are the best.
Jokes.
This is very true. I'm much better than my brother.
So it's kind of all over the place in terms of that. Yeah.
Gotcha. So we have some other married people here. Do you guys have any thoughts on the sort of arrangement that they have?
I mean, I'm extremely grateful to be married. My husband's an awesome guy, and I was sort of praying and waiting my life to find a man like him, and when I did, I was so grateful.
I just want to point out, just so that we're on point of like where I'm thinking here, notice their response to Adam and Lena. It's very soft. They're not going after them. They're not bashing them. And these are, the girl talking right now is a Catholic. The other guy said he's a son of Jesus. And then Isabella is a Christian.
So they're either not trying to be judgmental or they're afraid.
Yes. I'm going with cowardice on this one. Like, you just heard a person say he let his wife sleep with another man.
Oh, I just made $1 million.
Yeah, made $1 million off of selling sex. This is gonna come up.
That's what? That's $100,000 per inch. If my math is correct.
Who knows? I mean, she said 7 figures. If it's 9 million, it could be $1 million per inch. You know. Just saying. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, for us, fidelity is really, really big. We think that's part of being married, is that it's a sacred.
We
promise to each
think
other. So I think
that's literally in the vows.
Yeah, I mean, having that intimacy together, part of intimacy, I believe, is just for us too, and that has to do with sex. It's sacred. I believe
That's
it's sacred
literally the definition of marriage for everyone.
Well, let me tell you something. Is that the first time we ever hooked up, we had a few drinks, but we FaceTimed a girl who's a mutual friend of ours during a BJ aspect of us hooking up. Which I say just to say that for us, it has always come very natural.
So
that we have a little bit of that exhibitionist streak in us. And like, so I think
here's
a lot of
why
people
what we do
view
is
the
better.
sort of scene or us doing like different kind of stuff outside the box as being kind of like
This
shocking.
is their job. It is their job. They are literally selling sex. They're selling porn. They're selling the sexual fantasy. They are. And I had a stupid 3-way phase. I thought I sounded really fucking cool talking about my experiences on podcasts or in bars or to friends. And it's like, now that I'm a little bit older, it's like, you sound fucking stupid. Like, Adam, you're 39 years old. But that's the thing. It's their job. It's literally their job. They're selling a fantasy. So it's like, it's hard to actually, buy their advice. Number one, like, to take them as a serious, a serious, I don't know,
couple
type of, you can't, they're not a serious couple. Their job is to sell sex. It's like, so it's like they're not serious people. It's hard to take them seriously. It's hard to know, okay, what are you really saying from the heart versus what are you saying to sell your porn?
Yeah. And they're doing it in a way that is kind of one of the most like morally devoid ways, like they're doing threesomes. I'll say kook instead of the proper way of pronouncing the word with a U, he's a kook, Like, really? I could never.
Because at the end of the day, there is, and I've done threesomes, and they're overrated as fuck. They're not something I would gloat about now because I felt bad the whole time. And I know that I did them from a place of wanting the guy that I was with to like me more. And yeah, like I kind of like, okay, the girls are fine, but it wasn't from a good place. I'm not saying my experience is everyone's experience. And it's like, you can't tell me that experience, like, to me, there's nothing hotter than a guy wanting you so much that he doesn't want to share you with anybody. To me, that's the highest level of desire. It's like, no, I don't want to share you with anybody because that's how much I like you. Like you with your pizzas the other day. You know what I mean? I'm sure the pizzas were like, wow, he wants me all to himself.
I did.
He's going to eat me out.
I had a foursome with me and 3 lovely pizzas. They were good.
I just don't know how special you can feel when
Well, it's
you
a chasing Amy.
entirely give yourself to somebody. It's just, there's no higher specialness than you being the only one.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
maybe
the chasing Amy principle.
Yeah,
We're in chasing Amy, you know.
Yeah, maybe you have, I don't know, a personality closeness, but there's no physical way to top closeness than you being the only person that person is with physically.
Yeah. All right, we'll get back on into it, but I also keep an eye on Christy. Like, I want people to notice, like, she's so smiley and happy, and, like, she seems like a ray of sunshine if you're watching her in the background right now. Like, just, notice
But
that.
I say that just to say that, like, for us, it wasn't really much of a stretch, Like, as time went by in our relationship and we started shooting, professional content with other girls or just us or whatever, it just didn't really strike us as super out of the ordinary. So for, like, most people, they would be going from being in a strict relationship where they're practicing monogamy to, like, then the idea of another guy coming in and, like, sleeping with their wife. Like, a lot of people can't really seem to have a hard time wrapping their head around the fact that for us it was content, that she had just really been dying to have a penis inside of her. Then she, we could have had that conversation for sure.
A bigger one than yours, Adam.
Really that. It was really more of like
That's what, Adam. If yours was big enough, maybe she wouldn't have had that desire.
Yeah.
He's thinking that.
Everyone has their own guide in terms of what's cheating in a relationship. And if I was texting Jason right now, probably that would be considered cheating. But me having gone at a certain time and place and told my husband, like, I'm gonna fuck him and we're gonna film it, that was not cheating. So it's just.
Are you guys familiar with Wilt Chamberlain?
Yeah, he's had sex with what, like 9,000 women or something?
Yeah. He said, I know what it's like to have sex with 1,000 women. Yeah. He said, but in hindsight, I would rather have sex with one woman 1,000 times.
No, I respect that for sure.
Oh, yeah. I like Bass Boy in the back. Bass Boy in the back has more BDE than Adam 22.
No. Not at all. He's going to go downhill through this episode so freaking fast. He's a peach. He is a peach.
But you can tell that these men I'm like, ooh, okay. There's already a little bit of an alpha competition going on because Brian's like, he's not even there. He's not even in the contest. But now this guy is talking. He's like, ooh, I got to bring something to this conversation. I got to outdo Adam 22. I got to be more of a man than him. I have to champion my side.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get back. Her, that's like with something like 300 girls, and then us being together, probably like another 300. And it's like, I don't
600 girls he's
by any
slept
means
with.
because I think that in some way, you
have
to sleep with some number of women before you can make some kind of educated decision about what kind of woman you want to spend the rest of your life with. Now, that being said, like, what is that number? Obviously, a lot of people think, or not a lot, but like some people think that it's preferable to be a virgin before you get into a relationship. I don't personally really think you have enough information about what you're into or not into before you've slept with anyone. And obviously, there's a lot of ways to get to know somebody besides just
agree with that.
sleeping with them. But myself, I've personally had the experience many times of, pining over a girl for weeks and then finally sleeping with her and her vagina was
oh my God, I had to wait weeks. Some people wait months, some people wait years. Oh my God, I've had to wait weeks. I've had to wait tens of days to fuck somebody.
Man, I had to go on like romantic relationships and have it like evolve over time from hand holding and the nerves of when are we going to kiss? Should I kiss her? Like, is this the moment? And go through a journey of letting it like unfold like a flower, No, we just bang. Sex means nothing and HPV is forever.
And to me, that's just like, you need to find that out before you actually go for it,
Well, if you're marrying a virgin, I mean, that kind of eliminates that entire.
I think some vaginas are just like inherently blown out. Like I think that
They come like that.
they just are fucked up. Yeah, like that's just a genetic thing. All kinds of different size vaginas, just the same way that like ladies, I'm sure you wouldn't want to marry some guy and then find out he had a 2.5-inch penis, right?
No.
See?
Yeah, you have to see it first. There's no
I think
way.
it depends on like your view of the person, because if our view of the person is what can they give me, like,
Is
in
this
terms of
woman
immediate
gonna be like,
sexual
look,
gratification.
my husband has a 2.5-incher, and here's why it's okay.
Well, if she was a virgin, she wouldn't know any better, though.
Right? You'd be like,
Yeah.
no. The husband would be like, no, this is actually 7 inches. You'd be like, all right, I guess inflation, whatever. It is what it is.
Well, I do appreciate the lie girls say, well, no, it's good. It's a good size. You know?
You're in full range.
Yeah, it's like I appreciate that lie. Appreciate it so much.
As opposed to, is this someone that I want to choose to love, because I think love is a choice, and someone that I would see raising a family with one day and I could be with together for life, and then you figure out sex together and you can keep optimizing your sex by loving each other more and more and more. But ultimately, love is a choice, I believe, and it's one that is a gift of yourself, and you
Right.
receive the gift of the other person.
But if I had started to hang out with her and the first time that I saw her vagina, it was a Venus flytrap, it's just, I want to know that before I get into like a serious relationship. I think that's very valuable information. Like I think there are big vaginas, there are big dicks, there are small vaginas, there are small dicks, and realistically they need to be matched up appropriately.
Wait, hold on. Venus flytrap? What are we talking? Are we talking about Audi?
Well, it's also like the Bride. What was it? With Carrie Elwes, the Princess Bride at the end of the movie. No, it was Men in Tights, where he finally has the key to unlock her like underwear, and then they don't have the key, and they're finally married, and they can't get it open.
I've never seen The Princess Bride.
No, not the Princess. It's Men in Tights.
Oh.
It was the Robin Hood kind of comedy movie where it was like kind of mocking the Robin Hood thing in a funny way. Great movie, worth seeing. And The Princess Bride. Come on, how have you not
I
seen
know.
that?
I'm behind.
I'm very sorry.
Well, just like I'm just picturing like a bunch of like venom and poison and all kinds of like spiked teeth and stuff like within.
Adam's trying to be funny, but again,
I think
you
it's
can
like
tell
his
that
energetic
his
connection.
you can tell that his only value is looks. He's not talking, and that's the thing, man. Being in porn robs you of your ability to connect, and you don't even know that you've been robbed of that ability to connect because it's so far gone, and it's such a job. It's like, imagine like, at a regular job, it's like using the copy machine is not special anymore because you do it fucking 40 times a day. And like, I don't even think that they know that that's been robbed from them because they're just so used to it. I don't know. I just think it's like you're diluting what you can offer to someone else.
Well, it's like it's the equivalent of like smoking a cigarette now. You know, it's like it's the thing you do to fulfill just that need you have really quick, and you get your cigarette and you're good.
When your sample size is so big, my God, how picky are you going to be of women's bodies? Because you've had 600 examples. There's probably like, I don't know, 50 women of that 600 who have like top tier looking snatches. You know what I mean? Like even less, you know what I mean? Body wise, even fewer. And whereas a random person who meets a girl falls in love, maybe their bodies and snatch look would be in the bottom 10%, but they wouldn't know because they haven't had the huge sample size to like nitpick and their bodies with. And it's like, so you're already, his value system is based on like looks and like perfectness rather than a connection, what you have in common, your values. Because it's like once your sample size gets to be that big, it's like you can't help but be so picky. Like just think about it. If you're someone who always eats at Denny's, you're like, oh, this is fucking great. But if you're a foodie and you go to all these different restaurants, you're going to get more and more picky because you've had more experiences.
Or you're going to need larger and larger amounts of
Your
food.
standards are going to be, your standards are just going to raise by sheer experience.
I mean, I experienced that. I mean, I can't order one pizza from Domino's. I've got to get 3 now. You know, Adam's got to do a podcast where it turns into a threesome at the end of the podcast every single week with his wife. You know, golly. All right. So this is all right. So we're gonna get into the first part where Chrissie. I said almost a Chrissie. So you say Chrissie. They're close people, but Christie. This is, as the philosopher in me, she comes up with something here that I find actually really interesting and kind of changed my mind on some things.
spiked teeth and stuff like within the vagina. I don't know.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I think it's like an energetic connection. Like when you're hooking up with someone, you either like energetically have a connection with them or you don't. That's like why you're like kiss with your eyes closed and stuff. You could like feel their
if
energy.
I have like bad sex, it's done that night. I've
Yeah,
never seen
but
it.
also like with that being said, I don't
Here
think
we
it's
go.
about the number. I think it's about the ratio. Like certain people have. Some people just everyone wants to fuck them, and if they fucked 100 people and 7,000 people wanted to fuck them, that's like a pretty low ratio.
Yes!
You live in the middle of no.
Right?
Yes!
Right?
Yes! I have a joke about this. It's about
Really?
ratio. Yes, my Princeton joke. It's like
wow.
I talk about having a whole quotient. If you had this many people apply, but you let in this many. I compare my down there to Princeton, and I go, I've let in a relatively small amount of people. It's like Princeton. It's like an Ivy League school. It's a whole joke I do, and she is talking about exactly that. And Chris Rock famously said, "You're only as loyal as your options. So if you're super hot and you're getting a ton of offers, and let's say you get 1,000 offers a year, but you only do take up 50." That's different than someone who's like, oh, I got 60 offers and I took up 50.
No, it's to me that completely changed my mind on like the
Very
body
smart.
count thing. Like
Yes,
if there's
yes.
a girl who like, like people
How
know.
many
yes,
are
like,
you swatting off?
Yeah, like people know. Like yes, do I have a crush on Kate Meany? Absolutely, she's cool, but she has plenty of guys going after her, and she does openly talk that she's been with multiple people. And now after that, I'm kind of thinking about it like, yeah, I should really kind of look at girls, because this day and age, I'm not going to find a girl who's been with as many people as I have, which is low, in the single digits. But, I can't really expect, like, if a girl's been with 20 people and they're in their 30s, but they've had 3,000 guys sliding into their DMs over the years, and they only were, tried 30 different people. Dating
Also,
and
don't
everything,
rag on your number because you could meet a girl tomorrow that's like, oh yeah, I've had nothing but long-term relationships. In fact, my number is lower than yours because it's all everyone's got their different journey. And again, like,
Well, it's not a bad thing. It's just, it's
when
just
I
the
look at my
reality.
number, I'm like, oh, I wish that were at least 2/3 lower, because when you have sex with enough people, you go, oh, you start having sex with the same type of person you have the same type of experiences. You go, okay, I could have done without the last 15 because it was similar to you know what I mean? So you're not missing out on anything.
Well, actually, during Keanu's stream, I saw a girl that seems really cool, just saying. But, okay, let's get back on it, because she's going to explain the ratio, and so you guys will start. This is kind of like the birth of what I'm trying to convey for this episode of what was going on. Chrissie's saying this, and like you could see, both me and Chrissy fully kind of agree with this mindset, and it is very rational and something worthy of like a conversation, at least, of like, wow, like I can see what you're saying there, but I don't agree with it, because even though like a ratio might seem like, oh, you turned down a lot of people and you took the risk on a smaller amount of people instead of being the person like, oh, you're 3,000 for 3,000, you'll see how they treat her. And so you're seeing this happy person, who's smart. Like, this is a smart thing to say. Like, that's a complex thing to explain. And so let's see what happens.
No one really wants to fuck you. You're not that good looking. And you slept with 10 people. That's like kind of a big deal. Maybe only 10 people wanted to fuck you in your whole life and you fucked all of them. Like, I think it's about the ratio, not the number.
See, look. Oh, she gets the thinking stuff.
I'm just saying, like, it's about like the
I
ratio.
like that.
It depends where you live. It totally depends in the city. If you go out, how you look. Like, if everyone, like that, if you're going to the pool and you look a certain way and everyone wants to fuck you and you're,
look, no one's engaging. They're looking around.
She's saying something so real. And everyone's like, oh no. Like, the porn people should have her back on this. But they can't.
Look at Adam's face. Look at Adam's face right now.
Know what it's like to be a hot person just in the wild. Like, they fuck for a living. So they actually don't know how many people would be interested if they did not do porn for a living. So they're like, oh, we actually don't even know what that's like to just be hot and see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, literally, like, look at Adam's face. They get the thinking stuff, like the way Brian pulls up the thinking stuff, like, oh, they're like mocking her, like really like going in. And this is kind of like the first time she's kind of talked. Like, so right up to now,
she's had to muster this up. And it's a great point.
Yeah, but like I think what happened is she started the show. She said she does OnlyFans.
Look at his eyes. Look at his crazy eyes right now. Hungry eyes.
Yeah, but so y'all see what I'm saying though. Like she started off the show and she said she does OnlyFans. So I think the other three people on the table, who I will label the cowards, just instantly they look at her, they see maybe a bimbo, blonde hair.
Yeah,
you know.
anybody who does OnlyFans should be having her back in this moment. There should be a verbal back having, and I have not heard anyone having her back.
Yeah, no, not at all. And you'll find out later why this is even. Oh, we're going down.
Sounds like a low number
I'm
compared
gonna
to
hit
50,
play.
but out of 1,000,
See, look,
50's
thinking.
not big.
Yeah.
It's the ratio.
I'm
It's the
getting
ratio.
confused, like the difference between like ratio and like body count. Are you saying they're two separate things? Or
Yeah,
the same
yeah.
Thing?
No, I'm saying body count doesn't matter. It's the ratio to body count. It's about the opportunities. So like, if we both had like 100 guys wanting to fuck us. No, wait, no. Like if you had 100 and I had like 1,000,
It's hard to
it would
know
be
how
so
many
different based on the
you
ratio.
have,
Yeah,
you know?
it's about how many opportunities.
I love it. I love that she looked at Isabella. Was like,
yeah.
all right, I've had 1,000. You've had 100. That's really funny because like Isabella was flattered by the fact that like, because I'm sure her DMs are full. She's hot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe more before she had the braces, but like they'll be off soon.
Oh no,
And
the
she'll be-
braces! Are
she'll
you
be
kidding me,
back.
guys? You kidding guys with the braces? They're
No,
probably
you're
like,
right.
oh
You're right.
snap!
I had braces in college. I had a lot of fucking creeps sitting on me. So
Yeah.
she's getting all types in there. But she smiled because she's like, yes, I do get a lot of people in my DMs. I do get a lot of offers, and I turn them all down.
Yeah.
So it's super low.
But see, I think though, like Christy there, I think she wasn't meaning it as a diss though. I
No.
think because she was trying to convey the difference of
She
the
was
ratio.
trying to
like-
connect and trying to be like, okay,
Yeah.
I don't really know what your deal is. Yeah.
Plus, she's talking to a Christian person too.
Right.
Like, so it's
Is it is fair to say that we all agree there's something that's spiritual?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And we all acknowledge that the higher your body count, the harder it becomes to pair bond down the road.
No, because
over
I'm saying
time.
it's about the ratio.
No, I'm
But
not
what if
talking
you're
about
in bond
race.
with someone?
Look, like he instantly is changing the topic. You know,
Ooh.
like-
He's like, oh no, it's not my strong suit, because they don't thrive when you're talking about bonding and intimacy and specialness. They thrive when it's like, yeah, fun stories, highlight reel, a fucking awesome looking snatch. Like that's where they can shine on those
Mhm.
topics.
Well, watch what they do to her now. So like they're just disregarding,
And then
like
you
you
guys
know,
decide together
change
that
topic,
you guys can go
disregard.
sleep with other people.
I think-
It doesn't.
I think it'll
it
hurt the
adds to
bond.
your connection.
I think
in
it'll-
a way.
The,
I
the
think it'll
data
hurt
says
the
that
bond
it hurts the
long-term.
bond long term.
Maybe we fucked up, babe.
Bigger than the data.
I have a question when it comes to like, because you mentioned your parents and
See,
what's
look,
what
now
do you-
we're off it.
What's your sort of sense of
She said something really smart. We're off it. You're disregarded. Like, you know.
Yeah, that's somewhat, but nobody yes-anded her. So
Yeah.
that was not going to be taken further. She was trying to fucking pass the ball. Nobody fucking took it and ran with it, which is what I would have done if I were there. I'd be like, yes, girl, I have a whole joke about this.
Mhm.
Ratios matter.
Yeah. Or just like, when you're going to debate someone, you start your reply with what they brought up. So,
Yeah.
like, I hear
It
what you're
sounds-
saying about
yeah.
the ratio, but you still, like,
Right.
if you do accept 20 people, that's still a high amount.
It's great
You know?
because it's when you set it up that way, Fealty, it sounds like, oh, wow, this person's been listening.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is how it's starting off. Like, she did her intros, and this is the first time we're 19 minutes into 20 minutes into the episode. So other than her intro, this is the first time she's talked. She sat there quietly, smiling, ray of sunshine. The first thing she brings up is a succinct, concise thing, Try to speak. I can speak it to 1.5. I'm from Brooklyn.
Black dick.
Peeing in sinks. Okay.
how you plan to talk to your child, or I think you said you want to have more kids, which is awesome. What is your sense of how to communicate like your profession and your work to your kids?
I mean, I think there's a time when your kid is mature to have the conversation about like, well, this is, entertainment in the same way you would describe any entertainment. And we were just entertainers in this entertainment business, and everything. Like, I don't feel like we're doing anything unethical by having sex, filming it and selling it legally and then paying a shit ton of taxes on all of that. Like, there is nothing wrong with that to me. And like, I would, when she's mature enough, just explain that to her. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with two adults agreeing to participate in a sex act off camera or on camera, and I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody starting and running a business in which they sell a product to people who want to purchase it.
He's
so I have no qualms about
insufferable.
doing-
I'm sorry to interrupt. The more I hear
Yeah.
him talk, the more I'm like, I'm amazed anybody would have sex with or marry this person. Like, he seems arrogant, cocky, no pun intended, like smartest guy in the room, zero humbleness, zero sensitivity, zero care, not going off of anybody else's points. Like he's a fucking island. Ugh. Sorry. I just like, I can't.
Well,
with him.
he might have a smaller peen, but he's got a larger bank account, and he looks like a peach in that Teddy Fresh shirt, which is the clothing company of Ethan Klein. Well, Ela Klein, his wife.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that's Teddy Fresh. I'm pretty sure. And
It's an ugly shirt. That looks like a shirt he stole from a 12-year-old boy. I don't like it.
It really looks stupid. I don't like the red with that dark kind of navy blue, and the red's kind of pinkish. Maybe the camera's throwing it off, but I doubt it. But I think that looks stupid.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said that this Adam 22 is who Hunter Biden wishes he could be. And that truer words were never said. Thank you to whoever said that.
I don't know. Hopefully Hunter goes to jail.
He's giving me Burisma vibes.
He lived in Ukraine for a while. Okay.
I kind of noticed that this always happens where people sort of lay out the terms of our relationship or acknowledge that, we're in a relationship that's a little non-traditional.
Oh, God. All they can do is talk about themselves.
Because, compare us to like Destiny and his girl, where he has full-on sexual relationships with other girls, and I guess she knows about it.
Destiny does not. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I'm pretty sure Destiny's wife has slept around. There's that video of Destiny sitting at the computer and his wife is dancing with the dude behind him, and Destiny's looking like his whole world's falling apart.
Yeah, they do the hello, darkness, my old friends. That whole thing.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, you're going to bring up Destiny, bro? Like, look, Destiny can do good debates because he does a lot of research before going into them, and appreciate that he does go into the debates.
But
he knows he's going to make money off of it.
You're name dropping to embolden your own point, which just shows you where his values are at. It shows you his motivation.
And he's also name dropping a kook. Replace it with the U. It's like bringing up Jack Murphy and be like, he was a strong guy. The liminal order. They're all strong men.
I went out of my way to mention Joe Rogan to prove my own point. You'd be like, Chrissy.
Like, I stood outside of the mothership once, and that's why I am a comedian.
Yes, I introduced myself to him once at the Comedy Store in 2020.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I met him one time. It was when I was the only time I was at the Comedy Store. Well, the first time I went was when I went to do Kill Tony. It was like March 6th, 2020. It was like right as the pandemic was popping off. It was a very cool show because somebody actually did their set in a hazmat suit, and we're all laughing. We're like, ha, how ridiculous. And then it became the reality.
Yeah, I watched that Kill Tony. It was good.
Wow.
It's good Kill Tony. I like it from time. I don't really like Tony Hinchcliffe. I think he's just like a suck up to Rogan, but that show was kind of funny outside of him.
It's a great premise. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's a separate thing. And then vice versa, she sleeps with other guys. That's kind of like a more extreme version of what we have going, where it's more of just like an on-camera thing. We almost never in the past like 3-4 years
notice that. I just want to point out, on-camera thing. It's just an on-camera thing.
Off-camera. Not that we have anything against it. It just hasn't really. It's primarily a work thing from our perspective. But what people always do is that once we sort of laid that out, and
pigeonholed themselves.
You can really say is wrong.
You can't get out of it now.
It just instantly
They're
becomes about the kids
typecasted
because there's something inherently uncomfortable about us having the careers that we have, and then also having kids. Now we know a ton of porn stars who basically hide their kids away from the world, and nobody knows that they have kids. And given the amount of like intense scrutiny that we've gotten over the past couple months, I can kind of understand that. We stopped posting our kid's face on social media and stuff like that, just because we don't really want her to have a life that is so defined by what her parents did for a living.
Bad.
But I mean,
it's gonna
I say all that
happen.
just to say that I feel like the argument against
You're gonna have to change
people
her
engaging in
name
sort
or
of
something.
non-traditional relationships is kind of weak if you have to instantly pivot into like, well, what about the kids?
Yeah, I think there's a design of how we were created to function in a one.
Wait a second. Did Adam just say, "Oh, why do people keep asking about the kids?"
Yeah.
Dude, these people should not be parents. It's like you have kids. Your lives are supposed to change completely. You're supposed to completely reorient yourself for the betterment of the kid. That is the point. You can't just be you're as selfish as you were as a single person than when you have kids. It's insane. It's so fucking selfish. Like, I'm not saying you can't have kids and do porn, but like his attitude of like, why do people keep bringing up our kids? That's because he doesn't like that criticism, and he's waiting for the shoe to drop, and he's like, fuck, this is going to be gnarly. What, you know what I mean? When this kid gets old enough, the kid is like what, less than 5 years old. It's going to be a gnarly conversation whenever the time comes.
Well, not even just that. We've all been kids once, and we can all know that when growing up, if my parents were doing porn, I would have been just destroyed in school. You know, especially this day in the internet, kids would have been coming in with my mom's picture and be like, yo, I'm going to bang your mom, bro. Like, when people say, like, I'm going to bang your mom as the diss, like, how they do anyway, you know,
Right,
this
'cause
time
kids
they're
are
going to
going
show
to-
me my mom. Like,
Kids are going to like, right, when you can like boil down someone's mom as a sexual object, which you can do anyway, by the way, if your mom just is in shape, you know, it didn't take much. I mean, when we were in middle school, there was a 25-year-old Spanish teacher, Senora Logis. She was so hot, and she just would wear fitted clothing, and people were like, could not stop talking about her. Imagine it's like, oh, now we have naked videos of this hot person. It would be so distracting, and that you can just pull up at will, and like, not even that's your fucking mom. So now you have an absolute a knockout punch to some kid. Anytime you want to bully them, own them, be like, oh, really? Because your mom, here's your mom's pussy. Like, that is your forever.
Worse than that.
move.
Worse than that, they have video of their mom saying the guy that she cheated on their dad with has a bigger penis and put her in traction for a few days. You know, that is so much darker. You know,
Literally.
Like your dad is nothing. Yes. Wow. I did not even realize
yeah,
that.
right. You walked into that one.
Oh golly! All right, here we go.
Arrangement. Now, I think everything outside of that.
But also,
yeah. And I
sorry, keep on coming. But notice this reply. Like, notice their replies to what these people are saying. Like, everything we've just said, how dark this is, how deep this is, literally, you know, this response to what they just said. Notice these
think there
cowards.
is something wrong with porn. I think porn is a total net negative to society. I'm not sure how many of you guys are like fans that watch you regularly, you've met in person, and how this affects them. But I mean, Andrew Huberman did a whole long thing about what happens when someone consumes porn, masturbates. They open up a feedback loop that's intended to be consumed with someone else. So I think it's very hard to make the argument that porn is helping people as much as it's harming people. It's keeping a lot of these guys regressed. It's keeping, I mean, the incel community, the red pill stuff. A lot of the people that rail against you guys probably secretly go and watch this stuff, which is a really bizarre thing. We've seen it with the Fresh and Fit girls. So I don't know if, as a net positive, if this is something, remove the kids. Like, this is something that you think is actually adding to human flourishing.
Everyone tries to always focus on like the extreme porn watcher, but I
It's
think that
their
there's, like, very healthy
fucking
porn
job,
consumers.
man. You're not going to get a straight answer out of them. It's cope. You have to cope. When you're them, there's no getting out of this and doing something else. Like, when you're in, you're in. Like, you're in this till you retire or you do grandma porn. Okay? There's no being like, yeah, I think I'm just going to go back to school, be a lawyer maybe. So I just don't think you're going to get an honest answer out of them in terms of like
No, you don't.
values and reality.
You don't. That's why I skipped it. If you So we're going to move on to now Christie. I keep on saying Chrissie, but Christie starts to weigh in on like the porn industry here. You know, they went back and forth and Adam did his whole thing. Like at first when I was watching this before all the Christie stuff happened, like, you know, part of me was like, I mean, I could see what they're saying in a way, you know, and I was giving them like the benefit of the doubt on it. But after watching these three cowards and what they do to Christie, it's just like
the folks consuming it are underage, and I don't think we'd want kids to consume this.
Can I say something?
On that. Sure.
Besides for the underage thing, just to go back on your point, I think if people are watching porn, it's because their husband or wife or spouse or significant other isn't gratifying them properly, and that's why they're looking for ways to do it. So like,
Well,
it's
hot
not really, like
take.
the porn industry.
Yeah, it's the chicken, not the egg. I think it's the other way around.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of the porn, there's a lot of extreme stuff that happens in a lot of pornography, and so yeah, the person might be kind of acclimated to want certain more extreme things,
Which
that is uncomfortable
I
for
understand,
their
but
spouse.
like,
So that's why it can
if
break
you're
apart
like in a
marriage.
committed relationship and you agree upon certain things, then you shouldn't be looking elsewhere. And
I
usually,
agree,
if you
I
do look
agree.
elsewhere, it's because you're not getting what you thought you were getting out of it. And everyone has needs.
I love her so much. I love. She's hot. She's fun. She's sexy, but she's also like, yeah, you should be doing it for your person. To the visual of seeing you naked and what you do with your mouth and holes should be so good that this person does not need to watch porn anymore.
Yeah,
I am with her.
Like, yet again, her second time talking in the whole show, and
She's
it's like reasonable.
Fucking
Like,
knocking it out of the park constantly. And again, if you're away, maybe you're on the road doing comedy and somebody watches porn, very understandable. You cannot be all places at all times. But she's saying generally, like, if you're somebody who's like, I need porn to come, it's like, well, then that person's not doing it for you.
Yeah. That's if your wife is doing everything you kind of need and you're getting what you need from it, you're not going to need porn, even if it is 2 days between sex or whatnot. You're not going to need it because also you have children, you have life to do, you got all this stuff going on. It's like, when you have that wonderful moment with her, like, yeah, you got everything you need. You don't need porn. Or if if you can't find a relationship, then you need porn. You need something, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if it's getting boring with the same person, then y'all are boring because there's different lingerie. You can buy fucking wigs. You can do different scenarios, go on vacation, do new experiences together. Like, I don't know. I think if you have a boring life, it's because you are boring.
Yeah. Well, it's also when you're in a relationship, and especially when you're married, this is one person that you could try anything with now.
Yes.
Like you have full reign. Like, okay, you want to try the anal? Let's go for it. Like, you want to try the toy? Let's go for it. Like,
be in my mouth. I don't like it. But sure, I'll try it.
And you don't have the worry of like, oh, are they going to break up with me because I want to try and lick her toes or something? Like, no, she chose to be with you forever. She's, or he, like, it's, like, she's so spot on.
That's part of the role of porn from my perspective is that, like, let's say I have a huge black woman fetish, and then I end up in a relationship with an Armenian woman. Should I just live
why
my
did you
entire
say
life with
black? Because that's what's on your mind, Adam? You're thinking about black guys? You're thinking about black people? Because you're not as big as one? Oh, no.
Yeah, but also if you noticed, Adam came in there and cut off Christy. Just wanted to point that off. Like, this is what happens. Like, people don't understand. Like, when you're on a channel and stuff, and you're doing stuff, especially like this, if you're not a content creator, if you've never done it before, it could be a little daunting. Of like, all right, when's my time to jump in? It's like jump rope,
But you're right, Fealty. The least you could do is yes and. Even if you have nothing to say on that person's point, be like, oh, I want to piggyback off of what Christy said. I like that Christy said this, but also this. It may have nothing to do with her point, but you're trying to weave a blanket of a conversation that all goes together.
Notice they did not reply to what she said.
Us never getting to produce fluid to the site of a beautiful ebony queen. To me, it's better for me to be able to handle that cop of OnlyFans of this creator and then just be able to, do that. Whereas, like, same thing with like a lot of fetish stuff. Like the average girl that you end up in a relationship with, say you're a guy who likes to get pegged. Not really my thing, but Brian, I don't know.
I don't know about that one.
Okay, fair enough. But let's say that you're into it, and it's like that's gotta be a pretty hard conversation to have with the average girl. Like, hey,
Adam is so performative. He is. This is not a genuine conversation from him. Everything he's saying, he's either trying to make a joke, and this is what I hate about people who aren't comedians who think they're funny. Everything he's saying, he's trying to make a joke. He's trying to go to the extreme. Oh, what if I was really into big black women? Oh, what if this or that? And it's like he's not genuine because again, he's a fucking performer.
No. Well, he also doesn't have to. He's like in this, you'll notice he's just saying what's getting through the moment. He doesn't care about anything he's going to say, anything he's going to agree to. At the end of the day, he's going to go back and do his life. None of these people in this room, none of the people watching matter to him. Because he's going to make millions of dollars no matter what. Just like Tim Pool with the Eliza Blue. It didn't matter. He's going to make millions of dollars no matter what. These people don't have to care.
They don't have to care. They don't have to listen. They don't have to yes and anyone's points because guess what? They're there to literally just advertise their porn. And that's it.
Exactly.
This
so here we go. I want you to put
podcast for them is one big retweet.
Oh, yeah. It's a commercial. It's a free commercial. All they had to do is take a nice vacation out to California. Well, I think they live in California anyway, so they just had to take a nice little afternoon or evening. It's BS.
All right, here we go to town on me. What do you think?
Well, this is
okay, but I'm just saying.
Now, did you see that? Did you see that cut off? That disrespect right there.
He has to be on the. He has to be on the offensive.
But this is building up. If you've noticed the cutting off of Christy, the disregarding for everything she said, the nice girl in the corner with the smiles who's made 2 good points right now. 2 better points.
Purple shirt has said nothing. Isabella has said almost nothing. Based conservative boy has tried to make some points, but again, he's probably realizing, you know what, like I'm not gonna get through to these fucking people. Like we are so different. And married girl with the big tits and the red shirt, she's again in good faith, but same thing. It's like they're probably conservative boy and big tits and the red shirt are probably realizing like, there's no way we're getting through to you people. Like you're never going to see our point of view. And we're not the biggest follows here. So
I think they're just cowards.
Yeah, we're gonna just run out the clock. We can't. They don't maybe want to or are able to take them on in a debate. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, if I was there with Adam, I would be like, dude, you're a kook, man. You're just
tough
in it for the
because
money.
they have completely different value systems. You can't argue or debate with somebody who has a completely different value system.
Oh, I
than you.
can. I can. I'm like, how could your relationship
Yeah, I
mean
guess you
anything
can.
outside of money
guess-
if she's banging everybody?
And here's the thing:
You
is
know?
like when you bring up the topic of children, that is when because the
Yeah.
values of raising children are kind of universal, and that's why Adam hates the topic of children because it's like fuck all that selfish fuckboy porn shit goes out the window because everyone deep down knows what's best for children.
Because everyone's been a child and they know what they would experience if it happened to them. Like, that's not hard to just surmise from all this.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back on.
Like, you might want to like see that stuff online and leave it out of your personal life because it would be so complicated to bring that into your personal life. And a lot of like people's fetishes, it's just you don't really control that. If you're turned on by seeing some pagan stuff, I'm not into it. But like, you know, it might be a little complicated to bring that into your personal life.
I dated a guy for like 2 years. I didn't know he had a foot fetish at all. He never made it like weird to me like that at all. This was way before OnlyFans and stuff. And yeah, I only found.
Did you notice the huh? Nobody else gets the huh sound effect, yet Christy talks. The third time she's talking, she gets a freaking huh. Like, you mocking
That's
her.
not
like,
fair. That's not fair at all.
No.
No
It's
one else
literally-
has been subjected to sound effects.
No, it's like, and what has she done so far to really make her out to be like, oh, the person deserving of like the thought things popping up and all this stuff? Like, you know, so like, I that's why I want to point out, like, you saw she's all smiley and everything. She came into this, she's a happy person.
Probably the first time he did an effect on her, it got a laugh in the chat. So he's just probably like,
Mm.
ugh, I have to keep doing that. The chat likes it.
Yeah, maybe I don't usually watch the chat while this is all going on. Let's see. Am I in full screen? Am I? Okay, wait. There we go. Gal, I'm turning into Nick right now, Chrissy. I'm turning into Nick.
Don't say that about yourself. You're so much better than Nick.
History.
I'm Nick Fealty.
It made me feel better because he didn't put me in a weird situation. I didn't know he was a weirdo.
Why does that make him a weirdo?
Your feet lick feels really good. You should try it.
I've done foot stuff.
But I think to Ruslan's point too, like, and when he's saying like porn is so detrimental, like this is what he's talking about because people get so progressive and it goes so fast that people get so acclimated to like their dopamine.
Yet again, though, disregarded anything she said.
Kind of like what makes them get
Right.
off, that they need more and more and more, and it just funnels like a deeper porn addiction. Nobody's a virgin starting off doing like weird kinky stuff or having like a foot fetish. It's not really like normal, and so I think that's mostly what he's talking about and saying that's why it's just detrimental. People should just stay away from it. As a
I
whole.
completely under.
She's the female version of Robert Kennedy. She smokes a lot of weed or cigarettes.
Myocarditis.
Yeah. I mean, they are, you know, talking so much pipe out blonde's vocal cords. You know, they're just bashing her in the chat because they're all MGTOW. I dislike MGTOW.
You know what I think they should make is a beach towel. They should sell a beach towel that just says MIG on it. It could be the MIG towel.
I just got that. Okay. That would be good.
But you know what?
Or
They probably don't really go to the beach, these people.
If they do, it's on a private island owned by a guy with a name starting with the letter E. All right, here we go.
Understand? Like I'm super conservative, Republican, whatever. Like I'm not saying. Yeah.
See, now this was the shock moment. Look at Lila Rose here in that face. Like, I've decided you're an OnlyFans person, so you're the enemy at the table. Yeah.
Red shirt is going, oh, you do OnlyFans, you cannot be conservative.
Yeah.
Well,
And then-
I mean, it's if you're being really, really basic about your definition.
Well, are you not a
but
right
here's the
winger?
thing is, conservative has become the blanket term for everybody that's sort of politically homeless. Like if you're basically not on the left, you're called a conservative, which is not true or fair. Really, most people probably fall into independent or libertarian, but that's not really as much in the lexicon. So people go, oh, you're conservative. Like I get annoyed when people call me conservative, but like I think that's just a function of people not really knowing what to call you.
Well, I mean, in 2016, there was a coup in the Republican Party and Trump won, and he is now the leader. He is the leader of the conservatives. You know, no ifs, ands, or buts. It has changed now. It includes the religious. It includes
And
the
it includes
non-religious.
populist.
Yes, it is the populist side. That's what it is to be conservatives, be populist and love the country. So the people that are sitting there in red shirt, they are the freaking rhinos. Get used to it. The world has changed. You know, because I voted for Obama, like we said earlier, and that's why I mentioned that, to point out, because I knew this was coming up, and their hatred for her. They decided they dislike her, and they're just going to be against her. A conservative woman does not have... I disagree. I disagree.
I feel like technically, no, a conservative woman would not have an OnlyFans.
Because people think the conservative is just like, you know, the moral values and
Can
stuff.
you separate conservatism from the
wait,
religious right?
Let me ask you an important question. She hasn't said what type of content she does yet. You know?
Okay.
I'm just saying. That changes it. Adam and his wife are going around banging down hundreds and hundreds of people, right? Yet she hasn't said what type of content she does yet. So that might change your mind on this, because she's not like you didn't see the conservative thing coming, and you're not going to see what the type of content she does coming. Like, she's not what you expect her. Everyone's thinking she's probably got as many numbers as Adam and stuff.
90s liberal. She's probably a regular ass Joe Rogan liberal, but the Overton window has proved as such that you go,
No,
oh yeah,
she's
she's
not.
conservative because she's not a brainwashed liberal.
She's not. She's full on Trump.
I'm a huge patriot. Grab her by the pussy all day, every day. I don't know why anything is wrong with that. The girl should get off first. Like, he's being very respectful by saying that. I hate when guys want a blowjob before they would grab her pussy. I don't
know how that's
think
related, but do you consider yourself conservative or traditional?
Yeah, Trump 2024. Huge
Well,
Republican.
I mean, that's your politics, but
Well,
like, you do OF, correct?
Yeah, but it was all with my boyfriend. We just broke up, but he was the only one ever on it.
I don't
So
think
for
he-
me, it was like
Yeah.
a reality TV show that's like just stuff that you can't put on actual TV. But if people want to pay me to see my dating life of what I'm already doing, and then I can just live like on vacation every day all day with my own boyfriend, like why would I not do that?
I'll let you guys come in really quick. Let me just, I mean, can you...
Now, I just want to point.
I love how honest she is.
But I just want to point out, this is after Adam and Lena just talked about how, we just do this stuff on camera. That's it. It's not really like we're doing it in our own private time. We're just doing the stuff on camera, and none of those cowards pushed back on it. You know, whereas now Christie points it out, and her OnlyFans is just with her boyfriend that she had at the time. She's not going around banging multiple people, cheating, doing all this stuff, yet she's the one who's getting, you know, this pushback, whereas Adam said all that and got like nothing.
Right.
Nothing. And he's having his wife be shared around the block left and right. You know, so like this duality by these cowards here is just astonishing. Like, oh yeah, she's the one getting mocked and blamed and derived and all this.
Everyone on this show is so focused on like they're probably a lot of them don't do a lot of podcasts, so they're nervous to be there to begin with. They're probably not like you and I. We do this all the time. We both have producer mindsets. We think about how is this show going on the whole? How are all the parts working together to create a good show? Whereas most of these people, Fealty, don't really do podcasts. They're probably going, oh, fuck, did I say something stupid? They're just thinking about their next line, what they're going to say next. They're just like focused on themselves. Do they sound dumb? Should they interrupt? Should they say the thing they want to say? Should they not? Do I have to pee? Am I hungry? Am I thirsty? They're not thinking like, what point could I make off of something that someone else has said? Oh, how could I debate Adam? Oh, I'm noticing like, his logic is off, or he's inconsistent with his beliefs here. And how could I call him out? I think most people that do the show are not thinking along those lines at all. They're just trying to get through it and like not sound stupid.
I think that they are scared of Adam and they see her as an easy target. And she is kind of over the top. Christie, if you're still watching, I don't know if you're there. But yes, you're energetic. You're a personality. You know, she's not a... Oh, I would love to see that. Maybe I'll ask her if it's okay.
Yes, you guys are so tight, apparently, you know.
Yeah, I did talk with Christie earlier today because I was so so shook up about this. Like by this point, like I was starting to get it was piquing my notice of like, this is odd what's happening with this Christie chick because I think she's kind of cool. Like I'm agreeing with her. She's changed my mind on the whole ratio thing, and they oddly kind of bashed her for it, treated her badly for it. You know, she sounds like Ariadne, which is interesting. You know, and like at this point, like I was starting to like get the agita, as us Italians say, in the tum tum. You know, so like at this point, I was like, this is odd. So let's
really
continue.
consider yourself traditional without making a judgment about what you're doing, but can you really consider yourself traditional if you're engaged in sex work?
Well, traditionalism is not so much more of like.
It's not my fault you ate the apple. It's just not. We're all supposed to be naked fucking in caves.
Now that for me as a person, I grew up Catholic. I have many crucifixes around my house and a family Bible that's been passed down for generations. I grew up Catholic, and that is the most true statement I've ever heard. The person creating the porn is not making you eat the apple. You are seeking it out, and you will be judged by your sins by the only thing that can judge you, which is God, not other human beings. So the Catholics in that table should shut up. You know, that is not Catholic to sit there in judgment, because you are blaspheming by doing that. You were saying you are above God to judge. You know, Catholicism is one of the most hardcore, other than Orthodox Greek. Well, other than Orthodox Greek, but
look at this from Vikings. Do you think the producers tried to make them be easy on Adam and Lena? No, I think that they know how big that they are, and Adam and Lena are both type A's, and plus their huge social media following probably adds to that. So people are going, "Oh, I'm not gonna like step to these people. They've already demonstrated themselves as like they literally can't be wrong on anything." So probably nobody's going, I'm not going to take this on and like debate them on anything, because they've already just justified everything thus far and their lifestyle and everything. And then they're on a different value system. So
they've already decided they don't like Christy.
I definitely don't think, Brian is not asking them hard questions at all.
No.
Brian is just happy that these two are on the show because they like ratings. I mean, what show doesn't?
Well, I mean, I've been there. I mean, back in the day when I was a streamer back in the day, I was on I was in a guild with a streamer named Tally, who on Twitch was gigantic for like MMOs and stuff. And I was very nervous to be around him. I didn't want to say the wrong thing and stuff. And I've grown up since then. Now I don't care. But like, you know, so I can kind of understand, like, you know, it's kind of like a person walking in, like it's a big whale, like, or a shark. Like you don't want to get bit. Like if you say something wrong to them, now millions of people are going to see it and they're going to mock you. And it can be daunting. And also from a show perspective, like you say, like we have producer mindset. My mindset is it's better to have the person on for 2 minutes, and if you push them out, you have a great 2-minute moment, than it is to have them on for 4 hours and do jack squat. You know, because that ruins you then. Because now you have no spine, you've got nothing to you. It's better to make great 2 minutes than it is to make a bland 4 hours. You know,
especially in bed.
Yes. Well. Yes.
Well, I don't. No, it's not really true. I mean, traditional is not so much like a political belief.
Have
Like,
you
I
guys
know.
ever fucked in a cave? Just curious.
No, because
Maybe it's in the
he
works.
ate the
Okay,
apple.
sorry.
So
Find the Taliban fighters in there.
we can't.
No?
It should be.
I know people who are Republican that are not traditional. Traditionalism is more rooted in like a biblical ideology, and it comes from more of a morality standpoint. So, like, would I consider someone doing OnlyFans traditional? No, not at all.
I understand that, but I am very traditional, very conservative,
How would you
huge
consider
Republican,
yourself?
huge patriot.
She is.
Well, no,
You
again,
could be
you're
Republican,
like,
but
yeah,
technically
that doesn't mean,
traditional.
yeah, but it doesn't mean I don't want kids.
You like RFK?
Actually, yeah.
Okay.
Well, how
I'm just doing it with one person.
You know, so now that shows Adam is looking at the chat. So you saw how that one chat mentioned RFK, the RFK voice. He said something about RFK. I can't
Really?
hear exactly. Yeah, he's like, you don't want RFK or something. You know, so that was a dig at her. He's seeing in the chat that they're blasting her about the RFK voice. So he just
wow.
you know, he just mocked her. You know, so she could probably see the chat too. She knows what's going on. You know. And like from energy standpoint, from like I was saying, like I'm not afraid of confrontation and stuff. Now imagine she's sitting there every time she's talked so far, she's gotten mocked, thrown to the side, and everything. And she's trying to connect. Like I'm a Republican. I'm sitting across from 3
And everyone's going,
conservatives.
yeah, prove it. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're saying, no, you're not. And then they're bringing up traditionalism. Now, traditionalism and conservatism are 2 totally different things. Conservatives want to conserve. Now, that can include, you know, conserving the Constitution, conserving the way the country's run, conserving the traditions and stuff like that is involved with it.
Hey,
But traditionalism is different.
conserving your butthole would be another way.
Yes,
of
but
conserving.
also, like she's saying, though, she is more traditionalist. They're not listening to her. Her OnlyFans was just with her boyfriend. She was dating him from before she had her OnlyFans and then decided, why don't we just make money off of this? Not different from Adam, right? And in a way better way than what Adam does. You know, She's not sharing around. She's not doing it in a disgusting way. And this is
Right.
her pushback compared to Adam, who got, well, these are my thoughts, where they're sitting here and now saying you things. They're pointed comments at her. So
I was just doing with one person. It's just my boyfriend. It's like reality TV shows. I don't really believe that the way society, like, first of all, who says societal norms are correct? I think that society is built up so horribly. Like, we're supposed to be in our roots, connected to nature, and everyone's just kind of like living in this way that we never were supposed to be intended to live. Like, we're supposed to be like naked, living off the land, connecting to the universe. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I'm not fucking a bunch of other guys. It was just me and my boyfriend.
And what's more traditional than the oldest profession in the world?
Exactly. That's what we're here to do. We're here to reproduce, right? Like, we're like, if you're traditional, you're pro-life. So like, we're here to reproduce. We're here to have sex. We're here to live off the land.
But you're not having sex to just have children. You're having sex to create content.
I'm having
and
sex because
for your OnlyFans.
I'm dating
But
someone.
you're not doing it with sex.
No, I'm not doing it with just anyone. I'm doing it with one person.
Right.
Thank you for the.
Oh my God,
I
Fealty,
have a
I have
question.
to
So
pee
I was
so bad.
Okay,
You
go.
want to just continue? You should
I can
continue.
vamp.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll
vamp.
continue.
Continue. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yes, I'll do both. Okay, we're gonna continue, people.
On pornography, and the average age of entry for people who use porn, not even addictively necessarily, but kind of regular use at least, is 13 years old. So that's typically when, usually young boy, but sometimes young girls will fall into it or earlier. And that's just the stat. And, in Utah, as an example, they banned porn for underage kids. You had to get age verified. And the biggest porn company in the world pulled out of Utah and said, we're not even going to do business there anymore because so many of their clients were underage and they didn't want to have to deal with that. So, I mean, knowing that there are so many young eyes on the internet, back to the kids, because I know you said, well, the kids is one way you can bring the conversation.
Bringing it back to the
Young
kids
children
now, people.
on the internet.
That's up to the parents. The parents shouldn't be giving the kids
that's-
iPads. I hate when I go out and I see parents and kids out to dinner and the kids are on iPads and their phones and stuff. Like, I would never let my kids have iPhones
But you're
and stuff like
creating
that.
pornography, and you're saying
I'm
you don't want
actually, what
kids to
I think
access
though, is I have a reality TV show with my boyfriend at the time, now ex. If you want to pay to see it, you pay to see it. I don't care.
But it's pornography, right?
So what I feel here is that you see her and she's putting the onus on the person consuming the content, not the person creating the content. So, she's saying like, okay, the person who ate the apple is to blame. So Adam's to blame. The person who's watching the prawn is to blame, not the creator. What she's doing is just sharing what she's doing at home, with her thing. And okay, I'll let her answer, Spike. But you notice it's nuance here, people. It is nuance.
It's the same, like we have rated R movies. We make content that kids aren't supposed to see all the time. Are we not supposed to make it because they're accessing it? Like, there should be things put in place so they don't access it.
Let's ban
And,
it all,
if you
people.
don't want your kid to go on the internet and by themselves in their bedroom, like, don't give them access to the tools that let them see those things. I don't have to give my kid a phone until they're like 16 years old.
Exactly.
So like that's not on us.
How old were you when you first saw porn? When I was 11 years old, me and my friends found.
And yet again, Christy is now disregarded. Her thing is not going to be answered. They just want to talk to Adam. The cowards they are. She's better than Big Brother. Yes, she's better than Big Brother Admiral. Golly, I will show that one because you are the Admiral, and that was great. But you see what I'm saying, Al? All right, let's get back onto it. Give this whatever podcast last night. It was entertaining. Oh, yes. If Forever Lost, like anyone who sometimes people feel like maybe we're bashing it, I feel, and this is an entertaining podcast. Like, yes, it was rough to watch, but it was entertaining. Okay, here we go.
Magazines in a dumpster somehow, and we took a plastic bin out into the woods and we preserved them in the woods because we couldn't keep them at our houses because we're so young. And I don't think that there's any army in the world that could have taken these magazines away from us.
The kids are gonna see it
What ultimately took
regardless,
it away from
right?
us was the rain, because it rained and it caused a lot of water damage and the pages were sticking together. But I say all that to say that even though obviously I feel like there probably should be rules in place so that an 11-year-old can't see porn, it's difficult for them to see it. It also just seems kind of like almost pointless to even try because you know that this is like the most fundamental base thing that a kid is going to search out, right?
So I was illegal to make porn in general.
No, I mean I think also like as much anti-porn as I am, and as much as I would love to see it like completely banned, obviously that's not going to happen. But I think that there should be somewhat of a middle ground between people who are super anti-porn and people who are pro-porn.
I hear Chrissy.
Sort of age restriction.
Oh, I am completely.
As she said, the average age of introduction to pornography, I think it's actually
But it's
12
not
years old.
supposed to be.
And the average age that a
And
child
that's on
gets
the parent.
the average age that a child gets a smartphone now is about 10 years old. So yeah, at some point they're going to be introduced to pornography, but a lot of these porn websites don't
Why
have
are the parents giving 10 years?
So they were talking about the average age of coming into the prawn and finding the prawn. And, yet again, Christy brought up that, it's on the user, like the parents shouldn't be giving kids iPads and stuff like this if you don't want them to find it or make it so that they can't or something, putting the onus on the consumer, the person that eats the apple, right? Like Adam.
Right.
Adam ate the apple. He was tricked into it, but he still ate it,
It's like, don't have soda in your house if you don't want your kids drinking soda. Same goes for porn. Like have limitations on the tablet, have like, I don't know, whatever you need to do so that's not accessible.
But then Adam brings up, like, because they said, what age were you when you got into porn? And he brings up when he was a kid, him and his friends found, like, you know, porn just out in the wilds, and then they brought it into a forest and hid it there. Yeah, like, all kids do it. That happened to me. I remember my friend said, like, oh, I found my dad's, like, porn mags. Like, and all of us went over to his house that day. And we were looking at, like, 1970s porno mags with full hair and all that stuff. Like, and it was wild. And I was, like, single digits years old. You know, it's going to happen whether you have technology or not. It's unfortunate, I guess, in a way. I don't think it ruined me at all. You know, I was thinking about it and wondering about those things anyway. So they disregarded her and they immediately went on to Adam again, and they're kind of continuing.
I think you're missing the point.
No, I don't think I am. I think parents need to parent better. Don't give your 10-year-old an iPhone.
My point is more so
don't
that
give your 3-year-old an iPad.
By putting something out there in the world that you think is so harmful, why would you keep putting it out there?
I don't think what I'm doing is harmful because you have to be 18 to see what I'm doing.
But that's what I'm telling you.
Okay, this is the thing. What happens behind closed doors is always going to happen. Coke isn't legal, everyone does.
Now notice they're saying, can I finish my thought and stuff? Now this is after you've bashed her, mocked her multiple times. Now she's coming out. You put her in a corner, now she's coming out. You're saying what she's doing is harmful. And she's the one who only did OnlyFans with her boyfriend.
Right, and they're avoiding Adam and Lena, who
right?
are the extreme level of this.
Yeah, with no pushback. Like, when they dealt with Adam and Lena, it was like, well, my thoughts are on religion, and we're so quaint and nice, and we're just saying our religious thoughts and what marriage should be. Whereas Chrissie, oh, you are damaging kids. Like, what the heck?
Yeah,
you know?
on her OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Which is making her $1 million.
Yeah.
It's not my fault if people find a way to do things.
This goes back to the age verification thing that I was talking about, that Lila was talking about. Is these, like, you go on the website and they ask you if you're 18, you click yes. There's no, like, genuine, like, there's no actual age verification that, like,
I love that
that's
sound.
like any child can go on and access pornography. So you're saying parents shouldn't give their child screens to be able to even be put in positions to access it, but
Children
you're
should be
providing
outside.
pornography on your end to be able to.
Yeah, because they want to blame her.
They shouldn't be on iPads. They shouldn't be playing video games. They shouldn't be on iPhones, etc.
To add what she
It's a very counterintuitive.
And for them to leave Adam and Lena out of this discussion is like ridiculous.
Yeah, you're going so hard at the easy target, and they should be like, all three of you are endangering kids, hurting kids. Like, you're having threesomes every week. Your entire podcast, every dollar you've made in the past couple of years is from selling this thing, and you are endangering kids because you're not only doing porn, but you're teaching them to have no respect for
And Adam
marriage.
and Lena are the worst offenders because they're making a mockery of marriage as well. It's not just like, oh, here's me and my boyfriend. It's like you're confusing. You could make the argument like you're confusing kids on like what marriage should be.
Yeah. Here we go.
Whether you give your child a phone or not, their friends are gonna have phones.
So
like,
this is the
word
thing.
goes around.
But why is the solution
That's not
to
really
give
that's
their-
not really up to us. Maybe you need to ask like the owner of OnlyFans to do a better verification. The owner of Pornhub.
But they
to do better
have. They
verification.
have.
Credit card, so
They
it's like
have.
already got pretty good verification, right?
They have.
Would you guys like start a campaign to demand that OnlyFans and Pornhub does that? Since you
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't think kids should be watching porn.
Would you work for, like, for example, Utah's law that says that there needs to be real age verification, and so Pornhub
ID verification.
Pornhub left
Yeah,
the state. Would you advocate for that federally?
Yeah, like I don't think little kids should be watching certain things, but also at the same time, people are going to watch what they're going to watch. People are going to pay for what they're going to pay for.
Adam and Lena,
But
but
it's
it's
not-
not having her back at this point. They're not having her back. They're like,
oh,
like,
not at all.
What she does is like is on such a small level compared to them. Like they're making millions off of porn. They're not going to have her back here and be like, actually, that's ridiculous. They're just being quiet. Like, wow, that would be a time to step in and get involved.
Oh, no, they bash her. I mean, he already brought up the RFK thing. He's bashing her. He's happily there. They're laughing at her. Like,
me, it's going to be someone else, so I'm going to make my money. No offense.
But if you could make money another way,
super.
would you?
I've been Pilates instructor. I have 2 different real estate licenses. I've been the general manager of my Pilates studio. I've been
They
a
could
whole
not
bunch of
be
things.
less
Multiple different
interested. Like
degrees.
it's not about
I
them.
live-
They're not interested. Like
Oh,
Lena
they
and Adam are
decided.
so checked out. They're like, eh. Whereas
Yeah,
like they
while-
could be adding to this conversation.
yeah, they could be joining in with her and be like, look, all the people that watch our stuff, what are you trying to say? Like, are you trying to say we're endangering people? We're hurting kids? Like, I'm a father. You know, we have a child. Like, how could you say this stuff? Like, it's ludicrous. Ludicrous. All right, here we go.
Life, like I'm on vacation every single day. I make more money than all of my friends do, and all I had to do was just open up to the world about who me and my boyfriend were. and we're supposed to live off the land. We're supposed to be in love. Girls are supposed to embrace their femininity. Men are supposed to embrace their masculinity. I don't think I'm doing
Another
anything wrong.
huh? You heard that sound effect?
You could do something else and make the
That's
same amount of money.
annoying.
Would you?
That would bother me.
No, because I'd have to spend a lot more time doing it.
Okay, if you could do something else and not spend more time.
What would it
doing
be? What would it be?
If you could do.
Well, we're
if you could-
making a
if you-
podcast
Okay,
too.
if your podcast
There's
blew
other
up and replaced
things.
your OnlyFans revenue.
I would continue doing both because I'll double the revenue.
So
I'm not stupid.
it sounds a little contradictory because on the one hand,
I
you're saying
understand
it
it's
creates
very
harm,
controversial,
and then on
and
the
a lot
other
of
hand,
people
you're
don't get
saying-
it,
But on the
but-
one hand, you're saying it creates a lot of harm, and you don't want this for kids, and it kind of
No, I don't
concerns
want
you.
it for
But
kids.
on
I
the
don't
other
think it's
hand,
controversial
but
at
you're
all. I
also
think
saying a lot of kids
that's right.
access it, and that it's
No, I'm
everywhere.
not saying a lot of kids access it.
Yeah,
I'm
they
saying
do. They do.
Parents need to parent better. Parents are also sending children to public schools in liberal states, and they're pushing transgender shit
But do you think it's fair?
all
do you
down
think
there.
it's- do you think
There
it's- I have a question.
there
Great
are. This is
point.
what I care about. In a lot of elementary
Like, I think what she's doing here, she's trying to connect who she thought was going to be on her side. I mean, the Isabella girl got attacked at, like, a women's march because she had a Trump stuff on. And,
Right.
you know, and so, you know, Christie's sitting there like, why are these people bashing me? Why are they mocking me? Like, I thought we're friends. Like, and all I do is I just shared the sex that I had with my boyfriend. I'm not trying to give it to kids. Why are you trying to say I'm trying to give it to kids? Like, you know, I was in a serious relationship with a person over years and, you know, just decided, all right, I already have 2 real estate licenses, which is probably more than those 3 people freaking have, you know, and she's a hard freaking worker. And why am I getting bashed by my people? Like, you know,
schools.
here we go.
There are books in the libraries.
All right, we're not going to talk about
Okay,
that.
we're not gonna.
Yeah.
That's way worse.
I think
That's way worse.
That's
way worse.
that's
That's
I
understandable,
think
at
it's
least.
fair
That cut
to
off.
demand the standard of parents
Wow.
when we're creating this very pornified society with
I-
tons of
I
porn
think,
everywhere.
yes,
to
parents-
demand that parents can somehow magically insulate their children from the extreme pornification that's
on-
accelerating in our society.
The
and that the
only
people involved
responsibility
are not
parents
responsible for
have is to parent
I
their children.
I disagree with you. It's not a debate if you're going to choose one easy target over the 2 horrible people next to that target. If all of your morals and values say there's a sanctity of marriage, porn is bad, it's endangering kids, and you will say nothing to the 2 people doing the worst of it, you're not debating. You're just trying to get a moment where you're trying to push down the easy target because you know you can't get a win from the other people. You're too scared to try and get a win from the other people, or you're too scared to be the person to fail against those other people. So you go into the easy target because you got small PP energy.
Right.
You're a
It's like
freaking
you're going for the law student rather than like the very experienced, seasoned lawyer of 20 years, which is the difference between Christy and Lena and Adam.
Yeah, and Lena's not like an online personality other than her OnlyFans. You know, she's not a person who goes on shows like this. You know, she's not practiced in her thoughts on stuff. She can't tell you the Utah law. She's a normal like Trump supporter that, you know,
Right.
she shared a relationship that she had with her boyfriend. You know. All right, here we go.
Children protect their children.
But should we as
so
a
why
society help parents?
children
By making society
can't get
healthier?
get
Heart's starting to pump
an
now.
Apple phone, get a computer. They cannot pay for those things themselves unless their parents are providing it.
But should we,
Parents,
as a-
yes, I think
but
parents
should we
need to
take
parent better.
responsibility? Should we take responsibility to
Yes.
help families and parents at large do better for their kids by not adding to the toxicity
But
out there that is
you know what?
hurting
My
our
fans
kids?
aren't kids. My fans
How do you know
are.
that?
'Cause
Yet
I know
again.
who they are because I'm in there every day.
See, that's what the news people do. Like, so, you know, how did you feel when you killed that person, right? News person asks that so that the person will be like, well, I didn't really feel anything. And it's like, oh, you did kill that person, right? So, like, you know, you're hurting the kids, right? Well, I'm not making content for kids. I've never made content for kids. I'm on a platform that doesn't allow kids on it. Why are you saying this? Why are you conveying this? Why are you manipulating this? Like, you know.
And to leave Adam and Lena out of this whole thing is it is cowardly. It's like you're gonna just focus on Christy, who's the only one who's engaging and having a good faith conversation. It's like, and I feel like Adam and Lena are being kind of cowardly in this. 'Cause they're just like, well, we're not gonna jump in because we don't want to say something that makes us look bad.
Well, like you said, they're here because this is just an advertisement for their podcast. Like, they don't care about sitting here and
No.
debating. They don't want to try and prove any point whatsoever. They want to talk about, like, hey, you could see my wife get banged out in the next video. That's it. You know? They don't care if you think that they're hurting kids and
Which,
stuff. They
for
probably don't
people
care about
who-
their kid.
Which for people who have a podcast, it's like you'd want to be talking more so that people tune into your podcast because they're like, oh, wow, these are people that are interesting to listen to speaking, you know?
Yeah.
But maybe that's not their strong
What are you talking
suit.
to
Have you
these
seen their IDs?
No.
I know who they are. They're unhappy married men that are afraid to get divorced because they made a commitment and they're scared and They don't know what to do,
But how
and
would
they're
they-
not.
how
They're
would
not
they
being
get a credit card to buy an
satisfied.
OnlyFans
But do you
membership?
think it's
Yeah,
healthy
exactly.
for them?
No.
Do you think it's healthy for those
Adam,
men to be
you know,
in
step
a
in there.
situation, cheating on
No,
their wife, unhappy?
I don't.
Then why?
But
who's
it's not.
benefiting
But
them
this
besides
is the
you
thing.
financially?
They should not have entered into that commitment in the first place.
I
That is a
understand
bigger issue,
what
way
you're
above
saying.
me.
I understand
And
what
it's not
you're
going to
saying.
stop with me.
But let me
Marriage is a
Okay,
big
final
commitment.
thought, Isabella, then we're gonna
Why
move
would
on.
you commit to a man or a woman
one
if you weren't fully committed?
I agree with that, but why would we? I think we each have a personal responsibility to do good, right? And so if it's not her,
Also, Brian said final thought Isabella, and that's not Isabella talking, by the way, so he doesn't know their names. I love you,
If it's
Brian.
hurting couples that are on the rocks, if it's hurting addicts, if it's hurting these different people, why would we continue to be a part of it?
No, but it's not hurting them. It's them choosing. Everyone has choices in life, right?
Of course, but are
every
we
single
helping-
person can choose.
Are we helping or hurting those people that have?
They're gonna do it no matter what.
Red
I'm
shirt.
gonna-
This
they're
is a
gonna-
bad
they're gonna do
argument
it
for
no
red
matter-
shirt because even if blonde girl, even if Christy did not do OnlyFans, didn't do porn, even if none of these people on the show, it's like if you're looking for something else and something is missing, you're going to find something to go in there. So if it's not specifically Christy, her account, you're going to find somebody else. So it's a bad argument to be like, well, you're contributing to it. It's like she's a drop in the bucket, you know? It's like berating her or even Lena and Adam, it does nothing.
Yeah. Well, I think that they decided once she said she does OnlyFans, she became the easy target, and there was nothing she's gonna say in this whole show that'll like let them like accept her. She's the weird kid, and they're all just ganging up.
Do you think Purple Shirt at this point is going, oh my God, I've gone the whole show without saying anything, and maybe it's too late to say anything at all? It's like I wonder if she's like, my God, it's been a really long time since I've said anything.
Well,
Let's get
she's
Brad
actually
this out.
She's friends with Christy. She's Christy's
Oh, okay.
friend.
She should have had her back. This is a bad
Yeah.
friend. Yeah.
Yeah. She's failing. Chrissy, if you're watching, like, yeah, your friend did kind of fail here, but I can't fully. Maybe she doesn't do stuff like this either. Like, she's not an OnlyFans
If
person.
she's
too.
your friend, she should be able to defend you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. She should be stepping in here.
No matter what.
It sounds like what a drug dealer could say. You know, they're going to do drugs no matter what.
Yes,
so I'm
everyone's
make
going
my
to do
money.
drugs no matter what. Whether it's legal or not, everyone's going to do all
Oh,
of those
Madison,
things.
go ahead.
Do you think
So
that-
hold
I
on,
guess-
hold on.
I just want to finish this thought. You know, you say that you're more so traditional, and I know you like talked a little bit earlier about parents should parent better. But I guess the same thing maybe someone could say the same thing about your parents in the industry that you are in. And you know, to put the blame on the parents for giving their child access to screens, even though some of them may not even be accessing it through their own screens. It could be done through a library, it could be done through their friend's phone, it could be done anywhere. So to put the blame on the parents, but then have zero accountability on your part, be like, oh well, parents need to parent better, but I'm going to continue to fuel out pornography as much as I want.
Because
So that's
first
exactly
of
what
all,
you're-
love is unconditional. My dad's my business manager.
Your
Second of
dad
all,
manages.
He's not my OnlyFans manager. He's my business manager.
Nick,
He
don't shut.
looks over all my contracts.
He has
But
2
second of
real
all,
estate
there are
licenses.
way worse things that I can't talk about because he said not to in school libraries.
what?
Way worse things in school libraries.
Wait, I'm a what?
I said you can't. I
don't
said I
want her to
can't
talk
mention because
about-
you don't want me to talk about the books in school libraries.
Well, that's
I
online.
don't know
what
how
you're
we're getting
referring
to this.
so-
You made your point.
Let
You
me
go
just
ahead.
make my
Because she's trying to connect. Like, she's like,
Yeah.
why are you saying I'm doing something so horrible? I've got the kook next to me selling his wife out. I'm talking with my people here, like, and I'm getting bashed. Like,
Right. She's just trying to say, like, people trying to trans our kids is a bigger issue than kids looking at porn.
yeah,
She's just trying to put it in perspective. Yeah.
yeah. But, you know, she can't fully say it. And two, like I said, she's not a person who does shows like this. She's not thought out on her responses and maybe even her opinions on things. She's never had to explain it out in a way like this where someone's going to try and take anything she says and manipulate everything about her and then put words in her mouth and put scenarios in her life. Like, she did OnlyFans with her boyfriend. Before, you know, other than that, she's just doing self stuff on OnlyFans. Like, you know, she's not selling her boyfriend.
My point. Adam said he was exposed to porn at 11. I was exposed to porn at 6. We disagree that kids shouldn't consume porn.
I wasn't
Let me finish my
exposed.
thought.
Okay, that's
It's
not
like
my
saying,
situation.
I know
Let me
kids are
finish my
overdosing.
thought. Like, cut her right off. Like, yeah, you're sitting here bashing her. Like, oh, but let me finish my thought. Shut up and take the bashing.
From fentanyl. If they're going to consume fentanyl anyway, might as well provide all we can. And I understand what you're doing is different, but
No.
it does seem like you're conflating ideologies. You're talking about conservative values. We're preserving something between a man and a woman in the privacy of their home,
And
the
you're
married bed.
splitting
And also, everything they're saying is what you're doing. Whereas when Adam talked, it was, well, this is my thoughts on religion. This is my thoughts on weddings and relationships.
Nobody's
Cowards.
confronting them.
Yeah.
They're pretending
No
that
you
these
stuff.
that they don't even exist.
Yeah, while they're teaching, if any of their kids watch Adam and Lena's stuff, they're gonna think relationships are share each other. There's no sanctity in marriage.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah, Whereas you watch Christie's stuff, it's like, oh, the relationship, make love.
And you're saying, well, we should just screw in a cave. Those are very contradictory views.
Like, how can you say that? Like,
Yeah.
you have a traditional view of marriage, but then say your OnlyFans is filled with married, unhappy men. You don't think that's
It's not my
detrimental
fault
or
that
exploitive?
they shouldn't have got married. That's why I'm 33 and not married, because I take it very seriously.
But this is the problem, because it's so easy for people to consume and to go off in another direction instead of fixing their marriages. It's exploitive.
Those
it's
men need
detrimental.
therapy.
But
They
you're
need
also
therapy.
They
Marriage
should get
counseling.
therapy.
But you're filling that void instead of having them help.
Yeah, but so are bartenders.
Yeah,
So
but
are personal trainers. When I was a bartender, they would use me as a therapist. When I was a personal trainer, they would use me as a therapist. It's not my problem that they're not going to therapy.
There's a difference
regardless.
between there's a difference
No, I'm
between
not. As a
therapy.
Pilates instructor, I'm enabling
No,
someone
I'm
telling me
talking
their
about your
problems.
OnlyFans.
I know,
OnlyFans.
but
There's a difference though between
but I've
therapy
been
and pornography.
That's a good
all those
point.
other things.
There's a difference
Yeah.
between therapy and pornography. There's a difference between therapy and talking to somebody about I'm having these issues in my marriage. How do I fix them? And going off and cheating on your wife behind her back. There's a huge difference. You put the blame on everybody else. The parents should parent better. They should pick better partners. When
That's
in
where the
reality,
blame
you
should
have a big
be.
part of that blame, and that these men are going to you, and
Okay,
that
that's
these people are
final
consuming
word
your
on
money.
that.
I see her point. I see her point, but the point should be directed at Adam and Lena and not this girl who does OnlyFans with her boyfriend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Spot on. See, now you see why, like, before the show and stuff, I was explaining this episode. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, by this point, I was starting to shake. Like, I was like, I'm getting enraged. I'm yelling at the screen. Like, what the heck? Like,
Yeah.
you know, like, cowards. I was yelling cowards. Like, say this to Adam and Lena. So what if they walk off the frickin' show? They're the ones selling each other. You
Have
know?
them explain themselves. They've been completely off the hook.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to just bring it back to you guys really quick when it comes to the scene that you did with Jason. Was this a one-time thing for you guys? Are you guys looking to do something again, or?
We're still communicating about how this might play out in the future.
We're definitely doing more stuff with other guys as well as other girls, but we're moving a little bit slow just because the whole experience, the media cycle was so insane.
But the next thing's probably gonna be Adam, the other guy, and me together, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I recommend?
Adam
to you
does
guys
not
for
sound
consideration?
excited.
No.
You know who doesn't
not
sound
at all.
excited is Adam.
Yeah.
Adam does not. Adam looks like he's in a deep depression.
Mm-hmm. They kind of like end there. They have some more blaming Christie. Let's see. All right, so we're gonna go to 52. It's rough. This is so rough. This is my third time watching it, and I'm still like I'm feeling it all over again. Like when I watched it the first time, like I was just like I was incensed.
Yeah, you know what? Christy did set herself up to be knocked down because she's like, "Oh, I do porn and I say I'm a conservative." That's a very easy thing to that's a very easy thing to knock over. Whereas the Adam and Lena are a little bit better at being like, well, they have better, you know, like I guess cope, or they can justify it better.
Plus, they just don't care. Like
they
they'll
don't
say
care at all.
whatever. Like
They
not
don't
gonna
care
change
about
anything.
good conversation. They're just to advertise their business.
Yeah, they're gonna say the things that it's like, you know, it's like jujitsu. They're gonna do the moves that don't allow you to make the moves against them. You know.
Yeah.
Yes, I did watch the whole thing, Evildoer. I like your trolls in the chat.
Why are we tying porn to video games?
Because
They're both forms of
Wait, but
entertainment.
there's porn in video games nowadays.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on, just to be clear. So for you two, if a guy plays video games,
No.
that's a big deal breaker.
Oh,
Never,
absolutely.
Let me tell you this.
Absolutely.
I want to tell you this. The way that you feel about men who play video games is the way that men feel about the fact that you guys do OnlyFans.
I don't do OnlyFans. She doesn't do OnlyFans. She doesn't do
No,
OnlyFans.
he has now forgotten that the girl in the purple does not do OnlyFans.
Oof.
And because all they have is just assumptions on these two girls. That's all they've had the whole time. Second
Yeah.
that Chrissy says she did OnlyFans, they decided, you know,
Well,
she's not with us.
Purple Shirt, I guess, is not really doing a good job at establishing herself, her personality, what she
Yeah.
does, what she's for, what she's against. She's being a wallflower.
Yeah, I think she said she does something like publicity or something, you know. Simping for Chrissy won't impress her. I'm not simping for her at all.
I'm simping for her.
Why was my ex-boyfriend and like why was my ex-boyfriend fine with it? Why is every guy I'm talking to fine with it? Like probably
Well,
why are they so many
why-
guys?
Why is he your ex? Most men will have an
He's not my ex because of like political or OnlyFans reasons. He's my ex because I knew that my intuition was saying he wasn't the one. He wanted. Believe me, if it was up to him, we'd still be together.
92% of relationships that are polyamorous
He's
or have
still
sex
we're
outside of the
we're
relationship
exes.
ended-
He's trying to
ended
pay.
Yet she's not polyamorous. She only had sex with her boyfriend on the OnlyFans, whereas the polyamorous are the ones that they're too cowardly to talk to.
me for blowjobs now. Because
I mean, what does it say how he views you?
I would never accept a payment for a blowjob.
that.
But you're trying
But
to
that's
say,
what
oh,
he
he's
views
your
you.
ex because you do OnlyFans. He's not my ex because I do OnlyFans. He's my ex because I don't want him in my life.
So you're attracting negative men that continually.
Well, I'm an
hurt you.
empath, so I naturally.
So you naturally attract toxic people.
I think when you do OnlyFans,
She's a
and that's kind of like
character.
what you do.
I'm an
every day,
empath.
like,
I love
this is
that.
the factor that
So
says
they're-
for the
No,
people
no,
that are attracted-
I didn't do
don't-
OnlyFans when I met him.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the men who are attracted to you, want to be with you, are not going to really be like a high value
Listen,
man.
I
who
was
wants to
on
wife
$1
you
Million
out and have
listing.
children.
I don't believe.
Oh.
Yeah,
I mean,
know.
you could be on whatever show you want.
But you're
that's
not
what
like
I'm
that
saying.
either.
Stop interrupting her. Let her speak. Go ahead.
Oh, Christie's the one interrupting her. Shut up and take
Wow.
the bashing, girl. Shut up and take it. You know, they're making up stuff about you. They're calling you polyamorous. They're telling you you're gonna take money for BJ's. You're hurting
Yeah.
the children. Now shut up and take it.
Meanwhile, the people who take money for BJ's are sitting right there and not involved.
I always skip the part where they talk to Adam.
Remember my thought.
I mean, I think we finished it. I don't think I like.
We got
actually
Adam
interrupted him.
Simpson.
We have one chat here. We have.
He said, "Why am
Christ.
I?" I think you're
MGTOW
like,
is
Quiet.
here.
We have Big Black Clock here. Oh, look, it's Lena and her reply Adam 22. Do you have a response?
Very
Hi.
tricky. You switched it up on
Wow.
Adam the plug.
Minute 22.
All right, there we go. There we go. So
I can't believe you just made $100 for him saying that. That's amazing.
that was
I
it.
love
That was it.
technology.
I like his username.
Isabella, you had maybe this was a while ago. You had an incident with a Trump flag. Were you on a
That
date when
was-
that happened?
No, it was not on a date.
She should have
brought that up right away.
2019,
Oh, okay, long time
2020.
Way
Yeah.
earlier.
I was working
No.
with a company,
Yeah.
and there was a women's march the same day.
What
that
a
there was,
horrible way to set that
Asian
up.
Leader
You had an
Conference.
incident with a Trump flag.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, oh boy.
Yeah. All right. So they really, there's really nothing here. So we're gonna move on because we can't watch the entire thing. You know.
Why not?
We could. I would. A third time. All right. So now we're gonna go into. Here's a good debate about promiscuity. Here's a little bit of backlash.
I have a flashlight.
I have a scenario for you, Adam.
But that's beautiful. I mean, you'd stay together regardless of like your physical problems. You'd be committed to each other.
I think he'd leave me if I got fat.
Hell no. We got a baby together. I'm sticking around no matter what.
Credit to Patrice O'Neill on this. Let's say Lena is on a train and there's a terrible train accident and she loses the pussy in the train accident. You know,
She's needs to make
catastrophic
money,
train
so-
accident.
Right.
Do you
I mean,
stick
luckily
together?
for her, she's got a mouth, she's got an asshole, and she's got these great armpits
you.
that
What?
realistically they secrete a lot of fluid throughout the
sweaty
day.
right
I know, I just found that out the hard way. But no, yeah.
So
for sure,
weird.
you
What
know,
a
when
weird
she
thing
had
to
a
do.
Baby, and I'm watching the fucking doctor slice her stomach open and pull the baby out like the Lion King, and I'm just witnessing that and just realizing like, oh, I am sticking around. Like it does not matter that they're ripping her apart. I can see her intestines.
Wow,
and
what a
pulling the stuff out of
hero.
her.
And
I'm
then
on
he
board.
sold
Like,
his
and
wife
that
to
was, an important moment for me to
porn
realize,
star.
like,
Have you thought about like it sounds like you've got a beautiful commitment for each other. Have you thought about
Oh, a beautiful
retiring and not
commitment
continuing
while
to
he
be
sells his wife.
completely exclusive with each other, not just in your emotions but in your body, which I think is just as important as emotions.
I think probably within, let's say, like 3 to 4 years, that's probably quite likely, is that we might take
I
a
think,
plan.
okay,
ahead.
I
Wow.
think if we retired
So
with
he
20
wants to
seconds camera,
retire.
we would probably.
Yeah.
Adam is clearly like, yep, just counting down the years till we retire. Like he is not into this. He's not
No.
enthused by it. He's like, he's resigned to it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Still do explorative things in our personal life because that's kind of how we got into the porn thing. Was we knew that we liked sharing our energy with a third person, and that when that person even left the room, our energy between us was actually a lot stronger.
Yeah, and I figured that out when I first moved to California.
No
I had this
pushback.
girlfriend that I was seeing, and we drove down to Tijuana, and we ended up like banging some of the strippers at the strip club called Hong Kong. And just us, like we had that communal experience of banging strippers together. And I swear to God, the rest of our time together, we were so close. And then once I started seeing her, and we kind of started having those experiences, like I think you would really be surprised at how the level of trust that it takes to involve somebody else in
so
your relationship.
hard
And I'm
to
not saying it's
believe
always
him.
easy or smooth because
Yep.
obviously sometimes you'll have girls, lying on you or like creating weird narratives or just doing
Like,
strange stuff
it's
in
all
general. But I
meaning-less.
do think that when it works,
Yep.
it can be like a very transcendent experience for a
I
couple.
think you're,
right?
you're kind of making the point, which I agree with, that it's very high risk, right? Like it can get very toxic quickly. Like even the guy that you were talking about earlier, you're not really sure if you're texting with him. Like after the scene that you did, there
I mean,
was
it's
a
not
lot
for everybody. I think like we don't just walk around talking about what we do with sex and trying to encourage other people to do it. Like I'm not saying go let your wife sleep with someone else. It's really good for your relationship. You definitely do it. I don't think it's for everybody. I don't think everybody can handle it. We can only do this because our relationship is in a really good place. If our relationship was in a bad place,
Well, look at that
please
head
don't
shake
off the
by-
table because we're not happy.
Yeah.
So we can't open up ourselves to somebody else.
But your most important, I'm going to guess, your most important sort of focus is protecting your relationship.
Yeah,
is that the
absolutely.
case? Okay. So if
Oh,
that's the case,
okay.
why would you kind of constantly put your relationship on the edge of the cliff again and again and
The
again?
reward is like the risk is there, but when you actually
Thanks,
have the
Jack.
experience, it makes our connection stronger when that person leaves.
What
so
if you
it adds to our
just
experience.
what if you just
our
fully
relationship.
invested in each other?
So
and
it's
you're
just
like,
when
we're gonna
things are
find the highs
heating
and lows
up
together.
and good points are being made, he plays his super chat sound, which is like
Yeah.
so annoying.
That's a World of Warcraft you just leveled up sound effect. Du-du. Yeah.
I don't understand that. I think it's annoying.
I love that sound.
And keep this exclusive to us. Have you considered that? Have you tried that?
7 years, I feel like we've probably felt a large percentage of the highs and lows, you know? But also, like, what we
I mean,
do...
sexually, like, keeping that intimate for yourselves. Like, have you given that a year? Like, we're just gonna be together, cut out other people. This is just for us again. Or maybe for the first time.
I like her. I like that she's actually challenging them on this.
Yeah, it's not like a...
Yeah, but she's also not saying that they're endangering children and all the
Yeah.
the
They're not
pushback,
getting
you
the
know?
judgment and the fire that Christy was getting, for sure.
Yeah. Cowards.
Huge deal to us
Yeah,
at this
it's not a
point.
big deal.
Like, honestly, even when I met her and I was still single, like, I was first starting to sort of, like, get to the level of clout when I started seeing her, that I was having random girls come in my DMs and want to, like,
Oh
come
my
over with their friends and
God.
hook up.
He is
And, you know, when I
seeing
started
her
seeing
for clout.
It was almost, like, kind of hard
Yep.
for me to let go of the filthy
Ugh.
lifestyle that I had been living. But now, the perspective I have
She's
on,
like,
group sex and
oh
stuff is
my
I absolutely
God,
don't
how
give a shit.
sad.
I would be totally fine being in a
Adam
relationship with her.
dated and married Lena for clout. He is not happy with the dynamic, but clout and money. And this is how they got famous. And he is not comfortable with what she did with that guy. He's thinking about retirement. He's going 3-4 years. We're going to hang this up. Like, he's thinking, how much more money do we have to make? When are we done? He said himself, I didn't have the clout before her. Oof.
Yeah. But it's all
Her-
okay.
I've offered him to go sleep with girls without me. Like, if I have a sore throat, I'm like, I don't want to go to set today. And he's like, no, let's just cancel. Like, I'd rather do it with you.
I'd rather play Pokemon Go or something, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
so the
over
statistic is
it.
90%
He's
of,
like, I'd rather
non-monogamous
play
relationships
Pokemon
and
Go than have sex.
Mm-hmm.
His
separation
soul
or
has been
divorce.
sucked out.
92%. So, you know, it's kind of that edge of the cliff thing, right?
But
It
it's also-
sounds
but
like
they-
you really,
it sounds like they shouldn't have gotten married to
Let me
begin
finish for a
with.
second. It sounds like you really value each other. You've got a beautiful
Oh, just cut off
trust
Kristen.
and like love for each other, and you have a child, and you want to have more children. So have you thought about, you know, even separate from the straight up morality question, which, you know, we're on the side of like, this is not moral, this is hurting other
Red
people.
shirt
actively,
could be
addicts,
a
young kids,
therapist.
broken couples, but even just for the sake of your own marriage.
But
Have
okay,
you thought about,
we
we want to protect
we
this
put so
marriage?
much stress on our relationship, like in the sense that us or her sleeping with another guy was like basically one of the biggest stories in the whole country or world over the course of the past couple months. And I could say that it put very little stress on our relationship because it just really wasn't that big a deal to us, especially just because, you know, we do porn. It's business to us. You know, it was decided upon in a business sense. I do think that honestly, it might put more stress on our relationship if we were to have just done some sort of like sex party hookup thing. That might be a little bit more treacherous in terms of our relationship. I think the reason why we were comfortable expanding our relationship and that we can do orgy type content and all that kind of stuff, and it's not that big a deal or that intimidating to us, is because I've been with her for 7 years. I have no doubt that she's never cheated on me. I have no trust issues with her at all. You know, we're like completely comfortable with each other. So that's why we felt like it wasn't that big a deal. And that's probably
Because
why
for
we feel
you
comfortable doing it
guys,
again, even after having been.
You've redefined what cheating is. So of course you're like, I don't think she's cheating on me, because you've taken what cheating is and made it something different.
It's very true.
So massively in the news over the past couple of months. You know?
Adam, you don't see the increase in opening a relationship up to risk, though. We're just giving you statistics, 90% of relationships. You guys are functionally in a non-monogamous relationship, even though privately you may not be. It seems like you guys have something special, and it seems like you guys have a child and a beautiful family. You decided to get married. You decided to say the vows. And it seems like there's this roaring going on inside of you guys where you have certain values and you have certain things that you want for your kids in this unit, yet at the same time, I'm just perplexed by the motivation.
I don't see those things to be contradictory, that we want to have a great life for our kids and stuff, and then we also are willing to, you know, do
I'm talking about
experimental
for your
things.
own union. Like it seems like this increases the likelihood of this potentially ending, which I don't want for you guys.
We've never really discussed it in those terms. I don't think of it that way. And I think if anything, it kind of made our sex life a little bit more exciting for a period of time. Just the fact that I had a little bit of competition, a little bit more of a reason to go hard, you know? And I don't necessarily think that's the worst thing.
I do have a question though. So if like
Last thing on this is I feel like we've been dogpiling a little bit.
Oh, now they're dogpiling. Last question.
What guy wants to feel competition with his own woman?
Mm-hmm. But did you notice that though? Brian just cut them off and said, last question. I feel like you're dogpiling on Adam here.
Ooh, see, he doesn't want to piss off the big get.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's better to have the big get for 2 minutes and put all the pushback in. It was better for Tim Pool to have Ye walk off than it was to have Ye on for the whole episode. You know?
You're right.
Every bit of it just cowardice.
if like going off and like sleeping with other people is not out of bounds with your marriage, what would you consider something out of bounds of your marriage?
Well, it actually is out of bounds with our marriage. Like we only have sex with other people on camera. But I think if we ever opened up our relationship to anything more, like we want emotional monogamy, and it's physical non-monogamy that we have. And like, so for us, cheating would be like dating other people, but also doing something that we didn't previously discuss. Like we have a calendar of all the girls we're gonna have a threesome with. If Adam decided he was gonna go fuck a girl and it wasn't on the calendar and I didn't know about it, that's cheating.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like her doing that scene with the other guy, like there was no betrayal of trust. It was just content, which I feel like the statistics of like 92% of people in polyamorous relationships or whatever they break up.
But
it's like,
come
it's probably
on,
not
man.
necessarily including, because like
You
we
don't
know
know.
couples who do stuff with other people.
Like
and
this,
do it on
he
camera,
is Is Adam reading all of their texts, all their messages? Sure, you can watch what happens on camera, but like you don't know the dynamic. You don't know what they're feeling between each other. You don't know the chemistry. You don't know like she's going, oh my God, this guy is really better than Adam in every way. His technique is better, size, all the things, all the metrics, right? You don't know what's going on in her head. And is he reading every single message? You know, like you don't know what their flirtation is or isn't like. And he's going to say, oh, well, it's not cheating because it's on camera. It's business. It's like, dude, you can't, like if it's good and there's a lot going on between them. It's like, you can't just say, oh, that's just business. Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, yet again, it's like just no pushback. All right, we can skip ahead a little bit here because they kind of just circle around. It's just more of the same over and over again. All right, so we got to go 1630. Oh, we're pretty much
actually seem like they invest.
All right, so this, they were kind of talking about body count again. And Chrissie's going to weigh in.
Myself included.
Your take?
If I'm dating someone, yeah, they're not gonna fuck someone else. They're not gonna fuck anyone but me. Like I am totally into monogamy. But like I said earlier, it's about the ratio, not the number. And when it's people in the public eye like this, they have a lot of opportunities, and their number might seem higher compared to a lot of people that don't have nearly as many opportunities. So I don't think it has anything to do with your number. It has everything to do with your ratio and the opportunities that you're choosing to take or not take.
Yep,
but if you are in a relationship, yeah, like if I'm dating a man, he's not fucking anyone else but me. 1000%.
Do you do BG content on your OF?
Yeah, I do.
But it's only with the
we broke up pretty recently, but yeah, I was
okay. So you wouldn't, for example, if you're in a relationship with a guy, you wouldn't do content with another guy.
Never,
okay,
never,
got
never,
it.
never.
Okay.
It was only like me and him because we were in a relationship.
Gotcha. Do you take quarrel with men caring about women's body count?
No, because I said this multiple times. It's about the ratio.
What do you mean?
So I'm super hot.
They're not
so
even listening to her
I don't
point.
fuck a lot of guys.
No.
But if a girl's not that hot and a lot of guys don't want to fuck her, that number might be kind of high. She doesn't get a lot of opportunities. She doesn't get as many opportunities.
They're so condescending to her. They're
it's about the ratio.
Playing over her
taking
points.
opportunities is like the whole thing in life.
The ratio.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is basically if a girl is very unattractive, then she should have a low body count because she's presumably not having as many opportunities. Whereas if a girl is very attractive, then she should
probably has had more opportunities. But it still depends about the ratio.
But how are we even going to know?
It depends. Well, that's
I appreciate her honesty. She's the only honest person on this show.
Yeah. It's
she's willing to see everybody's side. She's very honest where she's at. Whereas, like, you're never gonna hear the conservative people being like, "Oh, actually, yeah, I've watched porn. I've caught my boyfriend watching porn." You know what I mean? Like, they're not being as real as she's being.
We have a filing cabinet.
Frank, I discussed it. This is it is very similar to a joke I have. Yeah.
You should interview her someday.
There's been like times where like some dudes told me like, yeah, I fucked 100 girls. I'm like, yeah, no shit, you go to the club every night.
Right.
Like, of
if
course,
you live in Miami,
I never leave the
Vegas.
house. You know, I'm not like that's why I have.
That's why the ratio matters. Exactly.
Who keeps track of this ratio?
Oh, good point.
This is the thing.
And Adam has a straw, which Anna, that Star Wars girl, great friend to Chrissy. I met her once or twice.
Yeah. You know what? Some people get straw privileges and others don't.
Is Christy still in the chat? Are you there, Christy?
Christy, are you there? Do you want to jump on?
We could send you a link. Just say. Okay.
I mean, you could tell though. Like, it depends where you live. It depends what you look like. If you're out in Miami, Las Vegas, New York City, partying every night, you probably have a couple guys trying to take you home. And if you go home with 10, over living there for 3 years, that's not a big deal.
What's the difference between the number and ratio?
How many opportunities you have. If you live in like Ohio,
the bomb's coming in.
And you've only had 10 opportunities to have sex and you chose all 10 is a big number for you. 10 is a big number. If you had 10,000 opportunities.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Lila, she is, giving at least some head nods, but, this guy here and Isabella, they're just like, it's like high school. This is the weird person. She's not in our group. We are going to push her out. We're going to mock her. We're going to derive her because we don't want to be seen near her because we want to be in the cool crew. Whereas the cool people that they feel are cool and the powerful ones that are, everyone wants to be like them because they're all rich. No, we're gonna be nice to them because we're free.
And wants the opportunities that you said no to.
I like sticking to your guns on this ratio.
Because it is about ratio. Because it is. Because it actually.
Ew! Look at Adam just checking his phone in full view.
confused by what the ratio
I don't understand what you're confused
She
about.
keeps tracks of how many guys want to bone her. Okay, and if there's 100 guys and
She
only
never
sleeps
said
with
that.
2, that's a great ratio.
Right,
for her.
exactly.
So in her mind, she can know who wants to smash. And
But
therefore,
but someone
she's
else,
just like a slut ratio.
Oh,
It
he's
is.
being so
Like
condescending.
temptation tactic.
Yeah.
Some girls might say 2, but only had 2 opportunities. That's kind of slutty. But if you had 100 opportunities, only choose 2 men.
Yeah.
It's like,
Again,
look,
not
if you're
slutty at
trying,
all.
if you're
It's very
trying to
virgin
diet,
like.
Wait,
It's very
if you're
biblical.
trying, if you're trying to diet and you work at a bakery, that's way harder than trying to diet and you work at an insurance office. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's way more temptation to go off your diet at the bakery than there is at the insurance office, and that's all she's trying to explain.
Yeah. I'm not trying to have her back too much here. It's just, to me, like, when I watched this, like, it really, like as you're seeing, like, for yourself, like, this is rough. This is really rough. And, like, I'm not trying to simp or anything. I'm not trying to get with her. Chrissy, I'll turn down a girl.
I'm trying to get with her.
who offers things to me. I'll turn it down. I want to have a real relationship.
You're great at it.
I am a moron, but I'll turn it down. But this, to me, like, really, when I watched it the first time, like, by this point, I'm literally like shaking when I was watching it. Like, this is so messed up. In my opinion, I just like y'all are all seeing it. Like, this is not right. Like, and Brian's just sitting there letting it happen. Like, after he said earlier, like I said, remember when he said, like, oh, I feel like you're dogpiling on Adam. Whereas, what the heck is happening right now?
Mm-hmm.
Brian's joining in on it.
It's the whole kennel. It's more than a dog pile.
Yeah. All right,
Very
a little
biblical.
bit
But
But it
more.
sounds like you're saying self-control is what.
Yeah.
Like
Completely.
choosing to
Choosing
not-
opportunities,
choosing not to
choosing
have sex.
people. Yeah, 1,000%.
So you think it actually shows?
But
that
you
someone-
said you should choose to love someone, and I'm saying you should choose to have sex with them. 2 might be a big number for someone, and it might not be.
But doesn't this contradict
10,
your...
so is 10.
Hold on,
So it could be
go ahead.
100.
But doesn't this contradict your point earlier that
No.
we are just supposed to be in caves sleeping around like rabbits? When now you're saying
Oh, I know, I
restraint.
didn't say we
You're
should
saying
be sleeping.
restraint
Hold on,
of
let him finish, please.
containing
Oh,
your
let
body
him
count
finish,
based on the
like-
ratio is a virtue. once
Let
it's
him
found.
continue to
That's
just
No.
manipulate
I
what
said
he's
we were
saying.
all supposed to be naked because
Sleeping
what
around.
Eve ate that. No, I didn't say we're. I never
So we're
said
not
we're
supposed to be in a
sleeping.
cave naked but not
I
sleeping around.
said if you're in a cave, I would never done stuff with my boyfriend.
They're
on my
purposely
own.
misinterpreting
And
her.
if you didn't eat the apple, I would be naked in a cave doing stuff with my boyfriend. There's no doors on caves. Everyone would be just walking around.
I've
If
seen some
animals,
caves.
if animals fuck, it's not weird. They're in the wild.
Yeah, but we're not
supposed to-
animals. We're not
We are
animals.
though. We
We're
actually
not.
are.
We're
We
more-
actually
we're
are.
more than animals,
The
yeah.
reason why we're not is because society has built us up.
Oh,
This is
another
such
bomb.
A horrible thing that we're not supposed to be. Like, you could get into like why
He
we wear
loves
rubber
his
shoes.
effects.
We're supposed to be grounding on the
Yeah.
universe.
I think
we
the
are
question was if
animals.
body
We completely
count
are
matters.
animals.
A body's a
Yeah,
body.
and it's
Does
about the
body count
ratio.
matter, yes
The
or no?
answer is still about the ratio.
Okay.
What is your ratio?
Very low. Compared to how many people want to fuck me, to how many people I fucked,
What's the ratio? Yeah.
1 to 1,000.
So 1,000 dudes want to fuck you.
More than 1,000, but I'm just choosing the ratio.
Excuse me, I apologize.
The ratio is like
Good
point
for
zero
her.
zero 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 0.00003.
She's
Do
picky.
you keep a notebook?
Yep.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. 0.00003.
Well, wait till you hear her body count.
Good times. Good times. So your take on the Logan Paul, Dylan
Oh.
Dennis situation?
Okay, now they move on from that. We could skip ahead. They talk about the Logan Paul like situation where he's in a relationship and the girl he's with has slept around with a lot of people. Okay, so we can go to 125. We're moving. We're moving on.
Push-ups, no fealty. The GOP head doesn't define
Oh.
conservatism. Thank you. Push-ups, and let's see. The fan with no name. What if Lila is practicing some insane reverse psychology marketing ploy to launch her own OF because she seems like a way raunchier shag than Lena? Who's Lila?
Lila Rose in the red shirt.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Godzilla. Every ISP provides a router, and every one of them allow blocking websites and keywords. Very easy to separate adult content from children. Good point.
It's complex, to be fair.
I mean, if Fealty was in a relationship with Chrissy, would he make OF vids with her? Ooh.
No, I would not. But I
No?
would. I mean, I've said it before on the streams and even the member streams where, like, I would not date a girl who does porn and has sex. But I would date a girl if she does OnlyFans and it's just
Camming.
herself.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's just her, like, that's different to me. Like Leanne Starr. Like,
Right.
that to me, that's fine. Like, I don't mind if, like, the girl I'm with is, like, kind of showing herself off. That, to me, is all right. Like, oh, yeah, other people may want her. If I feel like she's trustworthy, he's not going to cheat on me, like, okay, I won the lotto. Like, yeah, you want her, but she's choosing me and I'm choosing her. So, like, I wouldn't do the OnlyFans, but I'm not looking to date Christie here. So,
Mhm.
all right. So here we
Girl,
go.
if someone's like famous,
I
they
think
probably have like a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I'll cue this up. Sorry, people. So they're gonna debate Christie on the ratio again because it's building up to, they're just looking down on her, and this is where the super chat
But I want to
bashing
fuck them,
comes
so
in.
their body count's gonna automatically be higher because they had a lot of opportunities. The normal people wouldn't.
I don't think that's
1,000. Look
Because
at
I think
DMs.
there's a lot of
Look
people.
at DMs.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean anything. I think there's a lot of people who can.
Opportunities.
Yo,
mean
please
everything.
stop cutting people off. Go ahead,
I think
Isabella.
there's a lot of people
Oh.
looking that you can still like refrain from promiscuity and hooking up with people. And there's people who can be like, I guess, super not attractive, but it's like who's like guiding that scale. Like some people find certain people attractive, some people find the same person like super unattractive.
But that's actually my whole point. Like, it's about the ratio.
I think it's about
Go
the
ahead,
ratio.
go ahead.
If
Hold on,
you
go ahead.
fell in love with a
Yeah.
guy, but you found out he had slept with 10 other girls, would that be like a deal
Bender
breaker?
Defender
Hold on
donated
just a sec.
$200. To the blondie in the back right, your body count is higher than the amount of brain cells you have and you sound like a 90-year-old chain smoker.
Thank
Your
you.
response to Bender the Offender?
Yeah, I naturally do have a very raspy voice. I actually used to work as a receptionist. My first job ever after college was a receptionist at a law firm, and everyone that I answered the phone to would say, "I hope you feel better." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm not fucking sick, but thank you. I'll transfer you now to the lawyer that you are trying to talk to."
Yeah, go ahead.
And mind you, at the start of the show, Brian does say, keep the super chats, like, nice. Like, don't just bash people. And what was that? Like, you've got no brain cells. It's lower than your body count. They don't even know her body count. But it's like, well, we're just happy to just bash this person. So that was, like, the first super chat to come in that really starts kind of bashing her. So now we're going to move on to 134.15. Because this is like quicksand.
Wild oats
It's
out there before I was
quicksand.
able to
So here, what do we got here? So 134.15. Christie's, yet again going to try and stand up for herself and explain herself because now she's just gone through an hour and a half of all of this and the quicksand
You
starting.
need to have a hoe face.
I think everybody needs a hoe face. The question is just
I
how
don't
long
have a
it
hoe face.
lasts.
I didn't
Even
have a
those
hoe
two
face.
bodies you got, that was a little bit of a hoe face, right?
I mean, before
Can I say
Jesus,
Yeah, right.
Let's get a
Can I
couple
say
chat.
something? I completely
Really quick,
agree with you, and actually you too. Like, I completely agree with you. I'm not talking about having one-night stands. I don't have one-night stands. I meet guys that I think I might date, that I think potentially might go somewhere. We hook up, we date, it maybe only lasts 3 months. But I'm not doing it like for a one-night stand. I'm not doing that. I'm being very, very, very careful. I genuinely interested
Traditional
in that. I genuinely
almost.
think we might go somewhere. And my parents are divorced. I'm very, very careful of who I'm going to settle down with, who I'm going to have kids with. So I think that like there's a point that's misunderstanding. Like I'm super Republican, I'm super traditional, but I'm not going to settle down with the first opportunity because I will never put my kids through a divorce. I will never put my kids through watching a family fight or parents fight. So I think that's where I misunderstood. I wish that I was, how old did you say?
Good for her.
I'm 38, got married at
No,
23.
yeah, I wish that I met my person at 19 and married at 23. I wish that, but that didn't happen for me.
Oh, what
I
a
have to
dick.
vet that.
What a
I'm not just, like,
douchebag.
fucking people to fuck
She's
them. I'm fucking
pouring her heart out.
Yeah.
Ugh.
See, am I starting to win people over now? Is it starting to build up here?
Dick. He doesn't care for these people. He just is like milking them for content. Like he truly doesn't care.
And he's not trying to even make good content. Bashing Christie gets you nothing. She's not a personality. She does OnlyFans. Like, whereas the personality you should be trying to get the content
Dude,
from is
I don't
Adam.
I don't respect this at all because it's like, I mean, we're lucky. Christie is a naturally she's very confident in herself and she's opening up and she is in touch with her emotions, which is why it's easy for her to access them and open up to people. But it's like, don't take that for granted. Like this is happening on your show. This is excellent content. She's being very vulnerable. Christie's doing the most work in trying to bond with people that have different point of view than her. She's really trying to connect with everybody because the host isn't trying to connect anybody. The host is randomly deciding who's interrupting who and not enforcing it equally. And so Christie's actually reaching across the aisle here, really trying to bond with the people who have been very critical of her and being like, hey, I'm trying to find my person. Okay. I went through a divorce. I want to be more careful than my parents were because I don't want my kid to watch me fight. And then he starts playing violin effects. What an asshole. That's a shitty thing to do.
See? Do you see what I'm saying? Is it really starting to build on you? And we're not even done. Like,
I'm just
we're
saying,
not
like,
even done.
You can be funny, but like have a little tact.
Yep. All right, we're going to move to the next time of the continuation of this it's like quicksand. It's like quicksand. And this girl's just trying, like, she's not trying to be mean to anybody. She's not trying to make, like, gotcha moments and bash other people. She's just explained who she is as a person, and this is what she's gotten for it. Like, grotesque. It's grotesque.
Emojis in the chat.
Mac, thank you for the 100. Appreciate it. And then we have a couple here from Streamlabs. We have, one sec, let me get this triggered. Oh, Valdiv, KEKW, Olay girls don't know how much military and law enforcement play games. Question for the panel: how do you think the cardinal sins being commonplace in our society, and how it affects dating in particular? Lust, envy, sloth, and pride. Deus of Volt.
Okay.
What are the other 7? There's gluttony, wrath. What's the other one?
Pride.
No, there's lust, envy, sloth, and pride. Gluttony. Oh, gluttony,
Malice.
greed, and wrath. Yeah. So he's asking, do you think the cardinal sins being commonplace in our society and how it affects dating? Wait, do you think there are cardinal sins? Is that the? Here, I'll pull it back up.
I think he's saying that
Please.
like the proliferation of this stuff is leading to the downward turn of society.
Just a failed society. Okay. All right, Valdi.
I think there's a lot of things going in play to the downfall of society, and it's way bigger than.
She's like transing our kids.
For one.
Yeah, she's our society's falling apart. The economy's going down. We got the BRIC system taking over. The U.S. economy going to be 50% of the whole world economy, and soon, like, society is falling apart. Yeah, you know.
Okay. So I think what he's asking is, do the 7 deadly sins have an impact on dating? Lust, greed, envy, sloth, pride, wrath, gluttony.
Of course they have an impact on dating, but I think the deeper issue is the one underneath the surface, which Christie is kind of hinting at, is that we have an entire society that's upside down, and we're wondering why people are getting divorced more likely.
Now that was
more
cool.
Self-deletion, why all these things are happening in school with the Transformers. We're seeing all this stuff proliferate, and it's like, where is this coming from? As society gets more and more secular and removes God from everything, all of a sudden things go bad. All of a sudden there's more STDs, there's more STIs, there's more deletion of babies. All of these things are connected. So those
Christie's
are just
not
the
interrupting,
manifestation of
mind
some
you.
things. But I would also go back to something. You guys are all into fitness. You're a fitness instructor. If you know that eating in a caloric deficit, having the right amount of protein, being active creates certain results, most of us will implement said results. But for whatever reason, we compartmentalize relationships and marriage, and we don't look at the best practices of people who are doing relationships, marriage, staying married the longest, thriving, having beautiful families, and we compartmentalize, and we always want to be the exception to the rule.
So me and you, I actually think we're on the same exact page, but it's like, yes, I would have loved to meet the love of my life at 17 and marry them by 23. I didn't. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not going to marry and then either be unhappy or
Look at
divorce.
Brian's face.
I don't think anyone's prescribing that. I'm saying
why are they
everyone is
laughing at
never
her?
turn it all around. Like every moment.
Okay,
that
but
passes-
God created me, right? Like, do you think I'm a sin? I'm one of God's greatest work. We're all God's artwork.
We're creating
I'm
God's
not like against God. I'm Catholic.
That's awesome.
Like, I'm super spiritual. I'm super religious. I don't think God doesn't like me.
Did you see Isabella there? Did you see what Isabella just did as she said that?
Cringed. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a literal
Listen,
cringe.
I'm one of God's greatest work. We're all God's artwork.
We're creating
I'm
God's
not like against God. I'm Catholic.
That's awesome.
Like, I'm super spiritual. I'm super religious. I don't think God.
Look at that. Look at that. You know, and yet again, like I said,
Judgment.
as someone who grew up Catholic.
Isabella's forgetting that Jesus hung out with prostitutes, okay? He didn't judge these people.
Jesus' mom was a prostitute.
Oh, really?
The Virgin Mary was a prostitute.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Her husband is not the father. If they went to Maury Povich. You know, it's like... I'm just gonna hit
God doesn't like me. There's so many things in my life that I know God is with me every single day of my life, and so are all my spirit guides. So I think maybe... I think we have the same core values.
Yes, I think we do. But let me
we
just say
really
this.
do.
Let me
but-
just say the ratio.
The ratio is different.
Let me just say this.
Look at it.
Let me just say
The
this.
ratio is different.
I think God loves you
Frank
so
is
much
right.
that it's this sort of love where He accepts you right where you are.
Chase, yes,
Provides
Chase,
so much more for you.
we
I
see
think
your
it's the way that God
comments.
loves His daughter.
Calm
It's such a love.
down.
I love you right where you're at, even when you have a
No
broken
one's
diaper, even when
ignoring.
you're
Come on,
making a mess.
pause the
But
video.
yet I want more for you.
Because there's so many comments from Chase. Chase, it's not that anyone is censoring you. You're not sending super chats. We're not supposed to just pull up your comments randomly. And you're not saying anything remarkable. No one is censoring you. No one's ignoring you. Just get yourself a drink, take a lap, calm down. Everything's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
And that love is in Jesus.
But that you have to trust that the universe will give you what you need, and everything will happen to you when you need it. Like,
well, I think especially you being Catholic, like that whole idea of like the universe giving you what you want. Like you said, you're Catholic, so I'm bringing this up because you said that. Like, no, Satan gives you what you want in that moment.
no, I'm not. I'm completely against Satan.
Yeah,
I'm not
forgive
a
me if I'm
transgender
wrong.
liberal.
I
I'm
think
not
the key
Hillary
is,
Clinton.
I think the key is like back to the original question is that it's
Oh my
not
God, she's
easy
the
to choose
funniest
virtue. Like,
person
Ruslan
on
was saying,
here.
like, she's
Oh yeah. She made the show.
She has the most personality. She's the most real. She's the most honest.
Yeah. All right, 143. Did he go in on her more? Yeah, they do. Fudge.
Choosing a workout routine, choosing to eat healthy, like that can be difficult, but the more you do it, the easier it becomes actually. And there's still hard days, but the more you choose the good, the more you build a habit of virtue of doing the good. And so I think that's the same is true with relationships and with sex. The more you choose to do what is good, like choose to save sex for marriage, or choose to not lust, or choose to not engage with lustful behavior, like the more you're acclimating yourself
How
to
is
good
me
behavior. And
doing something with my boyfriend that I only did something with him that's sacred? How is that bad? I never did it with anyone else.
Are there any Bible verses on this?
Well, sex is sacred in a marriage, not just in a relationship that you're in.
Okay, so have you had sex before?
I'm not going to answer that. I was engaged before. If that's
Right.
Yeah, I was engaged. Yeah. So there was a ring. There was a commitment. There was
Which
a ring.
means he has.
We had a commitment.
Yeah. Yeah. If you have to say, I'm not going to answer that, it's like, yes.
Yeah, so she can say, "Oh yeah, I was engaged," but she had sex outside of marriage, so she's technically a hypocrite.
Yeah. Oh, so she's ruining the world. She's, against
I
God.
finished my thought, and we worked together.
Oh,
for a long
let her
time,
finish
so-
her thought, as they've been bashing
We
her.
worked together for a long time, and we had a commitment.
But no, to answer, I think what Lila's saying is just that it's a commitment thing within the bounds of marriage, and it's the commandments in the Bible and the verses that are there. They're not to like hurt you. They're there for protection, and I think that's just all. You don't have to get defensive. I think Lila's just.
Yeah,
I'm not getting defensive. I say I completely agree with you. I have a Bible in my house. I'm very spiritual. I'm very religious. I have a very, very good connection with God. God loves
I
me
just
no matter
want to
what you
connect
think.
with you. Like, why?
I know. So, but like,
What?
They're so critical of her, but there's like the two biggest degenerates sitting next to her. Literally.
Yeah, and look, they're sitting back. They're comfy.
Oh, yeah.
like-
They ordered their Uber already. Yeah, they're comfy.
yeah. Yeah. There we go.
I think we
More on
believe in
this
the
one.
same things, but I think being an accountant's a boring job. Just because you don't like my job doesn't mean you should bring it up. I don't bring up your job and say I don't like your job.
Well, we're here to talk about dating and relationships. So that's
Yeah,
why-
and
that's
my
what we're
dating
talking
and
about.
relationships are fine.
But I'll just say this, that God does love you. He loves me. He loves us all so much. I totally agree with you on that. And these laws about morality on sex and like just all the 7 sins you brought up earlier, Brian. There are laws that God gives us. Like the 10 Commandments, there's some no's and there's some yeses of what we're supposed to do. But it's not crazy. It's like yes, it's a narrow path, but it's doable and people can do it, especially with God's love, right? And so the idea is, I want you to be happy. I want to be happy. Ruslan, we all want happiness at this table. And the rules about relationships and sex and marriage, these rules, there aren't a ton of them, but there's basic ones of fidelity and commitment. They're to make us happy in the end. Like they're not to be a burden for you.
When have I been
They're to make you
infidel?
happy.
When have I done anything that was
She
infidelity?
wasn't talking about you
That's
being
the thing.
I'm talking generally
Okay,
about
which
rules.
one of the commandments have I broken?
So can I read you a verse?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Matthew chapter 5, verse 27. This is Jesus speaking. It's in red. He says, "You have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery. But I say to you that everyone who looks at a woman with lust,
But she
for her
didn't commit
has already committed
adultery.
with her in his heart." So Jesus is saying, society says adultery is wrong. You guys have heard it said in
I've
the law.
not committed- I've never committed.
Let me
Yeah,
finish
no,
my
I
thought.
see what you're saying.
And he's saying that it's way worse than that. He's saying that even if you've lusted in your heart, or you've created content that causes other people to lust in your heart, that it's the same as adultery. That's what he's saying. So he's saying the standard is so much higher than any of us commit. That's why I think this whole she's bad because she did this, but Adam had 300 bodies. I think we're all jacked up. We all need grace and we all need mercy. And that's the point of the gospel. That's the point of the good news, is that Jesus is saying you can't do it on your own. You're incapable. That's why you need Jesus.
My
That's not what
internet.
I get from that at all. It's
Yeah, they're
saying
not
that-
pointing
Well,
any
I'm
of
saying
this.
what it says.
They're not. It's ridiculous at this point because everything they should be pointing at Adam and Lena, they're pointing at Christy for some reason.
Yeah. Like I said, oh, here we go. Push-ups. Please rip Brian a new one. I mean, I'm not. I guess so. I'm pointing out the ludicrousity of what's happening. That's more so what I'm really trying to do here. It's not really to bash Brian. I think there's areas where Brian can grow as a creator, as a moderator of this show, and I'm rooting for him. I enjoy the show.
I want him to be a better host. I want him to time his sound effects better. I want him to connect his guests better. I want him to research his guests. We're all rooting for him to win here. We wouldn't be covering this podcast if it weren't newsworthy, worthy of our attention. But we are both hosts and producers of shows, which is why we just see these things sticking out.
Yeah. And then we got Ghost Crusaders for 5. The girl with the blue hair is the hottest wifey material. That is Kiki, by the way, in the back there.
That is the doll, yes.
Her name has been changed, though, to, I think, Ashley St. Clair. So I think that's a porn star, though. So I don't...
It's a porn star, and it's a right-wing influencer. They're both named Ashley St.
really?
Clair. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, there's a little bit more here.
If a man lusts elsewhere, that's when he's doing wrong.
Right, so
I'm
that's
not
men lusting
doing
after you who are
wrong.
married.
That's men would lust after me, whether I had OnlyFans or I was a lawyer or I was a real estate agent, just because of how I look. That has nothing to do with me.
But
It has nothing to do with me.
could you run your business?
Sorry that God made me look this way. God made me look like this.
Could you
That
run-
has nothing to do with a man lusting after me and their decisions. I cannot choose their decisions
God,
for
you make
them.
me so good looking.
It's not my fault God made me hot, dude. It's not my fucking fault.
Could you run your
She's
business?
God made
funny.
me look like this for a reason.
The point
Yeah.
is you're saying you're a Christian and you want to follow
I'm a
those
Catholic.
rules. That's a Christian. But you're saying but can you run your business
Technically.
without lust?
Wait, hold on. Let me just thank
Can you
this
have a
guy.
business without lust?
KJ,
Oh wait, but
what's
he
his
can
name?
interrupt them.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it
is
is
the show.
for yeah.
But nobody made the point of like, yes, Christy, you're very attractive, but you could dress more modestly. That would have been an easy point to make.
Yeah, and that would have been a fair point. You know, they could have said, well, you could maybe dress it a way that maybe would be less lustful, you know, but they are going, I mean, in a way they are right. You know, I will side with them on the fact that like, yes, porn, you are creating something to create lust, and, you know, you could be creating the infidelity of other people in a way.
And you're
but
not
I don't,
thinking of that. You're thinking it's like, this is extremely easy money. It's the most and quickest money a girl her age and experience level can possibly get. So that it's hard to turn that down, and it's very easy to justify it. Like, yeah, well, I'm just playing to my strengths here,
Yeah. And two, I mean, this whole argument was from the religious side. So I'm sure if we have push-ups in the chat, please do correct me if I'm wrong here. Like, I could be wrong. I mean, I was Catholic up until after confirmation, and not long after that, I kind of walked away from the church. But I do believe in God, and I try and be a good person to everyone around me and be a good, just good, you know? I'd like the day I die, people say, like, he was a good guy. You know, that would be enough for me. But they're arguing it from the religious side, and from what I can remember, the only person who should judge and can judge is God. And if you judge, you are blasphemous because you're claiming to be God, pretty much. So, like, you can't blame her for her creations and say, well, now the apple is to blame. No, Adam ate the apple. Adam is to blame, and that's why Adam and, Eve got kicked out of, the Garden of Eden, There's a little more.
I do with my boyfriend.
Hey, Jane, Karen, sorry if I got your name wrong. Thank you for the raid over there on Twitch. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Welcome, guys. Here, just to keep things moving, I do need to get a couple of our other chats, and we have Zeki. Brian, can I get a salute to my man? Me and my girl love watching your show. This episode is incredible when those two girls sharing a brain cell in the corner aren't rambling about libraries ruining humanity. Big labia matter based. Okay,
I heard about your nonprofit. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't mention it today's show, but I do have a nonprofit, BLM, Big Labia Matter. We're getting started.
That's funny, though.
But,
I've always felt like I was pretty open-minded about the size of the labia, and I thought that was cool to know that you're on the same page as me.
I'm a fan, which is why I was taken aback when you mentioned the Venus flytrap. I didn't know if that was, but the way you.
Now we could skip ahead. I just want to have that in there because it's another super chat bashing, Christy. They have no brain cells whatsoever. Some more MGTOW fun. Just bash the girls, and that's all MGTOW tells you. Guess what, MGTOW people? You're going to end up alone.
Whole position on sex is just for two people in a forever, lifelong commitment, because then you're not comparing. You're not constantly comparing your body to somebody else's body.
Well, we're all artwork. We're all God's creation. Just because I didn't find my soulmate yet doesn't mean I'm not his piece of art or creation or anything less than that.
He's probably watching right now.
He is. That's why the power is in the
you
palm
are
of my hand.
God's work of art.
I know. But like, I don't
And
need you to tell me that.
But
I get it.
that's part of why.
We're on the
God's
same
work of art.
side. It's just like it's not my fault that you got to meet your husband for. I did.
I don't think anyone's saying it's anyone's
we're
fault.
not-
I think we're saying
No,
there
but
comes a
like
degree of
you were judging my
inventory
life because I
responsibility.
didn't meet my husband as early as you.
Wow.
I don't think that's what we're
It is.
I love her.
All right,
And
so
we actually
we
have the same core
have,
values. We actually do.
we have Flan Life here. Hey, yo, Raspy. Oh, hold on, let me pull it up. Hey, yo, Raspy. I still don't understand the ratio. Please explain. Oh, and I remember my first beer. Chill on the alcohol.
Flan Life is funny.
Do you have a response to Flan Life?
If you don't understand ratios, I literally can't help you. Like you learn ratios in 4th grade.
I don't know. That sounds like a lot of
It
work.
sounds like a lot of math. Oh,
All
did
right,
you
there you go.
get through elementary school? You didn't even pass
Good
through
for
middle
her.
school without knowing what a ratio
Yeah,
is.
she's standing up for
Good for
herself
her.
while
Okay.
still
Nobody,
trying to.
yeah. Nobody
she's
else
still
is.
trying to connect. She's still like, I'm on your side. I just didn't find my person. Like, don't act like you didn't sleep with people before your husband. You know, the guy that's in there admitted earlier in the show he slept with 2 girls before he found his wife of 15, 17 years or so. You know, like, oh, Okay, Viking, we'll do this really quick. Viking for 5. Can we correct the record? Mary Magdalene was a prostitute at one point, but Mary, Mother of Jesus, was not. Fealty was a little off. Are they not the same person, though? I thought Mary, the Mother of Jesus, was Mary Magdalene. I'm genuinely curious.
I think there were a lot of Marys back then.
It was the name was in the year 0.
Yeah, Mary back then was like Jennifer now.
Let me know, Viking, though. Love you, Viking. So yeah, more bashing of
The
Christie.
offender, to the blondie in the back right. Your body count.
Offender, the
Oh, this one already came
offender
through.
I don't actually
I apologize.
have a body
Blondie
count.
in the back right.
Thank you.
Your body
You what?
count is higher than the amount of
You have a
brain
body
cells you have, and you sound like a
I don't
90-year-old
smoke at all,
chain
though.
smoker.
This thing, I don't
really
vape.
mean.
I don't vape. I don't smoke.
No,
This
she
is my
doesn't.
a lot of guys think it's a very sexy, raspy voice. So
I
I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah.
Some guys are into the raspy voice. All right, we have Lila should cover up. Donated 100 to the blondie.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what?
I'll leave this one in.
Wait, what? Hold on. I don't know why. One sec. The Christian wears a bunch of makeup, and I can tell what her boobs look like in that shirt. She's only a few degrees separated from Lena's fashion sense.
Yeah.
How much more does she need to cover up? Like, if you can see her
She doesn't
elbows.
even have any cleavage, and she's pregnant, so she probably has a
what?
lot if she wanted to.
I'm pregnant.
Oh, really?
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Sorry, was I not supposed to say that?
Wait.
No, it's okay.
Oh,
That was just
She may have
appreciate
messed
the
up
feedback,
there.
Lila should
but
come
you
back.
know what? That shows you that Christy had a meaningful chat with this girl before the show. Like they're
Yep.
connected. They bonded. They don't have the same, they're on the same side, but she like had a good faith conversation with her and like remembered that about her and was actually sticking up for her. They're like, hey, like don't give her shit about her body. Like you can't even see her cleavage and she's pregnant. Like back off, which is more than anybody's done for her.
Yeah, and more than Lila did for her throughout this whole show so far.
Yeah.
And like I said in messages, Lila is at least like the nicest out of all of them to her.
Mhm.
Like even though she does go after her, I do think she's at least pretty fair. Like I will give her that. She's pretty fair in her stuff. All right, so we can move on from here. It's rough. I told you this is a rough night, people. I'm smoking many a cigarettes because of it. Okay, so 156. Sorry, 16. I went too early.
But
Oh,
when
yeah,
we
Eric,
first
yeah.
met, yeah.
Yeah,
Not when we
it was
first
like
met.
really fun.
First
Oh,
couple-
yeah, I keep forgetting to cue this up. Okay, so now they're gonna actually kind of. There's a little pushback to Adam here. I tried to be very fair with all the points I picked, and show the array of what's going on to give the full picture here because I want to be fair. So here's a little bit about Adam and their sitch.
weeks or whatever, we were at a party and we ended up hooking up with my friend. My friend ended up
So
getting it with
that
me.
doesn't feel slightly,
Well, once I started dating her and we fell in love, it was kind of like,
You
oh
didn't
my
watch
god,
that,
yeah,
yeah.
I can't believe I let my friend fuck you that one night. But
While other people were watching us.
yeah, but then once we really kind of accepted our love, it was not a big deal.
But yeah, like he was always turned on when we talk about it. So I was like, okay, clearly you're having like a physical response to this. So
I
like,
just
why
grew
are
up
you...
running trains on chicks with my friends, and then it kind of became weird to like end up in a relationship with a girl that I essentially kind of did that with in the early
was a
days.
threesome.
Yeah, it was a threesome. But still, it's like you kind of like, even if you like doing that, if you can get down with running the train, which like a huge percentage of dudes that I know at some point when they were younger, they did that. But then like, you just don't wife up a girl like that, right? Well, I'm proving that you can. And you should.
What? You guys have a daughter? Is that
Yes.
right?
For
so I
clout.
have 2 sons. I hope we have a daughter. We'll see what God does. But I'll see. But what do you think for your daughter? Like, would you want your
Oh,
daughter?
she's not
to
going to give judgment. We'll see what God does. That's finally the godly thing to do, not to disperse judgment because that's God's choice, right? But finally, for Adam, we're going to follow the Bible.
down with porn?
No.
Why is that?
Because I feel like she should choose whatever, career or pursuit she wants to pursue. If she found herself as an adult one day, having explored a variety of different options, and that was what she ultimately wanted to do, it wouldn't really be my choice at that point. But for sure, I would rather her pursue, art or music or
But like a
business.
lot of daughters like admire their mothers and want to be like their mothers. So let's say she's
Ooh.
17, about to turn 18, and she's like, I want to be like my mom. Like she's successful. My dad seems to really love her and is committed to her. I want to do porn. How would that make you feel?
I mean, I would want her to do it in the safest way possible, and I would want to make sure that I could help her if she needed help.
Notice
like,
how
I was
he
rather
did
do
not
something else.
answer
Like, when I
that.
got into porn, I had
Yep.
already had a degree, I'd had multiple different jobs, and I was
So we
super
know
broke,
how
and
he
I, like, this
feels.
wasn't my first choice, but I was like, okay, I'm just gonna take photos and
He
I'll
would
have the free-
prefer that his daughter did not do that.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Look
lying.
at his face right there. Look at the
Anything
side eye.
He looked at her being like, yeah, you know what I'm going to say, so you just take this one.
Well, look at that side eye. That's not a happy face. Sometimes in the pause you can find the truth.
It's and it's okay to say we would not want, because I've talked to many adult film stars that say they're honest and they go, I would not want my daughter to choose this. Like I got into this because I had a lack of opportunity, and I would want to provide for my daughter more opportunities than I did, and I would not want this for her. I've heard that answer more than like, oh yeah, sure, go for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got push-ups here. Push-ups. I'm glad you're here. Let me know. So he mentions push-ups for 5. It depends. Not all criticism is judgment. Depends on the intent. Is it correction to get them on the right path, or is it out of spite? On that, I'll say I don't think this was correcting her. It was a lot of putting words in her mouth. Like they were calling her a polyamorous person, whereas she's not. She's not like going out of her relationship. She's trying to make earnest attempts at relationships, and just happened when she was in the relationship, years into it, she decided to do OnlyFans because she wanted to make money, just like Adam and Lena did. And she just shared what she was doing in the bedroom with the world, So I don't think it was, to try and get the person back on the path of God. It was they're trying to say the things to her that they wish they could say to Adam and Lena, and they're taking it out on her, and it's wrong.
Yeah, if you loved what you did, you wouldn't be like counting down the years till you could retire.
Yeah. So a little more
freedom to
on
do
this
whatever
one.
else I want with my life, and that is how it started. And then we started dating, and we were already like making porn in our personal life, like we'd fuck and then we'd film it, and it was kind of just like,
But
why not?
if there's nothing wrong with porn, why would you want her to do other things first? Why would you have any issue at all with her going into it?
Look at this.
I just think that it's kind of limiting for the future of your life afterwards. Like we don't really have any doubt about the fact that her degree would be kind of useless to her at this point in terms of getting into another career. You see girls dealing with that all the time. I just don't think that it's like necessarily a good thing for a girl to get into because she's 18 and she doesn't feel like getting a job. Like it just is not, like the reason why me and her got into it is legitimately because, well, especially in her case, and she had a super normal regular job and she just wanted to achieve some degree of financial freedom and to be able to do what she wanted with her time. And I got into it not really necessarily having to do it, but just because I wanted to make content with her and we enjoy it.
But like porn aside, if my daughter was like wanted to explore her sexuality, like I don't think that's a bad thing. Like I don't think that's unethical.
But you guys just both acknowledge you wouldn't want your daughter to do that.
It wouldn't be
It's
my
not my first
ideal
choice,
thing.
but
So isn't that
also
a bit inconsistent though to create something that you wouldn't want your offspring? Like we want our kids to be better than us. So why would you want them to do that? Like if they're aspiring for
I
you.
feel like what I'm doing allows my daughter to have a better life. Like we're gonna be able to like put her through private school because I have the life that I have now. Like I wouldn't have been able to give her that without that.
My dad was a social worker, and for sure he wanted me to be something bigger and better than a social worker. It's like you always want your kid to do better than you would want to do. I would love if my daughter was some famed artist or something. That would be amazing. Do I necessarily think that that's in the cards? That's kind of
Notice how he keeps going back to artist music. He wishes he could have made it, I think, in music or in the arts. Like
no, he did
keeps
though.
Coming back to that.
He did though. He's from what I can remember from the documentary, he has released like music with people. He's worked with a lot of musicians in the rap world.
Yeah,
and
but do
stuff,
people know him for his music, or do they know him for porn?
Yeah, like that's how his podcast actually got big. Was he was interviewing like a lot of rappers and stuff, and that's how he initially got big. That's what was taking off was like the rap interview industry. And he was very involved with it and working with them and stuff. So like he is very successful in that world. Like,
okay,
so, like,
I didn't know him at all till porn. So
well,
maybe I'm an outlier.
I didn't know him until I watched that documentary. I forget who did it. It's one of the people kind of like Think Before You Sleep. They do those video like documentary things. It was very interesting, very worthwhile watch. All right, we could skip ahead. I just wanted to put that in to show, like, yes, they did have some pushback, but as you can see, it's very blasé, with no, like, how Push-Up said earlier, with no spite. There's no spite against them because, and very fair, like people were saying in the chat, they're not religious people. This is kind of like a lost cause. You're not going to change their mind, but at the same time, you don't go against, Christie like you're doing. Like, why? Like, oh, just so you can get your rocks off, What does Kristen get heated? Push-ups. I see you talking to chat. Let me know. So Virgin Mary and Mary Magdalene, two totally different people. Let me know. the
okay,
Mother
play it.
of Christ. Yes.
How much is enough, like financially? Like, at what point is it just like you I feel like you guys intrinsically know this isn't helpful.
No, I think it's as long as you're having fun. Like whenever we go and
is there a dollar
day,
amount?
it's like
No, it's not
it's basically just like it's fun. Like I look at my calendar and we're hooking up with a couple of chicks that day, and I'm like, oh wow, what a great Wednesday. It's like very profitable and
if it
fun.
doesn't feel good anymore. Like there are times
meth feels good.
Like sometimes we have more sex on camera than we do off camera, and those weeks I don't feel like as connected to them. I'm like, wow, we've just been working so much. Like I don't feel like we've been fostering a relationship. And in those weeks, if like we didn't take that break and that pause and talk about it and reconnect, then I could see myself being like, I don't want to do this anymore because it's interfering with our relationship.
And meth does feel good, but the downside of meth is much worse.
Having
actually done it, it's not that great. Whereas the downside of having a threesome with some girl on camera is that at the end of the money you get a bunch of money in the mail. So to me,
you guys don't know potential consequences down the road.
Yeah, I mean we've been doing it for a long time, and I wouldn't really say that we've encountered many negative consequences from it. Just
But
a bunch of fun and cash.
I do have to move on from this. All right, we have.
Yeah, okay.
So Puffy Vegas, this is the truth.
Why would you cut it off when they're on a roll?
Yeah, that was like finally they were doing pushback against Adam, and it seems interesting that it gets changed topics so quickly, right? Like, kind of interesting how that works out. Like,
Interesting.
They review this guy's stuff. All right, so now we're gonna continue
Wasn't really
from
attracted to him. Is that all I was supposed to
here.
say?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no real.
The end the wiener though.
All right, we have Martin. Thank you for the 100, man. Appreciate it. Blondie, you're so annoying that you're making corn stars uncomfortable. You said you're hot. You're a 4 if you don't speak.
Thank you.
Nonstop interruptions.
Wow.
Screaming into the mic at 2.
Yep.
Also, I enjoy leftists, alternative lifestyles. Please stay in California. I'm sure we'll all turn around.
I live in Miami. I live in Red State.
Well, there you have it, Marquez. She lives in
I don't
Miami.
live in LA.
Do you have a rating for Puffy, by the way? Do you want to give him a...
Okay, so then they rate him. I just want to put that in there to show that the super chats continue with the bashing, you know, and it's so sad. It really it's like it's so sad. Like, I'm sorry to bring down the mood.
As workers about
people,
monogamy is like trying to sell alcohol
so
on sobriety. It will take a miracle, so keep it.
We're gonna go into here we go.
I'm a monogamous. Like, I only have done this ever with my own boyfriend. I'm Republican. I'm not into sleeping around with people that aren't my boyfriend. If I have a boyfriend or my boyfriend, fucking girls that aren't my boyfriend.
I don't think
that
we were
aren't-
talking
it's
about
called-
you.
No, he-
That's
the
not
blonde.
what it was about.
What was it
They
about?
said the corn stars.
I think
but he said the blonde and the right.
I think the point is so
I
much.
think he's talking to me.
The point about the monogamy
Yes.
is more about marriage in terms of your body is sacred and beautiful and reserved for someone else, and that would include not just actual sex acts, but it would include showing your body, pornography or sending sexual videos or things like that to anyone else outside of the marriage. And I think
So fair
monogamy,
pushback.
the research proves that people who are sexually intimate before marriage are more likely to divorce.
If you
actually.
look at like
So
the
reason
history
we're
of art,
sharing
it's
this-
all girls being naked, and then like the history, the research is all like COVID being real, which wasn't even real. So
No, bro, shut up. That's gonna get us in trouble.
yeah,
I mean, it's not. It's not.
That's the
It's,
truth.
it's the. It's a.
Me and you have the same core values. We're just at a disagreement of we don't see it the same way.
Well, I think that would be different core values.
No, it's
because,
not, because who did you vote for?
I don't think it has to do with who we vote
I
for.
do, because we voted for the same person.
So
We
you guys
believe in
don't
the
have same
thing.
values because you believe in
No,
something.
she just
and
doesn't
doesn't.
understand what I'm saying.
And I appreciate that you pointed out. I did not notice that like they did have a conversation before the show. She's pointing out like, I know you, like we talked before the show, like, and how Anna pointed it out too, like they were talking with the other girls on the show before the show, and then they got on the show.
Red Shirt is so afraid of being connected with the blonde girl, like because she looks down at her. She's so afraid of like having a common ground with her because she's like, oh God, I don't want to be the same as this girl in any way, which is so un-Jesus like, I guess. It's she's really putting herself above her.
And speaking of Jesus, strange lunatic. Love this guy. Mary Magdalene and Jesus' mother isn't the same person.
Okay.
I did not know that. I really appreciate that. I really am going to need to do some more research on that. It's been a long time since I've been reading the Bible, and I really thought they were the same person. That's kind of shocking to me. All right, so we got a little
There's a
bit.
difference between
married earlier
politics
than I
and,
did.
and core values. There's a huge difference. You can vote, you can be Republican and not have traditional core values.
But I do have
Clearly,
traditional
but you
core
don't have
values.
We
traditional
want
core
nothing to
values.
do with you.
don't know.
I do know that because you do
You don't
OnlyFans,
think
so
that.
that doesn't make you have traditional core values. That's not what you could be a Republican.
I'm not judging you based on your job.
I don't do OnlyFans. I'm
Ooh.
judging you based on your job.
But just because of your job doesn't make you a traditional.
Well,
That's
doing
just-
OnlyFans doesn't make you traditional.
And here's the thing: like I can
See what you
never,
think.
and
That's
I
what I
would
know.
never judge your heart. 'Cause only God can see the heart. But what we're talking about is
Pretty sure you're
actions and,
judging.
dating and relationships. That's what we're talking
Yeah.
about. And the point we're trying to make here is that pornography at large has been a menace to society.
I
It leads
don't
to-
consider
let me just
myself in
finish- let me just
porn.
finish for a second.
Oh,
It
it's a
leads
menace to
divorce, it leads
society, but
addiction,
not with
it has
Adam
led
and
to the
Lena.
proliferation of like a lot of sexual brokenness,
Right.
indignity, broken relationships. And so, part of the message is like, let's be the change we want to see out there in the world. And I want happiness for you. Like, I want you to have that marriage you dream of. I think that many people want that. And the way, the path to that, I believe, is pursuing virtue and love. And that's a choice that includes self-control in not just like how we behave with other people, but how we make money. Because if we're making money through selling
Which she's already said multiple times, she does not sleep around. She
Right.
gets into relationships and really tries to see if she has a connection with that person. And does she make mistakes and she doesn't have the
Yeah.
connection? Sure.
I think
You know.
Chrissy represents like the majority of women.
Yeah. You never know until you're dating a person. And like, okay, maybe you sleep with a person, but her body count was 22. 22.
That's it.
You know? Yeah. Whereas Adamson, there's 600 plus. You know, like this is a stark difference. You know? It's really
pictures of our bodies to incite lust in other people, that's going to ultimately, I don't think, set you up for happiness. And I want you to be happy. I want you to have that future marriage that you desire.
Well, I'm sorry that you don't think I'm a happy person.
Well, I think what you're
Don't
saying is
think
you
that's
want to be
what she's
married.
saying.
Yeah, because you said you want me to be happy.
She's just
and
giving
which
you like
says I'm
sound
happy.
motherly advice.
I understand that, but like, I'm gonna listen to God and I'm gonna follow my own path, and that doesn't have to have anything to do with your path. But that doesn't mean I don't have a spiritual connection with God.
I
or
never
that
said
I'm
you
not
didn't have a
Catholic.
spiritual connection.
But like, you're debating me because of Like, oh, I hope happiness for you in the future. Like, I'm good.
Well, I think you
I'm
want to get
good.
married.
We're on different paths, though. We're on different paths.
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
true.
mean that I'm not a child of God, or I don't pray, or I don't have connection with God.
Of course you're a child.
And it's a little bit judgmental.
Yeah, of course you're.
It's very
I'm not-
judgmental.
I'm speaking to. I think what you're saying is you desire marriage, right?
But I will not settle for marriage. That's the thing.
No one's
and
asking you to
I don't
settle.
care if it happens tomorrow at 47, as long as I'm happy in the long run. And it's not about what I'm doing. It's on my path that God put me on. And you're on a completely different path that God put you on.
Christy, I don't think anyone's saying any of the stuff you think we're saying about you.
Okay.
Oh,
God speaks through people.
Okay.
They
It's
are
possible God
saying.
may be trying to speak to you through Lila, who's married with kids. You said that's something you desire, and I think you're doing a lot of projecting of what you think we're saying, and we're not saying 95% of what you think we're saying.
I actually think the opposite.
I think she's
I
just
think
kind of
you guys
coming
are
from-
projecting on me.
Yeah, I think everyone
They're
just has their
hella
opinion.
judgmental.
I think we have all the same beliefs.
I think
and you're
God-
projecting on me because
God
of my
loves
job.
everyone. I think Lila
Jesus loves you.
Can we just?
So I'm there.
I think we need to wrap this up. I think Lila's just coming from a place like she desires marriage, you desire marriage, and I think she's just giving you like motherly sound advice. I don't think anyone here is like attacking you.
No, and I don't think
trying to
Chrissy
be
thinks
cruel or
anyone's
provocative.
attacking her. It's everyone has their own spiritual path, and she's my best friend. Like I know what she wants. We meditate together. We talk about. God
You're
together,
her
like,
best friend, but it's taken you this whole time to stick up for her.
Yeah.
Yikes!
Like she had said like no, she really didn't stick up for her before this.
Like you're kind of projecting your path on me, and my path is completely different than that. That doesn't mean I don't have a godly perspective or connection or anything.
Yeah.
So
I have
just
a
don't
question.
project
I've
it
got
on
a question
me.
for you two.
Okay.
You three. Is it a
And they talk about sin, so now we could skip ahead. There really wasn't much here till 1922. Skipping ahead. It's really like, isn't it like you can feel like it's really like it's sad. Like that's why when I was saying like your messages, like this was rough. This was like rough to watch. Like
Brian should have done more to tie up some loose ends and be like, you guys clearly agree on this, you disagree on this. And I'm sure we got a viral moment in there somewhere, but he just sort of leaves everybody out to dry.
Right. All right. So we don't have too much
I
more.
just want
There's
to. I have to ask this on behalf of the chat. Is it true that you were arrested for attacking a police officer?
No, it's not true.
That is kind of weird that they made that up then.
Okay, so there actually was like a whole Google thing about it because I'm a Trump supporter, and I actually had multiple Trump flags out on my balcony in Nashville.
Not very conservative. Not really back in the blue when you beat up a
Yeah,
cop, right?
but I didn't. And if you actually look,
What
I
an
don't have anything on
asshole.
my record.
Yep.
But there was an article written about me about that.
What
and-
What an
Yeah,
asshole.
I don't have any charges against
You know
me.
what it is?
Well, that doesn't
It's
mean you didn't do it.
because there's so much division. It's like Adam and Lena should have been having her back, but they don't because they're elitist and they're very lefty. And you can tell they're just, again, like kind of politics is kind of irrelevant to their lives because they sell sex. So it's like they're kind of in a different echelon. Like they're in a different group, you know?
Yeah, well, plus
They're millionaires and they're definitely, I mean, they're in commercial mainstream porn, which means you have to be vaxxed. A lot of them are leftists. They kind of like play by all the rules, you know, whereas you don't have to when you do OnlyFans.
Yeah. And it's like, I think it's also, he doesn't need to make stands on things and, really like, say anything of any worth here. Because like you said, this is just a commercial for their podcast. So he doesn't care about anyone here. They're just happy that the girl next to them is getting all the brunt of everything.
Yeah, they've
laugh
been
at,
rolling their eyes every time she says, I'm a Republican. Like, I like Trump. Like, really? She's not rolling. You know what I mean? She has the most balls of anybody on this panel.
Oh, yeah. She's got the chutzpah. All right.
let's
Oh, yeah. So they're going to talk about the actual body counts now. So
Adam, what's your body count?
Like 600-ish.
600-ish. Okay.
All
right. You don't want to share, correct?
I would share, but he would tell me not to.
Oh,
many dozens.
you would share, but
Many
But Adam
dozens.
advised me not to, and Adam would probably be
Well,
mad at me
I
for
told her a long
sharing
time
after
ago.
the
I'm
fact.
like, don't ever tell anyone your exact number, just because.
Interesting. Look at that. Look at that. He's embarrassed about her number. That's what other reason would you have for be like, don't tell people your number? Because it's embarrassing.
Well, I mean, people can assume at least the low end of her number since their podcast. They have sex with a girl after it every single time.
You could count. You could watch every episode and count along.
Yeah. So they're going through the numbers
there you
here.
go.
Mine's probably, I'm 33, I'm single, mine's probably around 22.
Around 22?
Okay,
Yeah,
if I met you-
it's a pretty low number, and I think that's
If I
why
met
people
you
don't
and
understand my
that was your
argument.
age and body count, I would be like, no,
Yeah, that's
that's
pretty low.
That's actually very low from my perspective.
Exactly.
Yeah, at least Adam stuck
It
up
is
for
the
her
count.
there.
I'm not trying to
Everyone
pressure
doesn't get
Adam,
that I'm a
Adam's trying to put her on
Republican,
the path.
and then I
That's a good
date
thing.
people, and then I don't fuck around just because I have a job.
Okay. What about you?
That was a weird thing he did.
Okay. Is it?
Yeah.
I don't.
Range? Do you want to do range?
She wants to do ratio. Just kidding. She doesn't want to do
I don't know.
You said you lost track.
She's funny.
I don't keep track of that. I don't know.
So you lost track.
30-ish.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
For
Yeah.
everybody.
Stab.
I'm gonna get bullied again, but it's 8.
See, 8 at 18 is...
Lila, if you want.
Her number is 8, and I'm pretty sure she's 18 or 19 years old.
Ew. When
Yeah,
I was
we're-
19, when I was 18, my number was 0. When I was 19, it was 1.
Keanu, you should hop on.
Aw.
But okay, yeah, I'm trying to wrap up because we're 3 hours 22 minutes, and there's just a little bit more to go. Here we go. I'm gonna move it to 2705 here. It's just
If 2 men could have a child, and those 2 men are RFK and Steve-O, I think we have a rare view on what their daughter looks and sounds like if she was going through
Thank
a major
you.
identity
Thank you.
crisis.
Who do you think would carry the baby? RFK or Steve-O?
just want to put that in because it's just another super chat, just
Oof.
bashing the girl, you know.
Ugh. And again, it's so cringe when Adam thinks he's being funny. Like Brian too. It's very cringy when unfunny guys try to be funny. It's like I've seen that for like decades. So I think that's why I have no patience for it.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here we go.
Mhm.
Next moment.
Ghosting happens, Brian.
What, there's more stories?
That's a good one.
Here, I'll read these. Martin, for Blondie, I'm having terrible difficulty conceptualizing ratios. Could you please tell me, what is the ratio for a delusional woman who believes she's hot and interesting to the desperate men who lie to her for sex? Please feel free to be as scientific.
Can you ask him to send us a selfie? Because I want to see
Yeah.
what he looks like. Because
she wants
he's
a
hiding
selfie.
behind his text messages and behind his screen.
I don't know if he's down to send selfie.
He
but
probably
really quick,
isn't because he's
yo,
probably super ugly.
Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a
I
follow.
love her.
Drop us a prawn.
I love her.
She's great, isn't she? All right,
She's
now
so good.
we're moving a little bit faster here because these are mostly just quick moments. But all right, so now we've got just another moment here between them all. That is. It's really like, isn't it like, aren't you feeling just like almost like you've been through like the ringer?
Mhm. I like watching people start to stretch and like move around and like
Mm-hmm.
antsy.
Okay, here we go. So now here's just another quick debate.
He's
here.
just saying that there's a difference between like a
Do you-
life-saving surgery and like
I'm
a
not
surgery
pro
that's, like-
surgery.
But basically,
Yeah,
like,
so they're talking about surgery here. Christy did get new boobs. She's 6 weeks into her new boobs.
Oh, okay. They look good.
Yeah, you know, I don't know how long Zia had to wait. I think it was like 2 months or something, and then she could kind of start doing stuff. So like, here's a moment that like, I just felt like, you know, we'll see. Like, it's another moment.
She got one surgery, but she could have got a lot of surgeries, so her ratio is really good.
Right. I could have got a lot of surgeries because I was in a
Yep.
car accident.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, all of this sounds extremely complicated.
God, you're
Where the
wrong.
line
In a
is
car
between what's
accident.
appropriate and what's
Yeah, that was a short move. I just thought I didn't want. I couldn't really like cue it up without giving it away. No, we don't need to do that. Okay, so here we go. 309 is how do we make men great again? Which was kind of funny. And we're almost to the end of the stream here, people. Golly. We've made it
This is
through.
the best policy. We have Alpha Sigma Mindset. Brian, love the show. Keep it up. Blondo F Chick is so delusional. I'm currently creating a new brand to help men survive in the world.
Wow.
Q for the panel. How do we make men great again? Hashtag Alpha Sigma Mindset. We'll go around the panel on this. Why don't we start with Lennon, go around. How do we make men great again?
Oh God, I have the perfect man. It's so hard to think about how to answer this
Oh,
question.
you just killed that one. That was amazing.
I love it.
Actually, let me think about what to do.
Ugh. How
How do we make men
performative can
great
you
again?
get?
Men great again.
I think what's important is guys like me and Brian who are out here fucking the liberal establishment and creating raw content for
What?
men, teaching them valuable life skills that will allow them to excel in life.
Wait.
not caring about
He
what
just said
Anderson Cooper
he
has to
just
say
said
about it.
he just said we're fucking the liberal establishment. Yet you're rolling your eyes every time Christy mentions
Yeah.
she's Republican.
He's making fun of Christy. That's what he's doing.
Ugh.
See what I'm saying? He's trying to like sound like her to mock her.
Wow, what a loser.
Yep. So I picked the moments,
That's how we're gonna
people.
make men great again.
No Jumper podcast. Go subscribe.
Just an idea.
There you have it.
And Brian's all in on it, too.
What about you?
Men are natural providers. They're natural hunters. They're natural protectors. Females are natural caretakers. We can push babies out of our vaginas.
Based.
We make homes. We make families. You make men great again by being protectors, by being providers, by doing those masculine things that society is pushing against them. Society is trying to make males take on feminine energy and females take on masculine energy, and they're doing it so that no one has an identity anymore, so they can control us all.
So how do we make men great again?
Be providers, protectors, and
She just said it.
Men should stop watching adult content in order to be great again.
I think men should be fucking their wives so no one else needs to watch it.
Wouldn't that come to the detriment of yourself? Since
Maybe, but I wouldn't have been in the situation that I'm in if men were taking care of their women and
about to
women
get
were taking
good.
care of their men.
Oh, so you're saying if you were married, you would...
I'm saying our jobs wouldn't exist if men and women were living the way God intended them in the first place.
I'm just curious, how do you
Look at
wipe?
that.
Now,
She's so
did you hear that?
self-aware.
Did you hear that, though?
She's
How do you wipe? If she just said all that, I don't care about anything you said. How do you wipe? What a thing to freaking say.
Yikes.
You know?
And the fact that she still has a good faith answer to these questions, she still responds honestly and vulnerably. Like, she's too good for this show. Like, she's too good. The fact that she's been like this good and sharp and honest and present for hours now, and everyone disrespects her, interrupts her, rolls their eyes at her, pretend they also didn't vote for Trump. It's ridiculous. And Brian should be leading by example and not playing dumb sound effects and like asking stupid questions.
Mm-hmm. Give me a
Yikes.
moment. There's something I gotta do. I got a message from the filing cabinet.
Oh. Is everything okay?
Yes, everything is
I didn't get a
perfectly
message
fine.
from the filing cabinet.
You did. He said you're unresponsive.
Oh, okay.
I love the filing cabinet. I really do.
All right. I think my phone was being gay or something. It wasn't coming up. All right.
The show might get interesting.
Okay. I like interesting.
Yes. All right. So we got a little bit more here. I want to try and get to this is the how do you wipe. So like I want to just
the nails are
Girls don't poop. You know that, right?
This one
Is
does.
this true?
Yeah.
Is this true?
She pooped in front of me on like day
We
two.
don't fart either. We don't sweat. We glisten.
Wow, I'm learning anatomy
I
tonight.
know.
She's
Wow.
funny.
Did you not do science?
Just kidding. Just kidding. I don't know why. Okay, but I've heard the strategy is you have to wrap the toilet paper.
Yeah, how do you wipe?
Hey
I
Madison,
don't
can you get
poop.
some toilet paper over here?
I've never taken a shit in my life. I don't do anal.
You can still shit.
I never have. How do I have these white nails so clean?
It's not so much the color of the nails. I'm just like, because doesn't it
Literally,
make it,
like-
I'm just thinking the logistics of.
Yeah, but you
You
don't
know?
think a lot of things through. So.
You know, what do you mean? I think what have I not?
Okay,
thought
so
through?
I mean, I do pee and I do wipe myself, and my nails don't get in my way. You know when nails actually like this get in your way, or when you're wearing very thin leggings and you try to pull them up,
Yep.
and it pokes holes in them. That's
She's
when it gets in
100% right. Or
You poked holes
tights.
Yeah, and she's trying to make a connection again. She's like, okay, you
Yeah.
just insulted me, and I'm not going to sit here and, be like, oh, screw you. I'm going to, all right, you know how you do make holes and things and how there is a downside, like,
Mm-hmm.
I got that thing already, by the way.
You did it? You sent the link?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, cool.
All right, so now we can move ahead. Here we go.
Of course, Watson can't do it. No, we can all.
Yeah, the queue up. All right, so this is just another
gotta do
super
it.
chat moment.
Yo, Matthew, thank you, man.
Hey Brian, here with Bubala, Emily Megatry.
Oh, hey, guys.
We love Lean and Adam. You two are an inspiration for us in our relationship as we are also quite non-conventional. We wanted to ask, have you two ever experienced jealousy? If so, how did you navigate it?
Isn't
Of
this the boyfriend of
course.
the girl who was on the most recent stream?
Of course they have.
Yeah.
Wait,
that's what.
is this the boyfriend of the girl who was on the most recent? How would he know that?
Yeah, well, because Adam actually watches on it, whereas Matthew McCarthy has donated thousands of dollars when Bubala, the girl Emily Make It Rainy, is on the show. She's been on it multiple times.
Wow.
And Matthew super chats throughout the show and makes funny jokes about his Bubala. That's his nickname for Emily. And
Oh.
Brian, to this day, still doesn't freaking remember it, no matter how many times the guy super chats.
Wow.
But all right, so they talk about jealousy here a little bit, but we could kind of skip it because we know it's not going to be a true answer at this point. Like, you know, like it's unbelievable. Okay, so now we're going to move on to 325, where remember she told the guy to send in a selfie?
Yeah.
He sends it
I
in.
completely agree with that. Me and you are actually on like the same page about a lot of things. Besides for my job, besides for that, we're on the same page. About a lot of things.
She concurs.
Oh my
All right,
God,
we have
you
Marquise
just
Martin
flew
here.
into
Brian,
my
send my picture to your email.
fucking head.
Pull it up on your phone and show it.
Let's make sure we do a Google reverse search.
Wait,
for
do
this
they
to
not know my
verify. This is
name?
really him.
Then after she's
Why
in
don't
love,
they know
you
my
reject her. Please do not.
I just want to point. Did you know she finally noticed none of them are calling her by her name? It is Blondie,
Whoa.
you know, raspy voice,
Isn't
you
that,
know.
and how like how horrible is that for Isabella, who's also just as blonde, but she's so not a part of the show that when anyone says Blondie, everyone knows it's Christy.
Yeah, because she won the show.
Like the blonde one. Yeah, the one that talks. Aw.
Yeah. All right, so
So
she's
the
going
audience. You know I need to keep my
respond to
anonymity because of my companies. So I'm just going to show it to you.
You
here.
know this guy in real life?
Wait, why don't you know my name? He looks kind of hot. He looks kind of hot.
Wait,
You look kind of hot.
Oh, Mark.
I like blondes, but you look kind of hot.
Even I know that's a good looking guy.
He's a good At least that photo.
Like, why don't you know my name?
What's his rating?
Can I see it? Can I see it? Like,
That's
I normally only like blondes, but he looks
Yeah,
kind
he's
of
a handsome guy. That's a handsome guy.
Wow. Hey,
By the way,
slide in my DMs.
I would like
Like,
to
he doesn't
say-
know my name.
He's a good friend of mine, Marquavius. He has saved me.
This is
from
wild.
A shark attack.
Oh.
We
That's
were out.
hot.
We were out surfing together in Malibu. Did you guys surf? You surfing?
One time.
I was surfing.
You're more. You still ride? Not really.
Yeah, kind of
Injuries
behind
or-
for podcasting and
That's-
old age. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he saved me. We were out surfing Malibu. There's a shark, and like he just like punched the shit out of the shark. And
Wow.
Saved me.
Are you
so-
making this up?
Oh, I swear to God, it was so sick. Yes. Yeah. He was like.
Yeah, definitely go for the guy who punched a shark and live.
Why doesn't he know my
He's a very
name?
wealthy man. He owns like 300 Chick-fil-A's. So.
Does he have friends?
Do you really know this guy?
Yeah, he's legit.
Are there 300 Chick-fil-A?
My name is Christy. It's not
You
Blondie.
can't have 300 Chick-fil-A's. Oh, sorry. Waffle House. Waffle House. My bad.
Waffle House?
Start making this up.
Chick-fil-A.
Your friend emailed you
It
photos
goes
and
on
text you.
Sunday, but I don't actually know how to
We
really
emails faster.
I use seed oils,
All
and
right, we
that's a
have
problem for me.
a big $500 super chat from
Wow.
S5 Podcast. Hey, thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Taking it.
Thank you.
The blonde's voice sounds like she ate a concrete.
How come no one knows my name
Imagine
is Christy?
imagine
I'm not the only
spending
blonde.
imagine spending $500 on a super chat and that is the best you can come up with.
I didn't even think of that.
Oh boy.
Like,
That's
but, like,
tragic.
yeah,
Like he should,
$500.
if he can afford that much on a super chat, he should be paying somebody to write the super chats for him.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
He needs a ghostwriter.
this is MGTOW stuff, you
Yeah.
know? Like,
Yeah.
it's absolute MGTOW stuff. It's just bash girls and try and build yourself up because it focuses on the type of guys who are nothing. And they don't work on themselves. So it's about pushing down the other girls so that you could be above them. And
Right.
that's what'll keep you safe because they're not going to leave you if you keep on pushing them down and make them nothing.
True.
That's why I despise MGTOW. Like that's totally antithetical to what men should be learning. It's the same thing with body positivity. It's totally antithetical what people should be learning. It's not healthy. It's not going to work out for you in the long run. And any girl that's going to be with you, like for guys that want to get married and get into a marriage and everything, if you're going to treat a girl that way, that's how you're going to get a divorce, lose 50% of your stuff, and be paying, you know, child support and all this stuff. She's going to ruin you. You aren't in charge. You have to try and get a partner and not try and get someone, a prisoner. You know? It's
Preach.
just abuse. Just abuse.
Well,
We all
there's-
know it's not about this.
Yeah,
There's theories that the super chats are fake, that they're money laundering, that they're just regurgitating their own funds in the form of super chattery.
It's all going to Ukraine, people.
Yeah, they're sending themselves tanks and ammo.
All right, so now we can move on to 336. So this is going to be 336. Guy tries to claim Christy attacks what she does. It's more on like insulting, and Christy, this is where she has her pushback. So this is like kind of like she's really had enough. Like she's been getting told to like shut up and take it this whole time, and she's gonna stand up for herself here, and she got
and like
good
pride themselves in
pushback.
that. I want a job.
Well, I think
I don't want to be poor. I want to live a nice lifestyle. And until I meet the right man, I'm gonna just do OnlyFans and live better than most of my friends. And
You don't think
chill.
you attract what you are, though?
I think me and my ex-boyfriend, we started dating way before my OnlyFans.
That wasn't what I was talking about.
Yeah, I believe in the law of attraction. I believe in quantum physics.
I mean, like who you are in the season of life that
But-
you're in.
but this is
Your
the thing.
character is going to attract that type of person.
Yeah, but why do you think my character is bad just because of my job?
No.
I think that he's just saying that. Like, I
Hypothetically,
think
I would love to attract who I am because I'm super funny, I'm super smart, I'm super patriotic, I'm super witty, I'm super fast, I'm super duper hot. I would love to attract who I am.
I think he's just saying.
Yes,
like,
that would be amazing.
You're also
I
very
think
modest.
that's the
Very modest.
reason.
Very
That's
humble.
what I'm waiting for. I
No,
would
I think
love
he's
to
just-
attract.
Oh,
I think he's
they
saying,
they
like,
can
you're
talk
saying,
about
like,
what's
not something that
modest.
You're saying like, okay,
Okay.
I'm married, I want to be able to stay home, I want kids. Like, how can you kind of justify wanting those things
I don't
without
think I'm
bringing
being
anything
demeaning.
to the table? Do you know what I'm saying?
I have a lot of
because
things
how
I'm
can you
bringing to
demand
the
some?
table,
Can I
though.
finish, please? When you demand things from men, like I want to be able to stay home, I want to be self-sufficient on a salary, I want children, I want to be wiped up, I want to live like this stay-at-home life. But then what do you bring on the table besides like, okay, I'm hot and I'm funny? Like, what do you bring to the table?
Actually, I make like more money than usually everyone that I date.
I don't think men are attracted.
I don't want that, dude. I'm just saying I'm not gonna settle down and I'm not gonna be poor and I'm not gonna live not like I'm living like life on vacation every day in Miami until I meet that person.
I think
and I don't think you should be judging me. I think we have the same beliefs overall, and I
Ooh.
think we're on different paths. And I like
I want
that's
you to
great.
I want you to
for
watch this back because I don't think
I
you
don't
get the detachment from reality.
No, I get it, dude.
I think what he's just saying is
I'll
like,
watch it back.
The lifestyle that you're living isn't in line with what
That's
you're
nice.
wanting.
That's nice.
It's
Thank you for thinking that. Thank you for thinking that.
That's what I know.
But in your dating profile, you did say something about like you wish like guys would pay, or guys. No, it was men should pay for the first date, right? That's kind of like the chivalrous thing.
Yeah, of course they should.
So that's like kind of a traditional thing. The guy should pay for the first date.
Yeah.
But like, you know what I mean?
No,
Like,
no, I don't know.
Well, okay, like
I don't know.
like the traditional.
You
Like
don't understand
She's
racism.
like
I'll
done.
explain
She's
it.
done at this
So-
point.
She is done, and she should be. She should have
You
been
do
done hours
BG
ago.
boy girl content, right?
With
On your-
my
She
only
realizes
with my
no one
boyfriend
here
on the
has her
podcast.
back. No one's trying to make her look good. No one is trying to see eye to eye. No one's trying to like make any kind of connection with her. So
Yeah.
she's right to have this reaction. And like Brian has not. He's sat here like a lump for hours, and now he's trying to dole out advice. It's like, dude, no.
Yeah. And mind you, this is 3.5 hours into the stream, and we've seen this build up, this whole time up to this point, just the utter shutdown. And this happens after, like, I didn't put it in because it's a little bit long, but both Christy and her friend show their dating profiles, and they bash her for her pictures, saying it's all like, it's got filters on it, and none of it's real, and they bash everything in her profile. And Chrissy's profile is funny. It's all about like, I'm looking for like strong men, MAGA men, like, and stuff like that. Like, she's hilarious. She's so funny, Oh, Keanu's weighing in. Comfy chair Brian loves to pay for the first date question. Yeah.
Oh shit, that's funny.
Frank handled that thing, by the way.
Okay. Yes, I see.
Okay. Oh yeah. So there's a little more of this.
But it's still online, correct?
Yeah.
So isn't it kind of like non-traditional to have like videos of you getting fucked by another dude?
Guys don't seem to give a fuck. They actually, I mean,
But
it's
those are the kind of guys
guys
you wanna marry.
Like, I don't think you can really be like. Can you really be?
I don't care, to be honest.
Porn
I don't
stars
care.
need to be getting her back
Some
here.
guys might,
They
but
suck.
it has not affected my dating life. You've been dating a guy for a month, dude. I've been talking to people longer than that. Like,
because I
stop
don't-
judging me.
I'm not judging you,
Yeah,
but
you
you're
are.
also how old
Yeah,
and not
you
married.
are.
No,
So what
the
does it matter?
judgiest
but I
people
just got
here
out of
are
a long
Alina and
relationship.
Adam.
But you're saying that
Because I don't want to get married
somebody
and get divorced.
But that's not what
Because
any,
divorce
that's
is
not,
also a sin.
It is. That's
So
not
it's
what
like-
any of us are saying. I think we're just saying that you're demanding traditional things
I'm
from
not
traditional
demanding
men, but
anything.
you are
I'm just
not.
saying
You're not a
that-
traditional woman, and you're not offering anything that's
great.
traditional in any
Thank
aspect.
you for your opinion.
I think to like
Thank you for your opinion.
I think with the chivalry thing, I hear women complain a lot like, oh, men aren't chivalrous anymore. I also hear men complain that women aren't being like ladylike or feminine anymore. So there's like all these complaints. Basically, I think in some ways, especially you see this on the internet, but the sexes are at war, right? Like we don't know how to be harmonious together. And I think the through line, there's two through lines. Morality, like those guardrails of like what is it to behave well towards each other is one thing. And then the second thing is growing in virtues. Like how do we grow as human beings so that we can try to behave well with each other and love each other well? Because otherwise we're always going to be fighting, and there's always going to be this either competitiveness or this anger or this just always this disunity. But the unity can be found, I believe, through appreciating men for being like truly great men, which would include self-control, honor, humility, drive towards what is good, service of others. Women, similar things, but also nurture, love of children, love of family, eagerness to serve other people and love other people instead of just being concerned with ourselves and our own ideas and goals. And if we focus on those things as men and women, we'll be much more harmonious together, I think, and have a much happier society.
I think that love is unconditional and we're all attracting
Love,
completely
hold
different
on.
people. We're all very, very different people. So like my person that I end up with is going to be completely different with who you guys end up with. And that's okay because we're all completely different. We're allowed to be different. That's why we're going to end up with who we end up with in the first place. And
You
love,
just-
yes, love is unconditional.
You think love is unconditional?
Yeah.
You think there are no conditions in which you would fall out of love with somebody?
I think love is unconditional. I think if you love someone, you love them. Like my parents love
There's
me.
no
and they-
conditions to love.
I think you can know that you're not meant to be with someone. That's not based on conditions.
Oh,
That's
look at
because
her looking
you
at
know
her
that you just
watch.
aren't meant to be with the
Yeah,
person.
they want to
There's
go.
a difference
Yeah.
between
Oh,
intuition
yeah.
or being on the same wavelength and conditions.
Look
like if
how
I'm genuinely
she's
in
like
love with someone and I'm married, whoever I decide
broadcasting
to
how
marry,
bored she is.
yeah, it's unconditional.
It's not unconditional.
But that's why I'm still single. You're like, why are you single at 33? Because
No.
I'm waiting to meet my person.
No, because you said you've only been in a relationship for a month. I'm also 23 years old, so I don't think that has any relevance to what we were talking about at all in terms of traditionalism. But I do want to talk about what you said between like harmony between the sexes. I think women have kind of found themselves in a place where they almost have to be like men.
They're
and
not
really like and protect
understanding
themselves and
Chrissy's
defend them.
point. They're judging
Yeah.
her and like, you're never going to find a conservative man because you're not a conservative woman. And she keeps saying over and over, like, I'm not going to find the guy that you think I should have. I'm going to find the guy that's right for me. She's like, I don't want a guy to pay for everything because she's like, I make good money. Like, she's like, I'm not a virgin, so I don't expect to find a guy who wants that. And I think Christy represents, I mean, like, she probably does better financially than the average woman, but I think ideologically she represents the average woman.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's reasonable. Like, you make mistakes. I mean, I've been in relationships, didn't expect that, oh, this wasn't going to lead to marriage, but how do you know until you know? Like, like, could we all do better and maybe wait? Like, but like...
Yeah, there is some munting going on.
This is the muntiest stream. It's the attack of the munts.
Well, Lena is posing in a very munty way right now because she stopped caring. She's like, we came on, we plugged our porn, we are done.
Oh yeah, well at the 3-hour mark, they mentioned kind of like
she's
Brian,
doing this basically. She's like showing
Yeah.
her watch to Brian, and like putting it in his eyesight. She's basically going like, "Hey."
They do stick it out though. They do stick it out all the way to the
Oh
end.
my God, guys, we have a very, very, very special guest. I'm so excited. Like, and she's going to provide very needed insight to all this, and she can confirm or deny the things that we have just been hypothesizing on. Welcome to the show. My God, it's Christy St. Regis from the Whatever Podcast.
Thank you. You guys are the shit. I love you. You guys actually know common sense.
Oh my God, we love you. Could you turn your phone horizontally? I'm going to be a nitpicky.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you know, like this is the thing. I've never even been on a podcast before in my life. So
You did great. You did amazingly well,
Thanks. I was just,
considering.
like, I thought I was going on a dating show and like gonna talk about like funny like stories about men.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how they find people, right? They just, you get booked by messaging their account on Instagram, and yeah, so you don't.
Message them.
Oh no, they reached out to you.
Long story short, the opportunity came to me. The application was about like it did say like, are you Republican or Democrat?
Yeah.
But it mostly asked for dating stories, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna say like funny dating stories.
Mm-hmm. That's good. No, I feel like you were the funniest one on there, the quickest, the quick-wittest, the smartest. Like I think you were very vulnerable and forthright, and I was just so amazed that the porn stars did not have your back on the OnlyFans aspects, and I was shocked that like the conservatives didn't have your back on the ideological stuff. It's almost like you were just literally caught in the middle, and everyone was like too proud to have your back on anything.
First of all, I was the least like I don't want to call these people famous, reputable person. Like I'm no one. Like I'm literally no one. The girl in the purple shirt, I did see you make fun of a few times. She's my best friend. Like,
oh, we didn't mean to make fun of her. I'm just saying she should have had your back more.
But like we were no one. We were just like on this like podcast randomly, and just thought it'd be like random girls. Like we were told it was like a dating podcast. So we're like, okay, cool. Like it's gonna be girls like with anywhere from like 15 to 100K followers. Like,
Yeah.
talking about like their dating advice, right? And then 30 minutes while we're on our way, we see it's like the extreme like religious extremists and then the extreme pornist extremists.
Mm-hmm.
not in the world, but for a panel.
For sure. I mean, Lena
when
and
we
Adam
were going on a
are
dating
like they're millionaires. They went globally viral over their whole letting some other guy bang her situation. So
and they're mad at me.
yeah, it's
I mean,
crazy.
like I'm not gonna go like all over it. Like you guys, like you portrayed it completely correct. I don't know if people realize like the reason why me and Brenna were like talking to each other and people were saying we were rude because we were like, what the fuck? Like, why are we even here? Like,
Right.
we were so confused. And then I think I think that they like booked us, or I mean, maybe it's wrong, but I think they booked us just to like have seats around the table. And then we were like, why are we here? What's going on? Like we thought we were talking about dating, like funny stories. And then we weren't. And like people are like, oh, well, they're so rude. They're whispering behind people's backs, and we're like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
right.
why are we with this on this extreme table?
Yeah, it just seems like you may have been misled or not exactly fully explained what the show was going to be about. Had you watched the show much before or seen
No,
clips?
because it's so long. Well, this is the thing. Like, I am very, very, very political. Like, I
We
have
love that
very
about you,
strong
Christy.
beliefs.
Oh, as soon as you said Trump, I was like, she's my favorite. I'm
I
on
have
board
like
for her.
extremely, extremely strong beliefs. I thought I was just like going on like a dating podcast though. Like I
Mhm.
knew that they wanted to know like if I was a Republican or a Democrat, but like I thought we were gonna like talk about how like someone one time thought I made out with my cousin.
Yeah,
Like
that's
you know what I mean? Like
fun.
lighthearted stuff.
Yeah.
Did you talk with them before the show? Like the people that were on the show? It seemed like you kind of knew the Lila
I
chick.
found out who I was on the show with 30 minutes beforehand.
Oh, so
And
none of the other
like,
people were there?
just literally like signed on. So
Wow.
Okay,
So
wow.
like there was no talk
I'm
before.
doing
'cause-
the same thing on your guys' podcast.
yeah.
Oh,
But
wow.
you do.
Like,
You
I
do
thought you were
that.
great. We thought you were
brushed
great.
my hair, but for everyone that was saying I was like drunk on that show, I actually am drunk now because I'm watching drinking champagne.
Good for
And then,
you.
like, finally, someone's sticking up for me. So
No, you were
and
great.
you're like, send me the link. I was like, you guys are awesome. So yeah.
Oh no, this is like a highlight for us. Like we've other than my other two friends who were on the show, like we've never had anybody on the show who's actually been on the whatever podcast. So this is cool to hear your thoughts on it and just like your overall experience, because I think you could have been better utilized, and I think you kept repeating yourself on the same points over and over again. And I was thinking, like, when you were talking about ratio, I was like, because I'm a stand-up comic. I'm like, I have a joke about that. I'm like, it's all about, like, I go into detail. I'm like, oh, it's about your whole quotient. You know what I mean? It's X over 100 equals, yeses over no's. Like, it's a whole bit that I have that it's about the, like, how selective you are, not just the number. And so when you were talking about that, I was like, yes, she's talking about ratios. And everyone was like, ugh. Like, people were just trying to misunderstand you because you were the most vulnerable and outspoken, and you're not like the super viral millionaire porn stars like Adam and Lena, who were not trying to have your back at all. They were just there to plug their porn, basically. And I just think you did incredibly well despite nobody having your back on anything.
First of all, I thought I was like going on a show to be like, yeah, one time I accidentally became Eskimo sisters with this girl. You know what I mean? Like I actually had no clue what I was going on for. And then I was like super attacked, which I don't really give a fuck because like it's not my fault if people have common sense or not. We're super religious people, and like I'm religious, like I'm Catholic, I'm conservative. That's what they don't understand, and they're going against me. But the super religious people that hated me,
And they're judgy too, because like Isabella, the other blonde girl, like you were like, are you saving it for marriage? And she was like, well, no. Like she couldn't answer it because she had
she
sex
actually
before
is
marriage.
she's more sluttier than me because she only admits to having sex to one guy, but she specifically says, well, yeah, but we were committed.
And who truly knows anybody's real number? You know what I mean? Like it'd be so
committed
easy.
with my ex-boyfriend, and I was committed to 95% of the guys that I've ever had sex with.
Yeah.
And actually, I don't remember which one of you said this, and I'm not trying to like beat people up, but one of you said, oh, she actually looks better in real life. And they were like giving me and my friend a lot of shit about at the end of the show about like not looking good in real life and putting filters. First of all, there's no filters.
Yeah, the dating profile.
Oh yeah, somebody said that about your profile, but I didn't know what they were talking about.
But there's no filters on a YouTube channel.
No, like you look the exact same. Like you look the
First
same.
of all,
Yeah.
I look disgusting right now. I was going to leave.
How you don't?
Look. Like I was supposed to leave here at 8:45 tonight. So I got on an Amtrak, didn't do shit today.
Oh.
And then went to lunch. My friend left. I was like just like wasting time at my friend's pool. And now I'm gonna be on more podcasts. So
you're doing great.
I ended up staying here. But like this is what I'm saying, like no makeup, no shit, no anything. And they're like,
you look
messing
great.
on me. You know what it says? Like in the introduction of like the title, it's like, first of all, the Isabella hates OnlyFans and she's in a bikini showing her boobs. And it's so filtered. She has acne all over her face. All over her face. And maybe you guys couldn't see it because we do have microphones covering her cheeks. But in real life, like she has acne all over her cheeks. And they're like calling me out for being filtered. First of all, like you see what I look like right here. Like
yeah, you get what you know what I mean? Like you look like
straight out,
you know?
like, yeah, I don't have fucking makeup on. I didn't know you guys were gonna talk about me.
Yeah, no, we love you, Christy.
I don't have makeup on. Like I'm just being real with you guys.
You're keeping it 100, as they say. I'm gonna bring in my friend Kiana, who loves the Whatever podcast. I'm sure she loves you, but I'm gonna have her in just to confirm. Hello, Keanu.
Hello, you guys.
Keanu also does OnlyFans, so
she is also an Eskimo sister too.
And I'm Eskimo sisters with
And
my
maybe
mother.
we should go on together.
Yes. Oh my gosh, let's be Eskimo sisters. I love it.
Yeah.
Christy, I have one question to ask you, just real quick. What did you think about the chairs that you were sitting? Uncomfortable.
You know, well, my butt actually hurt like way before then because I did it like an Amtrak before.
Oh,
that's what they call anal these days. I know. I'm teasing.
So like and then the whole plane.
And then you had to sit there, and isn't it just like waterboarding? Isn't it psychological torture? That Brian is sitting there in the most comfortable chair in the room, relaxed like this, while everyone is shitting on you. I applaud you. I really do. I applaud you. I love this podcast, and not I have to hate it because.
First of all,
I mean, one person
that
speaks up. There's always one person that speaks up, and it was you, and I loved you for it. So
thank you, thank you,
bravo.
Yeah. I didn't even know who Madison was, but now I know she works there. I just thought she was just like a girl that was always on there that made faces or like
Helmet Girl works there. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know that. My friend was the one that was like, I think she's like the co-host, and I was like, no, I think she's
very confusing.
Like, been like on it a couple of times, like.
Did she
I've
say
never watched the whole thing ever in my life because it's so boring.
I'm an insomniac, and somehow I sit up late at night and I sit there and watch it and get angry and make notes and
And wait for us to do the show.
yes. And
I
then
didn't even know this show was a thing, though.
I had no
You know,
idea
you guys
until,
did a
until
recap
Dear
of it.
Fealty here introduced it to us. But and I don't know if it's helped my life or hurt it, but he definitely has something going on. But there's always one person that I go, there you go.
What are you drinking? Oh, is that La Marca Prosecco? That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, but only because I'm at the Marriott. So
I
Ooh.
love the Marca. It's Tiffany Blue. We love that.
started.
That's great.
We don't have that many.
You're living your best life, Christy.
You are. So you had no idea what you were walking into when you.
No. Dude,
Yep.
I thought I was going on to like a podcast and I was like gonna be like a semi-regular girl talking about dating things. Like the whole application was like, do you have any like weird dating experiences? So I like named like 12 because I have a bunch of weird ones and I was like, I don't want to like eat up your whole ear. But then they invited me on.
Yeah.
And I thought I was just gonna be talking about like my dating life.
Yeah.
Listen, and I'm literally Eskimo sisters with my mother, and I tried to get on, and he still has not responded.
Wait, really?
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Hit me up because maybe we should go on together because they want me to go
You
on.
tell him you put in a good word for me because I would
Oh my
love.
God. See,
I
Keanu,
would
that's
love
funny because I got a response and then I tried to confirm the date and I have not heard back in a long time from them. So
Wait.
I don't know what's gonna
The
happen.
boy in the top can't say anything because I'll get so mad at you if you say something. But
What?
That's you, Fealty. You're the boy.
Because yeah, let's just all go on together.
Yeah. Well, I'll go on without you, Fealty.
I don't want to go on that show. I would probably insult Brian for his bad gaming knowledge.
First of all, like, I literally was just like on a whim, like, oh yeah, I'll be on a podcast.
See, I don't think that I'm big enough or porny enough to get a response. Like I don't think I'm what they're looking
Big
for.
enough. You're basically famous, for Christ's sake.
You pissed off all of Malaysia.
But I'm married, so I don't think that I am what they're looking for. Because
But
I'm not.
Everything. I said I'm.
That's why they were hating
my
on me.
mother. I'm an OnlyFans whore. You know, I'm a comic. I hate you. Like, I said all of the things. I didn't say it.
Yeah, I wonder if I am not fitting into a category of what they want. I wonder if that's why they're tentative on me. But I don't know. I could be reading into it.
He probably, if that's, please. Oh my gosh, no. Well, no, I think that would be like remarkable to have you on there at the very least.
Oh yeah.
And then do they just want literally people that just fill out the application who have no idea about the podcast?
Maybe that's
that
what
was
they
me.
prefer.
That was me. 1,000%. But this is the thing. Like so many people were like, oh, like the blondie in the purple circle kept talking in the background, and we were like,
God forbid a woman talk.
where did
Oh,
the fuck did we
God.
get up? Like, how are we here right now? Like, we literally just thought we were going on a podcast to like say a few funny stories about dating with girls around our
Right.
age.
You thought you were going to tell funny stories about dating, but instead you were like skewered on a morality basis, on an ideological basis, politically, in a way that nobody else got.
But like, I'm not mad about it. It's
You
not.
handled yourself really well. I mean, and the fact that you don't do podcasts regularly is shocking to me because you
I've never
really.
been on a podcast in my life before.
And didn't I say that before? I'm like, I think most of these people haven't done podcasts, and that's why it's Brian's job to make connections and link and move things along and be a peacemaker and like,
I think thing is that he doesn't do it, and it's psychological torture for everyone involved.
No, it's not even that. No, he joins in on the bashing throughout the whole thing. He encourages it. Even further than that, though, like the super chats that are coming up is Brian or Nick bringing them up. They are choosing to bring up the bashing super chats. They are choosing the direction of the show, and he chose it to be bashing. Like that's what he wanted. Like
I've super chatted so more times than I'm proud of. Okay, I'm like, you must be a gay man. You have to be a gay man. How dare you? Like, where's your chair, Brian? Why do you look like goddamn like? Why are you comatose while everybody else is just carrying the show for you? I've said many things. It makes me extremely angry, which is why hopefully they may have banned me. I'm not sure. I wish they would have me on their show. I know he won't seat me next to him because he obviously wants to fuck whoever is seated directly next to him.
Oh my God, is that true?
that's a good point. He was whispering to Isabella throughout the whole show.
Oh.
And he does not like
Isabella
women.
would never pay for a coffee date. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Christy, how tall are you?
Me?
Christy, though. How tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
Far too tall for Brian. He likes very short women.
It's true.
Brian.
He likes them very short and submissive.
Yeah.
I don't
So Asian, basically.
Which is fine.
Get Lila on. Exactly. Get Lila on here.
Lila, he would love because
Yeah.
she's
Erect the
tiny
entire-
and Asian.
Wait, no. On the episode, they talk about little people on the episode, and Brian says he's not into the little people.
He is like
Yeah.
the little.
Don't knock it till you try it. That's what I say.
I will tell you this.
I remember an episode that he said, I like them like less than 5 feet.
Ugh. All right.
I mean, that's not like a little person, but less than 5 feet for.
But you know what? I think Fealty would go for less a sub 5 footer.
Oh, absolutely.
Mhm.
I'm only 5'5", so you know.
Perfectly fine. How tall is Brian? Probably.
No, I think he's like 6
Did
foot.
he
isn't
stand up? Did he stand up, Christy, at any point? Did you see?
6 feet. And you were like less than
he
5
did.
feet.
At the end, he literally every single person. So the two porn stars that should have been more on my side, like I'm super conservative, debatable or not, but I am. I'm super Republican.
Live your life, girl.
And
You're allowed to
I
have
didn't. I thought I was just gonna be talking to like random like girl influencers on Instagram. Like
Yeah.
I didn't know I was gonna be with such extremists at all.
Well, something I was wondering, though, quick question, like, something I was wondering, because I noticed as it was unfolding throughout the show, like, you kept on trying to, it seemed to me, you kept on trying to really just, like, connect with the three conservatives there. Like, I don't understand, like, I agree with you, like,
Yeah.
you know, were you?
We were trying to say, like, we're more alike than
Because
not.
I'm so conservative, and if anyone follows me on Instagram or my real life, I'm like the most like Republican person ever. Like, and then they're trying to say like, okay, there's a difference between conservative and traditional, which you guys can argue with that. To me, I wasn't prepared for that because to me, in my head, traditional, conservative, that's all the same thing. If you guys want to like really bring on a debate about that, I'm down for it.
Sat down at a lunch table. You were
I
invited,
believe I was
and
born
then
in the
they
wrong
snatch on you.
decade, though. I don't believe that I'm like. I don't think like I was meant to do OnlyFans. I think I was meant to like be in like the Leave It to Beaver era and just like wear like a cute little dress and like. take
Although
the chicken
that
out
would
of
be
the
a
oven.
great name for your OnlyFans, Leave It to Beaver.
So maybe I should like. Maybe you should be my like agent.
Ooh.
Like I
Brian
really
Eddie
do
Haskell.
like feel like I like go out to cigar bars and like hit it off with like 78-year-old men because I talk about politics, butts, and how women should be barefoot and pregnant.
Mhm.
And they're getting
That's-
mad at me
yeah.
because they have an OnlyFans. I'm
Right.
like, I only have an OnlyFans because the men aren't doing what I want. And I'm not going to argue about it.
And you got bills to pay.
I'm just going to say, I'm not going to not live at, and I can't name where I live, but I live
You're
in a
yeah,
very
but like
bougie,
you have a
prestigious-
certain level that you want to live at,
Yeah.
and you don't mind working to get to that level.
There's
But I'm not
nothing
working.
wrong with that. It's capitalism.
I'm
Don't
I'm
you love
showing
that?
God's artwork. I'm showing God's artwork.
Yeah, but also at the same time, though, like the way you're doing it in stark comparison to the way Adam's doing it,
Mhm.
like with the vitriol you got. I mean, he's selling his wife for money, and they're going after you and saying you're endangering children, even though you're not trying to market to children. But Adam, you know, it's like. Everything they said to you was what they should have been saying to Adam, whereas you're sitting there saying, like, I made my, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said, like, you dated your boyfriend before the OnlyFans, then you decided to do the OnlyFans.
Like 4 years before the OnlyFans.
Yeah, so, like, this is a serious long-term relationship at that point, you know, even longer than I think Lila was in her marriage, and she has 2 kids in that marriage. So, like, yeah.
But then they, said she wasn't poor, but she straight up said she was poor.
Yeah, but so like
negative connotation. If you want to say it about yourself,
Hold on. Did she take the bus there or not? That's how we decide.
I took the Amtrak. I don't know how she got there.
That's
Okay.
why
I love Amtrak. Amtrak.
Me too. I love a train.
2020. I fucking love the Amtrak. Every single person that works in the Amtrak is so nice.
It's
snack. This little
people
snack
should not
joint
sleep
is
on the
so
Amtrak.
nice.
Yeah.
2020 for Amtrak. Sponsor me, Amtrak. I love you.
I would love it if you became the Amtrak poster girl.
That was where I got my first fan sighting from the whole podcast today.
Oh.
Wow.
That's
What'd
really
they
awesome.
say? Were they like
No.
fans of you?
Yeah, he goes, "You're hot as fuck." I go, "You should have seen me on my podcast last night." And he goes, "That's how I know you're hot." And he starts screaming quotes for me. And me and Brenna were like, "Oh, wait, he actually saw the show."
Yes, I
Look
know.
at that. See, that's what we want. Me and Keanu want to take the train
And
there
I
and then be
looked
recognized.
horrible. I had my glasses on. I mean, I look
Aw.
pretty bad now. 'Cause I didn't know I was gonna go like with you guys.
You're gorgeous. I
Oh my
love
God.
I love a girl with party voice and lashes.
Mhm. You're casual, like
Lashes are unconditional, like the love they don't believe.
Aw.
But this
The
just
boobs
has
are
cheese
looking
all over
great.
it.
Oh,
This
silicone or
is cheese.
saline?
The fourth bra is just spilt cheese from the Amtrak.
I love
Not knowing that I was gonna be on this.
If Amtrak is not in your DMs by the end of this show, I'll be shocked.
Me and Brenna are like, we love Amtrak so much. Like,
It's the best. It's so fast. It's efficient. It's affordable.
but every single worker there is like genuinely happy.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Not like the Long Island Railroad.
difference between the Joe Biden and Trump administration.
Oh God,
It's
it's
like,
not even close. Oh, you mean the Amtrak people can walk upstairs?
yes, and they can take my baggage downstairs too.
Yeah. The Amtrak people are probably not laundering money through
And
Ukraine. There's so many differences.
They
I was
can
thinking the same
actually
thing.
verbally tell me where to go for an Uber.
Oh,
They can just like speak. They can speak.
that's good.
I
That
know
helps.
it's getting me nuts.
Yeah,
Well, I Brenna love Amtrak. I'm not gonna.
What kind of snacks did they give you at the Whatever podcast?
Ooh.
They didn't give us any snacks. We had to bring our own.
Oh, really?
What kind of drinks did they provide?
The host had the
Popcorn.
popcorn.
And also,
Did he offer to
what's
share
her
his
name had it?
popcorn with you guys?
Or maybe do they offer you you can take a bite out of the Asian girl in the helmet? Is that what they offer? I
But
figured.
can I tell you something?
It didn't seem like it would hurt her because she seems soulless. But
I don't don't like, no offense, because I'm not trying to cause beef with her, but like I rewatched like my episode last night, and she's just like this.
Wait, I don't understand why she's there if she doesn't say anything.
See,
Is she just there for decoration? I
That's-
assume that's why she's there.
That's the way Brian's world works. I sit in a comfy chair. I have a cute little Asian in a terracotta soldier helmet. Walk around, and then we all wonder why she's there. That's confusing. It's so that the OnlyFans models are confused by that. I seat them on a block of ice, and then we let them on for 6 hours until they are so
At their wits' end. Yeah.
at their wits' end that they say something, and then he goes,
Yes.
Would you let a man pay for dinner on a first date?
Psychological warfare.
Got him. Yeah, right. You got him, Brian. You got him.
Yeah. Well, he's
Oh my
MGTOW.
God,
He's
I got
MGTOW. That's what he wants. A silent girl.
Yeah.
Me, I wasn't allowed to talk anymore, and this is the thing. I made him probably more money than anyone else has made him.
Yes, everyone's sending $100, $500 to call you dumb.
$500
unequivocally. Yeah. Do you get paid
for my raspy voice?
Well, you know what?
Sorry that I
Wait.
was born with a raspy voice, but like your penis is like literally -3 inches. You are
He likes a
bald.
short girl 'cause
Like
he's
the
got
people
short
that
things.
are doing that, saying that about me, are like little tiny weirdos.
And they didn't even know your name. They didn't even know your name.
And when I told them, yeah, no, they kept calling me Blondie. I go, call me by my name because there's 2 blonde girls. But the funny
Right.
thing was, everyone knew they weren't.
You were the
diagnosed
Blondie.
with it because
Yeah.
Blondie is
Does
like
he-
a
did-
hot
did
name
he
to
pay
call
you?
someone.
Did Brian pay you? No.
No, but I made him so much money.
I know it's exposure. I mean, I understand why that's people go on podcasts, but for 6 hours just to be shit upon and sit on a block of ice and eat something in its
But this is the thing also.
For no snacks.
I didn't know I was like going there to sit on ice. Like, I didn't know who I was going to
Right.
be on the podcast with until I was like about to be
Right
there.
there.
And then I like looked them up on Instagram, and I'm like, Lena the plug, 1.6 million. Her husband's 1.3 million. Isabella is like, I don't know, a couple 100,000. So
Wow.
the other 2 don't know their ratios, even though they hate ratios and math.
Christy, is there a support group for people that have been on the podcast? Or you can
I think it's this show.
Yeah.
My first
This is it, and you can talk
so
about your experience.
we can
Okay,
start
good.
one. Why don't we start our own podcast? Because this is
This is it.
Why don't we
Wait,
demolish
I don't even
this
know the host's
podcast?
name. I don't even know the host's name. What's his
Brian.
name? Brian?
Brian.
Why don't we just be like, Brian's a cocksucker?
You know what? It's he who shall not be named.
Let's see if the website is taken. Let me just Google it.
While you do that,
Whatever
Wait.
podcast support.
No, it's not taken.
wow.
Brian
Well, while that
is available.
let's change it up. Let's change it up really quick. That this show is different than the Whatever podcast. Whatever Wednesdays is filled with this. It's super chats from push-ups that says you did great. It's not about the bashing.
Hi, push
Yeah.
up. I know you.
This is the level that we're on. We're on the
Wait,
$2
are we?
level.
I
We're not on the
think I know.
$500 level.
No, he made so much money off of you, and then just made
Couldn't learn your name for $600.
Yeah.
And then
Oh, more than that.
See you later. And I promise you, Brian is
call me
going to
Chrissy.
subscribe to every one
They
of
couldn't
y'all.
even spell it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Then I told them how to spell it, and then they still couldn't even do that.
Listen, here at the Whatever Podcast Support Group, we will spell your name right every single time. I assure you.
I feel like we're in AA, except for we're all drinking.
That's exactly what this is. Yeah.
No, we
Mine's
have to
empty.
drink
Okay,
step
but
through
it's
it.
a commodity. It's about a commodity.
Mm-hmm.
And It's about.
So, Christy, you just came into town from Miami to do the oops.
Oh.
And, you know what? That's a perfect
And
exit.
she's gone.
That's perfect. She
probably control of her.
you know what? She
all of her social media.
exited. She went out how she came in, unexpectedly.
I loved her.
I love her so much more now that I've spoken to her.
That was really cool. I want to have her on my podcast. I want her to.
You should follow her on Instagram.
Yeah.
I love party voice and fake eyelashes.
I
really
knew
do.
you guys would
The
get along.
Republican vibe. Yes.
I saw you in the waiting room. I got so excited. I'm going to send you her Instagram.
Your betrothed sent me the link. I apologize if I overstepped my bounds, but I was just
No.
You're welcome. You should have an auto link every week.
Yeah.
I mean, me and my mom just did stupid 6 hours for Keanu Cast because we're morons.
Wow.
We're
You're
just
like
stupid morons.
you're like the streaming queen now. Remember when I was like, Keanu, you got to do at least 2, and you're like, oh, okay, and boom, you're banging out 6 to 8 hours like it's nothing.
Yeah, well, she's popping on for cooking streams. She's just like randomly, it'd be like midnight, and she's cooking for Gino in the kitchen. Like,
Yeah, so he can yell at me when he burns his hand. His poor little dainty hand. Right, I know.
You know what I think happened? I think her phone died because what else would explain that sudden departure?
or she just,
Oh, no,
what is it,
Brian
the Irish
took
goodbye or something?
Brian people took her out. I swear. Yeah. That was it.
She got a trank dart in the neck from Brian. He's at the window like.
They tranked her. She said too much. Oh my God. Whatever podcast, maybe I've said too much, but please answer me. We're going to be in LA for Christ's sake.
I know. Keanu, they stopped answering me.
But then
So,
you
I
have a
don't know.
date. You have a date.
Well, I tried to confirm the date. Let me refer to my
They were
messages
too busy accosting their guests.
because I like to confirm. I
Nope.
really. Oh my God! One, she's back. Thank God. Hello.
We
I don't
were
know
worried you got tranquilized by Brian again.
I actually thought I was like leaving to go back home to Miami tonight, and I'm not. Now, and my
Yay!
Wi-Fi is like nuts.
Now
Where
can
are you
stay.
now? In LA?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm.
if you were in New York,
But I
I'd
want
go
soccer,
over.
so I can't be too crazy about it. But
Yeah, it's okay. Don't give out your room number or anything.
Oh no, I wouldn't say that. Just
you guys can
Yeah.
come over here, though. I would
Aw.
love to like.
I'm in New York, but like we should hang for sure.
Chrissy and Christy.
Me and Keanu tour together a lot. So when we're in Miami, we're gonna hit you up.
yes.
Hell yeah! Can
And
I
I
bring my
love
dog?
Miami. I love a Miami moment.
Oh yeah, that's what we need.
Can I tell you something in a weird way, Chrissy? When like, cause the way your camera is angled, and I don't think like you would agree with me in the way like the camera's angled from what we were just talking about on whatever. But the way it's angled when we angle it down, we kind of look alike because we have like bigger foreheads, like noticeable
Yeah, yes, I'm
eyelashes,
listening.
and like our chins look kind of smaller than our eyelashes. I think so.
Yeah, we could be related. Maybe we are.
I don't know. We like you.
What's
told
your
me-
ethnic background? I mean, I don't have awesome
I'm a
fake
mutt,
boobs,
I'm a
but
mutt, I'm a mutt.
okay.
So I'm German, English, Italian,
Oh
Irish.
my God, I'm German too.
like that too, actually.
It's the German. It's the German. It's the
It
high
is.
cheekbones. As long
It's
as
the
you
German.
look down, but your cheekbones are high, you look alike.
Mm-hmm.
What are you mostly? Do you have like you're
I'm
just
mostly Irish, but I don't identify as mostly Irish.
I love it.
I will not pigeonhole you as an Irish woman.
I don't think I look like an Irish at all.
Is your hair naturally blonde?
Oh no. Look
But I love
I
it.
think you know the answer to that, Keanu.
I'm not Brian. I'm not going to offend her. Well, actually, because I love a white blonde moment. So I love your. I love
Like your mom. Yeah.
But this
Like
is
my
the
mom.
thing,
I could never
like,
do that. Yeah.
I'm probably like, for them to be like debating and like mad at me, I'm like one of the most natural girls there comparatively. Like, Yeah, I obviously have eyelash extensions, but I don't have filler in my face for 33 years old. I don't have filler. I have hair extensions. I've always had hair extensions. My hair naturally is probably a little bit past my shoulder.
Oh, please stop it.
You
The
know,
hair
You're
extension-
great.
It's not thick enough. It's not long
It's just
enough.
building on what you already have.
Yes. Oh my
Yeah.
I
God.
only get 33. The worst thing I have are these little titties.
You look great. Don't let anyone tell you anything
And they were
different.
so mad at me, and I was like, I
You
got
would not. They're just jealous they can't afford the good hair extensions and the eyelash extensions. They're
Mhm.
just jealous of you. Listen,
They are.
Kim Kardashian is a literal billionaire. Do you think her hair is real all the time?
Nothing on her is real at this point.
Oh no,
Nothing. But
She's a lizard person.
But also,
She's covered in scales.
But then, and you know what? You might have purposely fast forward over this, but there was a point that I was like, no, I was super afraid of surgery. It took me
Aw.
15
Yeah.
years to decide to actually do a boob job, and all my boyfriends said no to it. But and they tried to give me shit for that, and they're like, "Well, you were way hotter without the boobs," and it was like,
People told that to
"Yeah."
our friend Zia too.
And I'm like, yeah, but
I kind of said it
I
too
don't think you're hot
about Zia.
at all.
It's about
But
what
anyway,
you
the
want.
whole point
Yeah.
is, I was so afraid of surgery, and then I realized every single person that I talked to about surgery, the reason why they were telling me that surgery wasn't a big deal is because they had some sort of knee, back, hip, some sort of surgery that they had no say in. And they're like, it wasn't a big deal. So why
That's good
should mine
advice.
be a big deal, you know?
Right.
And a
Well,
lot of
we did
people-
cover it. We did cover it. Just saying, we covered though the part where Adam he mocks you about the ratio. He was like, "Well, she only got one surgery, so in the ratio, she could have gotten 1,000 surgeries, so she's not that bad off."
Oh yeah,
Like,
that was annoying.
yeah.
And but
I
I
was-
straight up, I think I
Make their dicks
messaged you guys.
bigger.
I was like, I'm not
In a
actually live right now.
heartbeat. They would go to goddamn Thailand and have dick implants if they could. Fuck off, please. That's ridiculous. And your tits look great. I'm very flat chested. Zia and you are the only people that have made me want to go, maybe I should get boob implants.
I know.
That's not
I want to get them now.
No.
Yeah, me too. I should
I'm
get
like,
them.
you look good.
I need to get fake boobs so I could just hang out at home and just feel them all day
Oh,
long.
real.
You know,
For
all
real.
guys should do it. Why get a
Like,
girlfriend? Get
Frank
your own
thinks
boobs.
they're hot, so
No,
I think.
I believe in monogamy. You heard what I said.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Not
I
saying
like
not
monogamy.
to not get a girlfriend.
I mean, yeah, like that's looks like something you want to be monogamous with.
So
So
one-
you're on the
one-
right track.
Per person. Just one implant.
But I totally agree with you, Chrissy, that first of all, I was supposed to be the neutral person.
Yeah.
I don't really have a following comparatively to any of those people on the panel, besides for the girl in the purple shirt that was my best friend that I only brought her on because
I mean, your Instagram's almost a 71K. That's not nothing.
but not compared to the people on the panel.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty controversial on my Instagram, but I'm actually pretty not because my first Instagram that I had a really, really big following, genuinely following before.
What happened to it? I think I can guess.
It got deleted because I went on a rant about how they're pushing the transgender BS
Mm-hmm.
down
Preach, girl. Preach.
children's throats in the school system and in fourth grade libraries, and they're
Mhm.
trying to make me look like I'm pushing things down children's asses. No, they're trying to cut off children's asses,
Mm-hmm.
change their own genders, dude.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
like
That's causing
anti-
way more damage than like what you're doing.
And that's why I got deleted. And as soon as I started talking about that, cut me off and said I wasn't allowed to. And I think you saw that there were 3 different times that I said, I'm not allowed to bring this up, but. He goes, well, why can't you talk about it? I'm like,
because I'm sitting on a block of ice, for Christ's sake.
allowed to.
Because
get.
he tells you certain topics you can't talk about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is the thing. He told us certain things we couldn't do or couldn't say. And he told us.
And what were they? Do you have a list?
It's the trans stuff. It's election stuff. It's like anything in YouTube TOS. Like actually now you can't even talk about Ukraine. You can't talk about the war. They'll demonetize you for that. So it's.
I was
wild.
just saying that there are literally fourth graders that can go to the library. Fourth graders can go to the library, and in the library they will find books about how to give a gay blowjob, and that's in their library.
Is there a difference between well, it's the same, isn't it? There's books in the library about this thing.
I don't give gay blowjobs, and I'm not in a fourth grader's library.
There's a book in the library about blowjobs in general.
Well, what's really interesting to me.
Not for girl boy ones, only for transgender ones.
No, but like, see, what's really interesting to me about that was like that whole thing. You tried to bring that up at the part where you went through about 10 minutes of them claiming you were trying to provide this stuff to children, like the OnlyFans. Exactly. So like you were going back and forth with them on that with no recourse, no help from anybody, and anything you said, they just disregarded anything you said and continue just like manipulate it and say this is what you're doing, even though like you continuously said, I just do it with my boyfriend. That's all I'm doing. I'm not providing it to children. The platform is supposed to like keep out the children. I'm not putting it anywhere where the children are. And it's like you've tried to like say everything you can to convey like what you're saying is you're lying, you're fake news, as the great Trump would say, you know, and like at that point you're kind of like, well, what about the school? Like you had nothing else. Like it's like, what can I say? Like you people are just like continuously just like making stuff up. So it's like that's all you had left. It's like kind of like here's this absolutely absurd thing that's happening. And you get shut down, and that understandably you get shut down. I mean, the channels do need to stay up, so it's understandable. Like, yeah, okay, YouTube TOS, we can't really talk about those things, unfortunately. But at the same time, it's like Brian should be stepping in. Like Brian stepped in with Adam when they were all asking Adam questions, and he was like, "No ganging up, people. Like, last question," and he moves it on. Whereas with you. No, but like with you, every single time he was more than happy to let the entire table pile up on you, and he would join in while the whole time him and Nick are pulling up super chat after super chat, making money, just bashing you, and not just the ones that were red.
More money than they've ever made before.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Not just the ones that were red too. There were ones flashing on the screen that were lower value level ones that were bashing you still. They didn't read them, but it was just continuous. So it's like the way I looked at it.
Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead. Sorry. Do you guys
No,
know
but
where she was? Sorry, I said go ahead and then I cut you off. Go ahead.
oh, it's okay. It's okay. That's revenge for last week's super chats,
I
Kiara.
got excited. Do you notice where she was seated too? It's always the person directly in the corner gonna get shit on. And when Ben's with her boyfriend, the boyfriend was seated in the same place, the vitriol goes to the corner, right? So the vitriol went to her. And then he has the bitch he wants to fuck to his left, and then it's just honing in on who he is deemed they're gonna shit on, and then he sticks up for the man sitting there exactly where good God forgive me, I forgot Venti's boyfriend.
Really?
Sean. Lumiere.
Lumiere, yes. I can't stop calling him Lumiere, and before you, Lumiere.
Yeah,
And then Venti, and then that whole side of the table was sort of, they're always shit on over there, basically. And the one that they're really gonna like zero in on directly across, they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly that you have never seen this show before, and that maybe you might be a bit of maybe have a couple opinions. You're seated right there so that they can fucking shit on you.
In the hate zone. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, so there was
I was in the splash zone.
yeah, but so there was like no like meeting like any of the people on the show and like conversing before the show, getting to know each other at all.
Actually, there was.
Oh.
So the two porn people were like clearly.
They put you in separate rooms. Here, the whores go over here, and then people Brian wants.
No, they were just.
And the girl, the
super
terracotta
late.
shoulder hat, sits in a room by herself.
No, they were the porn people.
She's in the refrigerator.
The porn people were so late, and I remember everyone's like, "Why do they think they're better than us?" Like, we were told to be there at 5, and they were there at like 5:50, kind of thing.
Unbelievable.
The other people were there on time. We were supposed to be there at 5 p.m. sharp. All the Republican people were very, very nice to me. They didn't ask me who I was, what side I was on. We all introduced each other very cordially. I think we all judged each other by our outfits, but I knew they were Republicans, and I didn't like know that it was gonna be like so sided the way it was. So anyway, they were very, very nice to me. And actually, as soon as we stopped filming, the porn people left. They ditched because they were mad that they didn't get the publicity. Like, they went on there.
See?
They weren't in the
hands. Yeah.
And then I became the OnlyFans girl.
You got the most play and the most attention.
Exactly. And you're the prettiest one, so.
I know, and when I said that, I got hated on, but like, facts are facts. It's like, why would you vote for Trump over Biden? Like, there's just some things that are truer than not. And like, I look like shit right now. Like, I wasn't even.
No, you don't.
Like, I literally was supposed to like be on an airplane home right now, but
yeah,
I'm here because of other opportunities.
So after the show, though, I'm so curious. So after the show, what was it like talking with the conservatives?
They all apologized to me.
Really?
And they all said, Isabella straight up said, "I'm really sorry if you thought I was attacking you. You made at least 90% of the money for this entire show tonight."
Don't you think Brian in his comfy chair would throw you a couple bucks for that? Maybe.
They've been hitting
me goddamn fucking throne. Might
he knows something that I can't say, and I don't want to say. But yeah, things are in the works. I've definitely made them way more money and way more views faster than anyone else before. It's not been acknowledged. It's not talked about.
That's good.
They haven't not hit me up about it. But what I will say is the porn people got so annoyed that I was being the OnlyFans.
You were the belle of the ball. Yeah.
But I didn't want to be the belle of the ball.
Because you kept it the realest.
I was just like, I just thought I would like mention like a few dating stories. Like I thought it was
No, you know why they were mad, Christy? Because you're, like you said, you're not a nobody, but you're an unknown.
But I'm a pretty nobody compared to that.
You're a pretty girl on OnlyFans, and you completely upstaged and were more entertaining and more engaging and earned more money than the professional millionaire porn stars. That's why they
went
were
on there
upset.
for a reason, and people flew out for a reason. People went there for a reason. People did things for a reason. It's just like little me and my friend. And we're like, oh, we have this opportunity going on a podcast. Like, we thought it was going to be like, like little like dating, like a like little dating thing with like girls like
Yeah.
us, like that we're gonna like just exchange like dating things. I was like, I did not know it was gonna be like.
You're very, very honest and forthcoming, which is great for a podcast. That's why you made them so much money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People never acknowledge that. They'll just be like,
Yeah.
okay, goodbye. Sorry we shit on you, but thank you for the thousands of dollars you made us. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Good luck.
Is
Bye.
like which like you touched on, like I held my tongue for like a good amount of the beginning because I
Yeah.
thought we were gonna all go around in a row and get like separate questions. And based on the application, I thought he was gonna like ask us individual questions. So I was kind of like waiting my turn, just like, you know, happy to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized like I'm not gonna get any of my questions asked that I like spent time answering.
Right.
And this is fucking like what they're talking about is fucking nuts. And neither of them are right. Like they're both so crazy extreme.
But what did the little Asian girl in the helmet have to say?
She didn't talk much.
I think she sneezed a couple times.
No, she does weigh in. She does bash Christie like twice later on, but she didn't really say much other than that. And I mean, I had already shown on tonight's episode, 20 different bashing moments. I was like, there's going to be some we're going to miss. You know, I tried my best.
For my quality of life, I needed to take a break. I needed to take a break from watching that I caught up here. But because
I haven't even seen the whole thing myself.
I've seen it twice and technically 2.3 times.
3 times. You told me 3 times.
I said 2.
I sat there watching it live before, and I will super chat. I've said the most heinous things to them because I just can't stand it. I just can't stand it. I love
That's
it.
why it's great. Yeah.
Yes, that's why it's great. Believe me, I think you're doing a great thing because it's like watching a car crash. I don't know. You have to be a complete and total sociopath. Ted Bundy level. Literally like John Wayne Gacy, just dressed as a clown, but I have 40 little boys dead under my floorboards. 2, just sit there with a straight face and do this to people. But it's highly entertaining. There's a morbid sort of thing about it that you just can't stop watching. So I applaud them for that.
Yeah.
But if anybody wants to join the whatever podcast support group,
Thank you, Vermont Cheddar.
yes, I'll be running it on. We'll find a day.
I love that. Christy, I have to get you on my Sunday show, Simpcast. I'll send you a few dates. You're my absolute favorite person.
Oh my God, thank you.
It's gonna be great. God, I wish it wasn't 2:45 in the morning, but I am hungry, thirsty,
Wait,
tired.
on Sunday, but you're in New York, right?
9 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, I'm gonna be in California until Monday.
Oh, you could do it next Sunday. This Sunday is too
I'll
crazy.
do it next.
September 3rd.
When you're in New York next, will you hang out with us?
Yes, be our friend.
Hell yeah! Are you kidding me?
Okay, cool.
But wait, can we go to a comedy show?
Yes.
Well, you could see Chrissy and Keanu.
It's true.
But like
Yeah.
that, so I used to live in New York City, and one of my favorite
Ooh.
things was going to comedy shows with my sister. Like we would go extra early, sit on the splash zone. People get very, very mad at us because we'd be super witty and super fast, and that's why people got mad at me at this podcast last night.
Oh, you were too good. You were too good for them.
Yeah.
But like, no offense, but like, yeah, because people were starting to put words in my mouth, like you call them out, and I would straight up be like, no, and then they'd be like, stop interrupting, and I'm like, well, you know, when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and me, but I didn't say that.
Classic.
But I'm like,
I have
just
I have that
talking
tattooed on my lower back.
Perfect. We understand each
So
other.
in a sense, her heckling of comedians made her great on whatever podcast.
Yes.
Right? She was going to say whatever she was going to say, and that was that. Yes.
No, but no, I
She doesn't
genuinely
understand the splash zone.
I mean, I'm
Guys,
a
I
funny
love a good
person,
heckle.
but
What's
like,
that?
no, I'm funny.
You made the show better.
Yeah.
Made it great again because it's a shitty ass show to begin with.
Yeah, you were helping.
Yeah.
Not on purpose.
And that's what's so golden about you. You had no
Like
idea.
I literally thought I was like going on like a rare, like I was like gonna tell a few dating funny stories.
But instead, it turned into this.
What do I need to do to pass the bar?
And I don't know why, like all the
comedian
famous people
coming from here or the
didn't get attention, and I did. And then that made all the famous people on there because like everyone.
You want to know
had
why? It's because they weren't being honest. Because they had opportunities to be honest. If I had heard Adam 22 be like, "Look, the last thing I want my daughter to do is get into porn," I would respect that. You know what I mean? But instead, he hemmed and hawed and deferred to Lena and like was afraid to answer honestly. Like he would hint at certain things, like, "Well, hopefully in 3 or 4 years we can retire and stop doing this," and then. You know,
I think I completely disagreed with that, but I kept being told to stop talking.
No.
But I don't agree. I don't agree with what they're saying at all. I'm not saying that I want my children to grow up in porn, but
But what I'm saying is, it
1000%
sounded like Adam was not into the idea, but he wasn't being honest about it. He was like, "Oh, well, it wouldn't be my first choice." That means you don't want that.
It
You know what I mean?
sounded like their relationship is all just a business deal.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's
Very
coping
Tom
because
Ariana.
of the amount of money and clout it's given him.
And the thing is, they went on the podcast to make money and to promote their OnlyFans. That's the only reason why they went on the podcast. And I actually, like,
You were
I
like, this might be
gonna
fun.
like, hey, what's your name? What's your job? But I was like trying to like, in my head, we were gonna like just go through that real fast.
Christy, do
I
you
was
think
not
that
even trying
Lena?
to talk about OnlyFans?
Christy, did you think Adam and Lena got a cut of the super chats, or do you think they were paid to come on, or they got compensated?
I think they're extremely mad at me because they thought they were gonna get all this publicity
And you got more
by
attention.
being the OnlyFans person. And yeah, no, like there's comments of like Lena wants to punch this girl in the face. And my sisters like screenshotted multiple videos to me. Lena's like huffing and puffing, throwing her arms up in the air. And
Yeah.
I'm like just like actually genuinely talking about something.
She could have talked more. She could have. She sat there. She sat there with her arms folded most of the time.
Well, they could have stepped in to stick up for you, and then they would have been the one with the brunt of the stuff coming at them. But they didn't want to step in and be like, "Hey, it's not
Exactly.
about the children. It's not about
Exactly.
this. Like, this is a fine thing to do." But no, they sat back and let you take the brunt, and so that makes them not the focus of the attention because the cowards didn't want to go after them. That's for sure.
Yeah.
The cowards had no desire to go after Adam and Lena. They complimented them. They were like, "Wow, that was a very like poignant thing to say," the guy said to Adam at one point in the thing. I'm like, how are you going after Christy? And now, oh, that was a poignant thing to say, Adam, Mr. Sells his wife. You know, like, they could have stepped in.
But it's not that they could. It's. I'm not gonna say it's that they didn't step in when they couldn't have. They just aren't as smart and witty as fast as me. Like,
Which is crazy, Christy, because they have a podcast where
I know, but that doesn't mean that they're witty or smart or funny.
True.
Like, they
Very true.
literally, the reason why they actually make money is because they end every single podcast with an orgy.
Yep.
Like, they straight up said that. I straight up said, like, I didn't mean to get into OnlyFans. I'm super conservative. I'm super Republican.
There's nothing wrong with
I'm not
OnlyFans.
gonna
Let's be
fight about
honest.
any of you with
Nothing
any
wrong
of
with
that, but I
You have no shame
genuinely
over it,
got
do
into
you?
this by accident. I would never in my life let my boyfriend fuck another girl, no matter how much money we were making. It was a genuine accidental situation for me.
Do you have
And
any shame
people-
over it, Christy?
I
have an OnlyFans.
I of course question.
But monetarily, and it doesn't make you
Monetarily,
less
no.
of a person. Especially not when you're sitting with a bunch of porn stars that are literally mad that you're so genuinely interesting with your clothes on, right?
Ooh.
But this is the thing. It's more
You don't
that
have to
the I'm
That's it,
super
Keanu.
conservative, but the conservative people had the problem with me. It made me look liberal, and I'm not liberal.
Right.
And that's fine.
You're kind of in the middle.
genuinely let them talk because, like, they got all the questions at first. I thought we were gonna go around the around the table, and so I'm like, yeah, whatever. This is kind of weird. Whatever. I'm gonna wait till my turn. And then they skipped over like me and like my friend in the purple shirt, and then they kept skipping over us. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna add to this conversation because I'm fucking here for a reason. And then all hell broke loose.
You're like, I'm sitting on this.
Well, actually, like you came in, so I have the timestamps here. So they did the intros as usual. That's when you first talked, say who you are, and answer the relationship questions. And then they went in for like the Adam and Lena situation where he's selling her at 5 minutes and 58 seconds, and that goes on like through the backlash. And I had pointed out earlier on the show how like you're sitting there, you're smiling, you're like a ray of sunshine the whole time, listening, quiet, and you step in at 17 minutes and 5 seconds, and that's when.
For my turn.
Yeah, but you stepped in to come in with the thing that actually even changed my mind on some things with the ratio of like, it's not about how many people you slept with, it's how many people you could have slept with, and you've chosen the lesser, and you try to be, smart with who you're choosing, and that's when they just instantly, because you had already said you're on OnlyFans. Now that we know, you talked before the show, so they knew you were like a Trump person. They knew you were one of them.
Talked to all the Republicans and said I was a Republican, but no one asked me what I did.
Oh, really? But did they know you were like a Trump? Did they know you were like a Republican before the show?
Yeah, but they were judging me based on like how cute my outfit was compared to them. So like,
Classic.
But here's the thing, they were. I'm not gonna say anything bad about them, even though they like attacked
Well,
me.
they certainly didn't take up for you, so.
Mm-hmm.
The thing.
If I were there, I would have.
Oh yeah, me too. I would have been like,
before the show, they were very nice to me, and after the show, they were very nice to me. And the super religious guy that was like sounded like he hated me, he actually gave me a bunch of podcasts to go on in Miami, and he's like,
"Wow,
you're gonna blow up from this. You're gonna
OnlyFans
get
after,
super famous."
probably.
He goes, I know your niche podcast. This is like how you're gonna get famous. He's like, you're gonna get so famous from this. And Isabella straight up, she goes, I'm sorry if you felt I attacked you. She looked very, very defeated. She like literally looked like very tired, but she goes, you made at least 90% of the entire income for this podcast.
wow.
I like them so much less
Way
now.
more than 90%.
What a weird thing to mention to you, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
but I kind of felt a little bit bad because I called out, and I'm not like, I genuinely am on these people's sides. Like, that's why I was getting defensive, and they're like, I think you're projecting on me. I'm like, no, you're projecting on me, dude.
Yeah. That was a great pushback.
I'm like, you're gaslighting me right now.
You were in the chair that Brian likes to shit on. What's your body count? You're like 22. That's not a fair number. For
That's
Christ's
a good weekend. Yeah.
You have a bunch of porn women here. This
But
man's
I
calling his
also
wife
wanted
on the
to
internet.
know that,
what
like,
the fuck is wrong with me? Fuck off.
you know how many people want to fuck me compared to how
All
many
of them.
people want to
Mhm.
fuck the religious
Brian,
guy
no
that
one.
married
Literally no
the
one. Not even
third girl he ever had sex with?
Not even her.
Like,
Not even
and
this
then he
stuff
said
going
his
on.
sex life is thriving. And I said, so you think? Because no one can have a decent sex life after 3 people. Like, you just can't. Like, you
Yeah.
learn from having sex. Like, it's so different with every single person.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then that one girl.
Well, actually, we probably should go to sleep soon, but I think that is the perfect segue into what I feel like would be the perfect way to end the stream for the night, since it is 3 a.m. I have something queued up here that I feel like
Ooh.
this is the way to go out, and it was one moment we didn't cover before from the show, so I'm going to bring up this beautiful show.
And I probably
this
didn't get acknowledged.
Oh.
Oh no, you this is the most succinct way to show what you did on the show and how powerful you were on the show. This is the moment.
But yeah.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Since everyone cares about rates so much, I don't know why they don't understand the ratio thing, but that's why I'm
Definitely, we gotta end this episode on the ratio.
That's why I'm so
Change
confused.
the title, dude.
Because rates, because it's a decimal thing, and you turn decimals into percentages, and so
See?
that's where
Christy,
ratios
I
start.
was tracking
So
with you, Christy.
They
I'm just
couldn't
saying-
win. They couldn't win from the start. They bashed you throughout, and at the end of the show, you're the one that closed the show. Your thing was so powerful, you closed it.
Divorce rates.
Yeah.
And they were saying, like, oh, 90% divorce rate, blah, blah, blah. But they were giving percentages. And it's straight up, so you don't understand math when I'm telling you about ratios.
Oh,
The
but
5
Brian,
hours,
you
no
don't
one
be sharing. You
understood
love that
that.
little drop with
But
the
at the very
Christy.
last time when we
and
get the
thing.
statistics, then we understand
Christy, you
math.
should sell merch shirts that say it's about the ratio. And
Yeah.
that you would do so well.
I'll be like Lala Kent and say, what was that? Like,
Thank you for
that she did?
bringing that up.
Send it to Daryl.
Daryl, send it to Daryl.
That was looking good.
Oh my God, Lala Kent. I
Oh my
stand
God.
Lala Kent. Okay.
Your
You're
podcast
a
should be called The Ratio. Yeah.
All right, let's do a podcast about Vanderpump.
Ratios matter.
They do. They do matter.
Hashtag ratios matter.
Christy, tell people where they can find you.
At Chrissie St. Regis on Instagram, KristySaintRegis, or just on my OF as I Heart Christy. You gotta
Yay.
spell it Kristy.
You gotta spell it right. Me and Keanu will be in Los Angeles very soon. We'll be September 8th and 9th. We'll be at the Pineapple Hill Saloon, I believe, with Lila Hart. And then see me in Mahopac September 23rd with Gino Bisconti and Anthony Cumia. Then I'll be in St. Cloud, Minnesota, October 21st, Long Island. At the Brokerage, October 27th and 28th, Tampa, Florida, December 3rd, and San Diego, January 5th and 6th, I believe.
Wait, did you mention Miami?
No, not Miami yet, but I'm working on it. I would love to get a
Because
date there.
honestly, Chrissy, I actually really like you, and I feel like we and you have a lot in common.
We bonded. We're friends now.
No, but even when I was watching you play the thing, you're like, I made a Princeton joke about my pussy, and that's the same thing as her ratio.
Yes, you
didn't
get
know
it.
that. We had no clue about
You're one of the good guys for sure.
We just genuinely both came up with that.
Aw.
So, yeah.
Keanu,
Yeah.
where can people find you? What's coming up?
Keanu C. Thompson. Me and Visconti will be in me. I'm not from New York. Where are we going?
Aren't you? Where are you going?
No. Yep. Hershey, Pennsylvania. Friday and Saturday. Look on my Instagram, Keanu C. Thompson. You'll see me and Visconti there. And then I'm excited for our LA moment.
Yay, I'm so excited.
And Lila, just Keanu C. Thompson. Follow my own.
Wait. When are you going to be in LA?
September 8th and 9th. Really the first week.
Can you
first
come
week of September.
tomorrow? Because I'm awkwardly here for like 4 days.
Oh, let me take
let's take a flight.
Like after this podcast, I'm awkwardly here for like 4 more days that I didn't expect.
Oh.
So should we set something up together in LA?
Oh no. Yes, I will be flying there tomorrow to set up my my meeting for
Okay,
the
so hit
next
me up.
guest
Hang out.
of the whatever podcast. And I want to
Wait, for the
You only
whatever
wish.
podcast?
No, she's kidding. She only wishes. She wants to get on those icy chairs, is what Keanu wants.
Every single person in the meeting, it'll be at a rec center, and everybody will get a lazy boy.
Send me a message on Instagram.
And all I ask is that someone bring cookies and
popcorn.
You're gonna
there'll
say
be White
cocaine.
Claws, abundant, and also La Marca. And then we'll unpack what
I
happened.
brought crystals, but that didn't seem to work.
Oh, I love crystals.
Darling, I love you, and I love Miami.
Wait, Christy, one final question. What's your sign?
Capricorn.
Capricorn. Ooh.
The power's in the palm of my hand.
We love a good Capricorn.
We love a good Capricorn.
I'm also a witch, but God forbid I brought that up. A Catholic witch.
Can you imagine, Brian?
You're like Taylor Swift. Mm-hmm.
But this is the thing, society killed us at the stakes once before, so I couldn't bring
True. That we'll have to discuss that on a Simpcast.
This is the thing. No one would understand what I was talking about.
Oh my goodness, you're the best, Christy. Thank you for jumping on. We will see you guys.
Thanks for having me. Your podcast was awesome.
Oh, thank you for coming on. We appreciate it. You definitely spice things up. Catch me on Friday Night Tights tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, stay tuned for whatever else. And
Wait,
we'll see
guys.
you.
Let's just leave it up.
Uh-oh.
Text
A whisper?
each other. Let's do a group chat.
Okay, let's do a group chat. Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. See you next time.